But it will be interesting to see what a difference in structure and coaching routines that would be.
We'll see what happens. Look, it might not happen. They might beat the Sharks on Saturday night and Dimitriou's sort of back in the winners' books and he survives. We'll see. It is going to be a really hot round of NRL. You can hear it all on ABC Sport. So make sure you tune in. As I said, that one is Saturday night. Georgia Rajic smashed your debut. Well done, mate.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been so much fun.
Killed it. Well, you good to come back in a couple of weeks on the eve of those A-League men's finals as well?
Hey, I think I might be available.
Let's do it. All right. Thanks, Georgia.
Good evening, Natasha McFarlane with ABC News. The cause of a woman's death at a retreat in regional Victoria remains unknown following an autopsy. Costa Haritos reports.
Rachel Dixon died at the Solbarn Retreat in Clunes, near Ballarat, during the early hours of Sunday morning after ingesting a drink made with mushrooms. The 53-year-old Ringwood North woman became ill about midnight and later died at the scene. The facility was leased to a group who do not work for the company, and none of Solbarn's staff were present during the event. 2 other people at the event were taken to hospital but were later discharged. Investigations remain ongoing and police will prepare a report for the coroner.
A senior Iranian official has reportedly told the Reuters news service that Tehran has no plan for immediate retaliation against Israel, following unconfirmed reports of an attack. US officials speaking anonymously say Israel has carried out a strike on Iranian soil. Iranian media reported explosions, but a state official told Reuters they were caused by air defence systems after 3 drones were shot down over the central city of Isfahan. Defence expert Malcolm Davis from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute says he's sceptical of Iran's assertions that it has not been attacked.
There's also a series of military bases nearby that site, as well as the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps bases in the region. So it's a key military area. It's very arid and desert-like.
Attorney General Mark Dreyfus says the men of Australia must step up to end the nation's epidemic of family violence. The Family Court has hosted a symposium in Melbourne today on the issue, where some of the nation's lead lawmakers have stated much more needs to be done to keep women and children safe. In his address, the Attorney General said 1 death of a woman at the hands of a man is one too many, but 1 death a week is an epidemic that must end. Mr Dreyfus says Australian men need to shift their behaviour and take immediate action.
We have a crisis of male violence in Australia. It is a scourge in our society and it must end. To create lasting change, women cannot be expected to solve violence against women alone. It's time for men to step up.
Victoria's environmental watchdog says it's investigating reports of potential asbestos-containing material in mulch at a reserve in Melbourne's north. The Environment Protection Authority has taken samples from Seabrook Reserve in Broadmeadows and sent them for testing. It says it's working with the Hume City Council on having any affected sites remediated. Advocates have raised frustration over a lack of movement on Australia's stillbirth rate, which has remained effectively unchanged for 2 decades. Bethany Alderson reports.
In Australia, 6 babies are stillborn every day, with data from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare showing the rate has remained steady for the past 20 years. Evidence shows in many cases stillbirth is preventable, but experts like Associate Professor Jane Warland are concerned that outdated attitudes are holding back progress.
There is still that core reluctance on behalf of a lot of care providers to actually mention the word stillbirth.
The federal government has set a target to reduce stillbirths by 20% by next year. It declined to comment on whether its target is on track, but says progress has been observed.
And skygazers in the Southern Hemisphere will potentially get a glimpse of a rare comet this weekend. The Devil's Comet, which takes around 71 years to orbit the Sun, will be its brightest over the coming days. Its actual name is 12P Pons Brooks, but it received the nickname thanks to its horned appearance. Griffith University's Professor Paolo de Souza says observers are in with a good chance as it passes the Sun.
When it's away from the sun, it's pretty much very cold, very, very cold. And everything there is just like hibernating. Stay quiet. When it gets back to the sun, it wakes up to its glory. It starts really building up a tail and becomes very visible.
To the weather across the state, cloudy in the south with scattered showers in the east, easing during the evening, dry and partly cloudy elsewhere. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, a slight chance of a shower about the ranges, becoming less likely later tonight, near zero chance of rain elsewhere. Tomorrow, partly cloudy and heading for a top of 18 degrees, partly cloudy on Sunday, reaching 17. On Monday, sunny and 22, and on Tuesday, partly cloudy, reaching 21. Right now, it's 16 degrees in Melbourne. This is ABC News.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ready to tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join me, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field. Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows back boys are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Calling what a practice.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter. Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air.
Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Adelaide welcome Essendon to town with both sides coming off a win. The Crows appeared to rediscover their old selves as the high-scoring darlings of last season, while Essendon's yo-yo performances continued, chasing back-to-back wins tonight for the first time in 2024. From us to you, welcome. We are in Adelaide, South Australia, as we get set for Friday night football. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It's great to have you with us on ABC Sport to call the footy with me, our long-time now voice of South Australian footy, and Aaron Bryans. G'day, Az.
Corby, great to have you over for another prime-time matchup. A pretty big game in terms of the context of both these sides' seasons. I think the whole city of Adelaide has been buzzing about the potentially rejuvenated Crows and what, last week's performance could mean. But we actually find out tonight if they are the real deal or if they're a one-hit wonder. They tackle a side that they've failed to consistently deliver against. And the Bombers, meanwhile, they were embarrassed here 2 weeks ago. Do they have any nightmares lingering from Port Adelaide's victory over them? They do have that good track record against Adelaide. But as you mentioned, the Jekyll and Hyde of that Bombers outfit What will we see tonight under the bright lights?
It lives in their memory too. Sam Draper was asked about it at the airport. They're hoping to be the hammer and not the nail tonight, the Bombers, after what happened against Port Adelaide here a fortnight ago in Gather Round. Josh Franco is here again, the All-Australian and former Port Adelaide midfielder. G'day, Josh.
G'day, everyone. How's things? Yeah, great to be here. It's a really interesting game, and when you're looking in the context of the season, obviously Adelaide winning their first game of the season to go 1-4. And before Adelaide supporters get up in arms with what I'm about to say, they beat Carlton, who hadn't been going along all that well, even though they were 4-0. So a massive test for them tonight. We saw Essendon a couple of weeks ago against Port Adelaide. They were horrific for 3 quarters. And that's probably being kind in terms of the adjective I've just used. But a massive game for both teams tonight. As you said, Essendon have had the wood on the Crows in the last few encounters, so strap yourself in for a great contest. There are great matchups across the board in round 6 of the competition, a series of pick'em games, and this is no different tonight. Speaking of All-Australians, 2-time best and fairest winner, 300-gamer in Scott Thompson's with us again tonight. Many of those for the Adelaide Crows on this ground. Scott, lovely to see you again, and thanks for being with us on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Corbs. Great to be here and well covered, and it will be a very intriguing game tonight. It's both sides have been very, very unpredictable in the first handful of rounds, so really looking forward to tonight's encounter to see what both sides dish up.
Liz Walsh is standing by as well, so we'll get down to Liz in just a moment. Matthew Nix is going to join us, the senior coach of the Adelaide Crows, so he's our headline guest as part of our pre-game tonight, round 6 of the AFL competition on ABC Sport. The SMS number, by the way, is 0437 774 774 if you want to send us your thoughts throughout the night. That is the way you can do it. All right, the team news is that there isn't any. So despite the fact Brodie Smith left the track early yesterday with a sore back, he is playing and he's starting in the Crows 22. Lockie Scholl is going to be the second generation AFL footballer, of course the son of Brett Scholl, former Carlton player. Meanwhile, for the Bombers, Elijah Sardis, their top pick from a year ago, pick 5 in the 20 national draft, is going to start as the sub for the Bombers. I might just start with Essendon, and we will get to Adelaide as we progress and chat to Matty Nix shortly. They're a fascinating team to watch at the moment. You mentioned, Josh, that we were here a fortnight ago. They didn't give much of a yelp against Port Adelaide, and basically Ken Inkley and the Power were able to take their game away from them after quarter time, and there was no plan B. They didn't have any answers thereafter.
No, as you said, we did call that game, and it was a cracking game in that first quarter time. Can't remember the margin, but they were right in the contest, and then they almost rolled over in the last 3 quarters and got absolutely blown off the park. They got torched in the centre bounce, which has been obviously a topic of discussion over the last couple of weeks in terms of Essendon and how they counteract that. They were better last week against the Western Bulldogs, but yeah, massive game for them tonight.
And last week they were able to put it right in the midfield, so they dominated centre bounce against the Western Bulldogs, and that's a team that included Liberatore and Bontempelli, Scott, so no sort of pushover in terms of a midfield brigade is concerned, and Essendon won that 16-10. So I guess when you reflect on that night a couple of weeks ago, how much did it say about Essendon and how much did it actually say about Port Adelaide and what they're going to do to many teams this year?
Yeah, that's right. It's a very good question. And the contest and stoppage scenario is an area that Essendon have been quite good at. But that particular night, as Josh touched on, they got absolutely smacked out of the middle of the ground, and Port were able to play the game in their forward half. And then you look at last week, and that's the unpredictability we've seen with Essendon so far. They certainly have the midfield talent to do what they need to do. We saw young Durham and what he was able to do through the middle of the ground last week, and fronted up against Bontempelli for large parts of that game. So they certainly have the talent there. They just need to find the consistency within the group to be able to play the game the way they need to play it.
We ask this all the time in footy, and last night's a great example of it. So the Western Bulldogs get fitted up all week. They come out and they showed that kind of performance against St Kilda. They win wide by 10 goals. The week before it was Essendon under the spotlight. They deliver a similar type performance against the Western Bulldogs, win comfortably. And so I guess most of us in footy are left asking, why does it take something like that? Why does it take sort of that kind of focus to get a response from a team?
It's interesting, and I must admit, I really enjoy and love talking about the psychology of the game. And it was interesting to hear Brad Scott's comments post the Port Adelaide loss when he said, I thought the effort was there. Now, hopefully I can articulate this properly. So, unless you're redlining and you're a 10 out of 10 in terms of your effort, you leave yourself open to getting stung like they have been previously. So if you're running about an 8 out of 10, which looks like you're putting the effort in, which is fair to say, you're still not getting the result. So you've got to be absolutely on the limit all the time, particularly if you're a side that sits in that middle of the pack as Essendon do.
So how do you coach that? Like, if I'm sure Brad Scott's tearing his hair out. Like, how much of that is the responsibility of the player and how much of it is the environment that's created?
Well, it's interesting, even, and Scott, you could probably attest to this as well, playing in a 2-team town here in Adelaide, if Port Adelaide lost or Adelaide lost, you go to the coffee shop and you'd be copping it from supporters. And you couldn't hide from it. And I know it's a little bit different in the non-traditional footballing states, which I've experienced up in the Gold Coast and all that, but there was the external pressure, but also internal pressure. There's also the media pressure. So you get a response, I think, organically through just the darts that are probably thrown at you.
Yeah, it's a great point, and especially here in Adelaide in a two-team town, you do. The local cafe, the supporters give you the most honest feedback almost of anyone. I mean, you certainly get the feedback from the coaches within the internal walls of the footy club, but the moment you step outside, you can't shy away or hide from it anywhere you go. And especially if the supporters are passionate about their footy, they certainly don't hold back on their opinion. So naturally, you have your own expectations as an individual, then as a team, and then the fact that you want to do your supporters and members proud as well.
So it's a tricky one for Matthew Nicks now, because the Wolves were circling this football club and clearly that midfield mix wasn't working. They've found a solution, whether it's, a one-hit wonder, we'll find out, but clearly against Carlton, the injection of Saligo and Rankin turned the corner for them. What do you do then when you're looking at the state of this list that assumed it was going to be playing finals this year? You've got a Rory Laird and a Jordan Dawson who weren't really part of that trifecta last week, and they look better without them. And you've found the solution, but it's not your senior guys.
Well, I think you look for Dawson and these other guys to go in different positions on the field where they can still contribute to the level that's required at this, in this competition.
Yeah, we've got to remember Rory Laird was an All-Australian half-back a handful of years ago, so he looks very settled across the half-back line if he ends up spending more time back there and less in the midfield. And it's great to see guys like Saligo, who's really stepped up his game, and 40-odd games of footy now at the senior level, we can start to see that he's finding the inner belief with himself that he belongs at that level. For a guy that's not big in stature, he throws his weight around and strong in the contest, and the way Rankin moves inside the midfield, he's got that burst speed and that lateral ability to get outside and go full face of goal. So it gives him a different look. Dawson's a taller body, but it's interesting to see how they will line up tonight through the middle of the ground.
So when you're talking about that mental consistency then and the psychology of the game, and you found a winning solution, but there's guys that aren't going to be a part of that, do you stick with what has worked, or do you back them back in?
Well, I think in the short term, you probably go with what worked last week, knowing that you've got a Dawson up your sleeve that can potentially spend big minutes in the midfield. Laird as well. I mean, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, but obviously you make the changes. And I think when you look at the modern game as well, when you look to bring up Port Adelaide, it's an Adelaide game tonight, but the speed in the midfield, speed kills, and you need to have speed. And you need to have that mix. You need to have a mix of the bigger bodies, but you need to have speed around the footy to get on that loose ball to pressure the opposition. And Rankin does that, and potentially a Rochelle that could go in there and do similar sort of stuff as a Rankin.
The 3-2 Bombers up against the 1-4 Crows. Let's find out a little bit more about Adelaide. Their senior coach Matthew Nicks is standing by downstairs with our own Liz Walsh. Liz.
Thanks, Corbin. That's right. I'm down here with Adelaide Crows coach Matthew Nicks. Matthew, thank you for joining us. Take us to the training track this week. What difference, if any, has last weekend's win made to the team?
Not a lot from a training point of view. We got out as business as usual, so we're a pretty hard training group. That's not an area that I need to push too hard. We got some really strong leaders, so coming off a loss, we work just the same way we do off a win. I guess there was a real vibe about the place. I think the guys were pleased with a good victory, but we pretty much moved on from Monday afternoon. So the moment we've reviewed that game, looked at what we've done really well in key moments, which we did get right. We've moved on to Essendon, so we had a good look at where they're at and how we get the job done tonight.
That tough start to the season that you've had, has it changed things for you as a coach at all moving forward through the rounds? I sort of noticed in the last couple of weeks you usually coach from the bench, but you've been up in the box. Has anything changed?
It's a good observation. There are a couple of little things changed. It was, being on the bench was a way to connect with players. We felt at a stage last year it was going to be a bonus to be down there amongst it. Be able to, get that eye contact as they're coming on and off, make sure we're connected, the cohesion's working. The last probably couple of weeks we felt our system needed some polishing up, just the stuff we'd probably taken for granted last year. What we got well, our shape on the field, our roles, our detailing around that. We felt there was a need to make sure we got that right. So believe it or not, being up a little bit higher, the game's a lot easier from up there. So I'm able to see a bit of that, work with the line coaches around what we might be getting right and wrong, and we're able to get that action faster. So the last few weeks has been a real positive. It doesn't mean that it'll be something that I'll look at and I'll change from week to week. May even be in games where times I'll come down if we feel the group will benefit from me being down on the boundary.
Crows haven't beat Essendon since 2017. That's a 6-game losing streak. How do you beat that tonight?
Yeah, we know that too, and our guys are aware of that. You know, it's as early as last year we played them. They really put us to the sword last year at Marvel, so we were really disappointed off that. It was probably our worst effort of the year. In saying that, the Bombers were very good that night, and what they bring is some really fast transition. They're very good at transitioning into offence. If you're slightly off your game, then they can expose you quickly. So we know we've got our work cut out for us. We watched them in detail. Even the game against Port here, I would say they should have been a lot further up at quarter time. They bought the contest. That was a hard-fought game in the end. Port ran away with it, and everyone talked about it being a poor effort from Essendon. I don't agree. They came out and showed where they're really at last week. So we know they're going to be a tough game for us tonight.
Let's head up to our experts in Scott Thompson and Josh Franco.
Nixie, Josh Franco here. Just one player that really intrigues me is Isaac Rankin. Having spent 3 years with him up at the Gold Coast Suns and seeing his running capacity, obviously he's dynamic and a match winner forward, but do you see him morphing into a top-line elite midfielder of the competition?
Yeah, Josh, as you know, he has got an elite engine. He's got that sort of acceleration, balance, speed and power, but he also has the endurance as well, which sets him up to be a beautiful midfielder. What he has done for us is a little bit more centre bounce as the year's gone on. So it's been our intent. He's worked throughout the pre-season as an on-baller. He's been in amongst those meetings when we're doing line meetings. The intent was to build that as the season went on, and we've probably gone a little earlier maybe than we thought we would have to. But in saying that, we've been so pleased with what he's added in there. He gives you probably a little bit more shoulders out, and what I mean by that is a bit more of that, coming out of stoppage, looking into your forward line with less pressure where you're able to deliver the footy. He brings that not just from his first possession, but also if he's that second receiver, because he's so smart with the footy. So you'll probably see that tonight, Josh. You'll probably see him, depending on how many centre bounces we have, you'll see him in there a lot more, and he may play more on ball throughout the night.
Just one question, how do you coach the bloke? He's such a natural footballer, and how structured the AFL is these days. How do you coach him?
Without giving too much away, less is more.
Yep.
Less is more. Yeah, there's stuff he can do that we can't coach.
Yeah.
There's stuff that if we tried to coach and we had too many details that you lose. There's a natural ability in players, and we've all seen them across our journey, dating back like decades, where you just have these unique players that come through, and the last thing you want to do is load them up with information. You just want to let them play, and he's one of those. And no matter where he is on the ground for us, he has, I guess, less instruction than most, put it that way.
Nixie, Scott Thompson here, mate. Firstly, well done on the win last week and getting on the board.
Speaking of superstars, is that Scott Thompson? Yeah, one of those players I was talking about. Yeah.
Mate, it's nice to see you smiling again.
If I was thinking, what board did I get on? I can't remember. Oh, you mean our first win. Thanks.
Your first win, mate. Very well done.
Appreciate you.
Now, Josh touched on the fact that Isaac spent a fair bit of time through the centre bounce. One bloke I want to get a bit more of an insight into is Saligo. He's played the 40-odd games now, but looks like he's right at home with a few more midfield minutes in the past fortnight.
Yeah, he's been a really shining light for us. He's still young. He's still got so much upside, but he's played some really mature football. He's got a great balance with his game where he can go inside, outside. He started with us as more of a winger. We played him across half forward when he was first coming into the AFL, just to learn his craft. But he's given us no choice but to put him on ball. He's wanted it. He's talked about it the whole way through. He was really disappointed last year at one stage when we subbed him out, and we may have got that call wrong, to be honest, but he's brilliant. He's been one that's just playing well above where we maybe thought he'd be at this point in his career. So having him in there alongside Matty Crouch, they complement each other, even Lairdy, and as we just talked about with Isaac going in, it changes that midfield dynamic substantially with just one or two small changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And one last one, with a good spread of goal kickers last week, it was good to see Tex find a little bit of form again. Do you still feel like, and you'll get a big match up with Mackay, I'm assuming, tonight, do you still feel like you're still too reliant on him in the forward half?
Oh, there's no doubt we're relying on him, and it's an area we're working on. But at the same time, he is what he is. He's a beacon ahead of the ball. He's a leader in that forward line. When he's not out there, it's tough for our forward line. It becomes a young group really quickly. So maybe what he's not giving us occasionally in the contest, he's making up for with where he's positioning everyone else. Tonight will be a huge night, and it won't be necessarily around just that battle with Mackay. It'll be how do we deliver that ball in there, and because there are defenders in the game, and Mackay's one of them, where if you give them an opportunity and the ball's high and Tex is sitting underneath it, well, no one's competing. They're just too strong in the air, these defenders. So it'll be a challenge for us tonight to lower our eyes going in, give Tex an opportunity and not, I guess, put it to our opposition's weapon.
Matthew Nix with us on ABC Sport. Matthew, I know you've got to run and appreciate your time so close to the bounce. It's Corbin Middlemass here. Matt Crouch, during the week, given what you saw happen with Charlie Cameron, was there part of you that felt, gee, we probably should have tested that at the tribunal and put his character on trial?
I'm very mindful of what language I use here when we talk through this, because it's a really interesting area. I think I used the word confused in a presser this week. That's probably where I've got to leave it, guys. I'm still working my way through, as we are as a footy club, what the rules are and how they're going to adjudicate that.
And last one, just sitting back in Melbourne, hearing about the Crows over the off-season, and I don't mean to antagonise you with this, but we heard a lot about sort of the goal umpire and the fact that was the reason why we didn't play finals, and we didn't hear as much about we weren't good enough, and it probably brought with it what seemed like, looking in from afar, and it's easy to do that obviously from back there, that there was a level of satisfaction that we don't ordinarily associate with bottom 10 teams. The fact that you started slow and then seemingly taken 4 or 5 weeks to kick it into gear, is there any introspection or a look back over how you dealt with those events that led to the end of your season in 2023?
Definitely not with the events that you talk about. I think there's something that we will, and we already have looked at, with how you prepare for a season where there's a higher expectation, and then when you're a young group and how they're going to attack that. There's little things that you would maybe do differently, and it comes back to the mental side of the game. It's such a challenging game when you're playing with some freedom and I guess not that expectation to perform. You can really let loose. We know the expectation's there. We wanted to embrace it. We're not going to hide from that, but maybe just our ability as a young group to come back to why the expectation was there in the first place, and that is, as I mentioned, system. That's role playing. That's just doing the simple things for each other and playing as a team. I mentioned we were trying too hard in the first 3 or 4 rounds. It's just where it was. We were doing things that we knew weren't best for the team, unfortunately, and it's. I'm hoping tonight will show again that the momentum's well and truly back with the way we played last year, and the result should look after itself.
You're always so generous with your time with us here on the ABC, Matthew. Good luck tonight and for the remainder of the season. I really appreciate your insights.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Matthew Nix, the senior coach of the Adelaide Crows, and his team is running past him as he conducts that interview with our own Liz Walsh. And it's getting loud inside Adelaide Oval as the home team burst through the banner, looking for their second win of the season after an 0-4 start, hoping to become just the second team in almost 50 years to overturn an 0-4 start to a season to play finals. They ran out with young Enzo Cornejo, who's a 12-year-old living with a rapid ageing condition, progeria. He's regularly at Crows training over the past 18 months. He describes it during the week as a dream come true to be able to run out with the Crows tonight. And one of the great things that our AFL teams do with so many people in the community, including Enzo, who gets the chance to run out with his heroes tonight. Josh Franco, alongside Scott Thompson, our ABC Sport experts, Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryant's calling the footy, and Liz Walsh is on the boundary. Fascinating to hear from Matthew Nix, and just to pick up on what he said finally there, dealing with expectation and the fact that all of a sudden the expectations change, and he saw a change in his group from the outset, put it down to essentially trying too hard for the first 4 rounds of the season.
I must say, I don't subscribe to that either, to be brutally honest with you. I think there was a feeling within the club and within the 4 walls of Adelaide Footy Club that this season was just going to roll on and they were going to improve from last year. And I guess if you break it down and strip all the layers away, I reckon they got ahead of themselves a little bit in the pre-season. They paid the price for it. Last week we saw them get their mojo back to a degree against Carlton. But as we said in the opening, it's a big test tonight. Essendon coming over here, they're hot to trot. They had a great win last week, so tonight will be a true test.
Yeah, I certainly tend to agree with you, Josh. And throughout the first handful of rounds, the games that they were losing, they're trying too hard or doing more than they need based on results from last year, certainly for me wasn't the case. for me, the things that stood out were there a little bit of selfishness and selfish habits that were creeping into some of their games, and whether it be individuals trying to do their own thing or the midfield disconnect going forward without lowering the eyes. We've seen guys out in recent weeks where 15 metres of space and deciding to have a ping on goal, which certainly isn't the team or selfless thing to do, and that's been that disconnect in the first handful of rounds. It was good to see the Crows tidy a few areas up last week, but now are they able to continue that?
The Essendon Football Club are the second team out on the ground for Friday night footy in round 6. It is a intriguing round of fixtures with so many of these teams that are evenly placed through the first 6 weeks of the season, meeting one another in round 6. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The full breakdown from our experts Scott Thompson and Josh Franco. Coming up next, there's no late change as the footy rolls on.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy. The ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy. Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
Matty Nix and the Adelaide Crows appeared to get the train back on track last week. Essendon simply standing in the way of a Crows unit gathering steam, or can the Dons derail it tonight? That is what is in prospect in front of us at the Adelaide Oval, which is sparkling again tonight for Friday night footy, the Crows and the Bombers. Corbin Middlemass alongside Aaron Bryans for the call. Liz Walsh is on the boundary, and our ABC Sport experts, both All-Australians, Scott Thompson and Josh Franco. There is no late change. Lockie Scholl is the sub for Adelaide, and it is Elijah Sardis who's going to be the sub for the Bombers. He's the only change from an Essendon team that beat the Western Bulldogs last Friday night. Jai Menzies drops out. Meanwhile, for the Crows, 2 forced changes. Matt Crouch is suspended. Jordan Butts is out with injury. James Borlase comes back into this Adelaide team. He starts in the 22, and Lockie Scholl, as mentioned, is going to be the sub. The SMS number throughout the night, 0437 774 774. There is no chance of rain. It's currently 15 degrees. It's getting down to as low as 8 tonight. So it feels like winter's just starting to encroach on the fall, and we're getting there closer and closer as the footy starts to hot up. A fascinating matchup tonight. Pull it apart for us, Josh Franco and Scott Thompson. What are we in for?
Well, Scotty, just looking at Adelaide to start with, I reckon Butts and Crouch are 2 really big outs. Butts was terrific last week in terms of that intercept marking capacity, and Crouch, who's come back to the side, obviously after a bit of an exodus in the SNFL in recent times, but his form's been terrific as well. He's a natural extractor with the ball, and he sets up a lot of the outside run as well. So 2 big outs for Adelaide. But one of the stats which really impressed me last week with the Crows was their marks inside 50. I think they had 18 mark inside 50, which tells me their ball movement is back to somewhere where they'd like it to be.
Yeah, and that's certainly been an area for the first 5 rounds anyway, in particular, that was a real disconnect, that mid-forward entry where they weren't generating the ball inside the forward 50 the way they needed to. And it's going to be a huge challenge from tonight, because the way Essendon play the game, they're very daring with their offensive ball movement, and they do give teams the opportunity to turn the ball over, and when they do, Essendon sometimes are caught out defensively. So if the Crows can capitalise on Essendon's forward half transition and able to turn the ball over, they can hurt them back the other way.
Yeah, and we talked about Isaac Rankin obviously going into the call that he's going to spend more time in the midfield, but when we saw them warm up, he actually was forward, so I'm not sure if that's going to come to fruition, but fingers crossed. From an Adelaide perspective, we see a bit of time of Isaac Rankin in the middle of the ground to use his explosive speed.
Absolutely. We know the talent he has and what he gives them around the contest is a different look, but whether they do go with the likes of Saligo and more minutes for Berry through the middle of the ground this week.
Josh, we've spoken a lot about Jake Saligo and the steps he's taken over the past couple of weeks. from a Bombers perspective, Sam Durham has done exactly the same. Picked up as a mid-season pick a few years ago. All of a sudden, the Bombers decide to lock him in on a 4-year deal at the start of this season, and they knew something that we obviously didn't, because he'd shown glimpses, but all of a sudden in the past couple of weeks, he's taken a dramatic step forward to the point where he beats Marcus Bontempelli last week one-on-one and earns himself a plethora of coaches' votes in the process.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Aaron. I mean, 2 weeks ago when we sat here and watched Port Adelaide play Essendon, I guess we were really quite critical of their midfield. We said they're too slow in comparison to what Port Adelaide were able to do and the dynamic players that they've got in the middle of the ground. But it's amazing what a week in football does to, I guess, the psyche and the narrative around your footy club. Caldwell was terrific last week as well, but you're right, that Durham, he was outstanding. Bontempelli, arguably the best midfielder in the competition, and he did restrict his ability to get hold of footy and set up play for the Western Bulldogs.
We've spoken a lot about, the midfield mix that Adelaide's gone with Rankin and Saligo coming in and how much better they've looked. Durham comes in for Setterfield, all of a sudden he's 75% of the centre bounces and looks great. And Todd Goldstein is the other one. All of a sudden Sam Draper's almost taken a backseat role to the veteran who's had the most hit-outs in the game in history. So he knows a lot about footy, but he's still a veteran of the game. Todd Goldstein, he's 35 years age, but he's impacting all around the ground right now for us.
Well, interesting as well, and I did make the comment a couple of weeks ago, wasn't sure, and the jury was still out, whether Goldstein and Draper work in the same team. We saw, I think it was Melbourne with Gawn and Grundy that didn't work. They obviously offloaded Grundy to Sydney, but it's one of those things with two sort of genuine ruckmen, although Draper can play forward. He's quite a dynamic player as well, but you're right, Goldstein, 35, he's one of the best tap ruckmen, I reckon, in the history of the game. His ability to put it on a platter and put it on a dime for his midfielders is as good as I've ever seen. Probably second to Brendan Lade.
I think it's a conversation that they'll have a lot at match committee next week, with Peter Wright expected to return, who obviously has done that second ruck role in the past, whether they can go with Goldstein, Draper and Wright in the same Essendon unit, but obviously something they don't have to worry about tonight. You've all touched on Sam Draper. I mean, he's almost my favourite Bomber at the moment, the way he's going about it. Kid from Seymour, who's really off the map. I think he was a chippy doing an apprenticeship down there. Gets brought to the big smoke, playing for Richmond in the VFL, picked up mid-season back in 2021. Ends up playing the back end of that year and forces his way into the team as just this sort of blue-collar midfielder that Essendon craved. They had a lot of ball winners in there, but they just needed someone to do a bit of the dirty work, and to see him go heads up with Bontempelli last week in what was really a career night for him.
Yeah, it was a huge night for him, and you can't help but like the way he goes about his footy. Hugely important to the way Essendon play now, and he's really finding his feet.
So he was the one that was missing too against Port Adelaide, so he wasn't there that night. And for a mid-season recruit in 2022, it's amazing that they certainly missed him that night during gather round. Just repeating, there's no late change. Lockie Scholl is the starting stud for Adelaide, and it'll be Elijah Sardas for the Bombers. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 the SMS.
While we're pumping up Durham as a mid-season pick, we should also mention the 50-gamer tonight, Nick Martin, who was a supplementary selection player out of Subiaco. At times he'd actually train with West Coast trying to get a spot and injured his quad and just missed out. And what a run of games he's going on, Corby, to the point where he's easily in their top 10 at the Bombers right now, and an outstanding half-backer where he's breaking records with how much footy he's finding.
Yeah. He had 44 a couple of weeks ago, which ties a club record, and he's played 51 games since debut. So the only game he missed was actually his second match after kicking 5 goals on debut. He then had COVID the next week, so as a result didn't play round 2. But again, he's another one. So they've got a guy as a pre-season pickup in Nick Martin. They get Durham, who comes through the mid-season draft, and this is a team that has a lot of top-end talent to complement that. So they also have more top 10 picks than any other team in the league.
And just on Martin as well, I think he's averaging over 30 touches a game. You mentioned he had 44 a few weeks ago. Is he a player that the Crows have to shut down? I mean, people say, metres gained and he's not that damaging, but when you're getting that much of the footy, surely you have to shut him down.
You have to keep him under eye. He's one of those players, a beautiful user, and he has got the ability to creep forward and have a ping on goal every now and then, so hugely important for the way Essendon move their ball. It
feels like disposals are a thing which they became overrated in the game, and now they're almost underrated. Like, the game is still to have the footy, and if a guy's getting it 44 times, that's a pretty good start for Essendon's cause. The Bombers are predominantly in red tonight. They've got this, which we're describing as the babushka doll of sashes. They've got the sash inside the sash inside the sash. So it's predominantly red jumper with a black sash in the middle and then a thin red line in the middle of that, with the white shorts on, so their clash jumper, and Adelaide in their home strip, of course, in the tricolours, the navy red and yellow with the navy shorts. Liz Walsh is with us on the boundary. We've just had the toss of the coin downstairs. We're only moments away from the start. How are things in the front row, Liz? Nice to speak to you once again.
Yes, they're fabulous down here, Corbin. I have to say that this morning's showers have cleared into a beautifully cloudless night. So, of course, the temperature's dropping fast. Currently, it's 14 degrees, and I can certainly see a few dewdrops out on that grass just in front of me as well. The crowd is really building. There are really only a few empty seats left in the top tiers of the stands, so we might be in for a good crowd tonight too. Meanwhile, we've just seen Essendon win the toss. They're going to be kicking to the Riverbank stand end of the ground. I'll quickly look to the benches for you. And for the Crows, Berry, Michaelani, Hamill and Gallant are starting on the bench, while for Essendon, Parrish, Hobbs, Stringer and Dersma are all starting on the bench.
Thanks, Liz. The 1 and 4 Crows, the 3 and 2 Bombers. Quick tip for us, Josh.
I think Essendon.
Oh, Scott?
Essendon.
Wow. As?
Oh, back in the home side.
Yep. I'll take yourself. The Bombers, but I think that's more heart than anything else. It's going to be a fascinating night.
Well, we spoke about Isaac Rankin pre-game, and he's actually starting in the middle of the ground.
Seconds tick by. It is Friday night footy. The Bombers back at the scene of their horror show a fortnight ago. Can they string 2 wins together? The Crows are trying to answer the same question. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. You're with Aaron Bryant.
Goldstein and O'Brien lock eyes across the centre circle. Nice high bounce in the middle to kiss off. Goldstein holds his ground, but O'Brien wins it down from behind. Straight to Merritt, though, for the Bombers. Here's Durham. Gives it over the top to Caldwell, who breaks away through the western wing. Into the 50 he goes for Essendon. Charging out is Draper, but a late fist from Ball Ace. Spilled front and square to Langford. Squares it up for Jones. He's knocked off the ball. Spills out. Here's Gresham, who snaps under a bit of pressure from 25 out and through for a minor score on the right-hand side. But deadly quick are the Bombers early at the Adelaide Oval as they hit the scoreboard first.
Just their hands from that scramble are outstanding, and that's one thing Adelaide have to watch tonight, their ability to handball and shift the ball by hand in the scramble.
This is the Crows' first touch from the kick-out as Brodie Smith drives it up to the wing but turns it over. And here's a familiar face. Jake Kelly takes the intercept mark. He's played twice against his old team. He's won both of them. The Bombers on a 6-game win streak against Adelaide. He lays it up to the hot spot. Off hands it spills down to Langford of Essendon. Another touch for the Bombers. Hands it to Caldwell. Great kick to Harry Jones. And he marks top of the goal square. Tremendous vision as the kick from Caldwell perfectly placed, and Jones given a gift here to try and drive it through from 10 metres out.
It was interesting, that kick from Brodie Smith. He put his hands in the air. He didn't get a contest from his... I'm not sure who it was for Adelaide in terms of their forwards giving that contest, uncontested mark, and then again they just got caught napping in defence. That quick kick to the top of the goal square, uncontested mark.
Could not have started better for Essendon, and Harry Jones starts his night with a goal. Slams through the first. We're only 90 seconds in. Essendon 1-1-7, Adelaide 1 touch. On ABC Sport, Friday night footy, Scott Thompson, Josh Franco.
You mentioned the clean hands, Josh. It's 10 disposals to 1 in that first 90 seconds, and obviously the game being played in Essendon's forward half, but the pressure now on Adelaide to try and just get the momentum back their way so early in the game.
Great to see Harry Jones hit the scoreboard once again. 2 goals last week, but only 5 games last season with a back fracture. They've been hoping for him to take the next step. Contract year for him as well, and in the absence of Peter Wright, he's certainly finding a home inside Essendon's attacking 50. And a little bit of a stunned silence in this packed house on Friday night. Can Adelaide respond instantly? The Bombers up by 7. Great to have you with us around the country on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. O'Brien charges in early on this bounce, manages to win the tap down again. He's looking for Rankin, bounces off his bootlaces. Durham right behind him. They fall into the footy, and we'll get a ball up inside the centre circle. 0437 774 774 if you do want to get in touch. O'Brien taps it down, but the umpire fell over Paul Lee House and the ball fell on top of him. Play continues. Out the back, Gresham thrusts the handball over the top for the Bombers to Cox. He retreats back to Merritt, just behind left half forward, scrubs a kick that rolls straight past Michaelani. Under a bit of pressure, Hinge gave it up towards Davey Jr. Now the check side from Gresham was awful. Carried about 10 metres, didn't favour Goldstein. Gathered by Saligo. Hospital handball over the top. Rochelle gathered and turned straight to the Jones tackle, crunched. 30 out from goal, ball up to come for Essendon.
Thought he's a little bit lucky there. I thought I saw the fend off with the arm, which is automatic prior opportunity. Thought it should have been called holding the ball.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Bombers. O'Brien wins the hit out Jones. That's Chase. Couldn't take it cleanly. Spills to Langford of the Bombers. He's tackled and we'll do it all again.
They just look a little bit more urgent at the moment, the Bombers.
Essendon by 7 points. Hot start for the Dons from the restart. O'Brien palms it down. Here's Chase Jones. Hand pass back to Ball Ace. Sends a left-footed drop punt out of the defensive 50. Walker reaching for it in a tangle with Goldstein. He's getting a free. And his arm tugged upon by Big Goldstein, so free kick for Walker. Sends it down the wing. Laverty up strong. Lost the footy. Fogarty collects. He's tackled, taken to ground by Mackay, and we'll have a ball up in front of the benches. There's no late change coming in. Lockie Scholl is the sub for Adelaide, and Elijah Sardis for the Bombers. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Tossed up, O'Brien takes it out of the ruck against Goldstein, but turns straight into a tackle from Durran. Ball trickles towards the boundary line, and Saligo is escorted over in the end by Caldwell. So it'll be tossed back into play just wide of the benches. Forward half for Adelaide at the moment.
Scott, you mentioned Adelaide looking a little bit sluggish at the moment. 16 to 5 disposals, inside 53 zip, Essendon's way.
Toss back in. Goldstein wins it down this time. O'Brien continues to wrestle for it. Laird tries to wrench it away. Falls into the back of Caldwell. Now Dawson shovels a handball out. Saligo fumble though. Merritt cashes in. On the 45 for Essendon. Chips it to Gresham. True centre wing broadcast side. Looks into the centre square. Slightly backwards, but Nick Martin made it look like a good delivery. And here comes the switch from Essendon.
Out towards that outer wing on the eastern side. Redmond drops the mark. Bit of pressure from Keys. Kelly can clean it up for Essendon. Hand pass away to Cox. Gets it back on the 1-2. Kelly sends it inside 50. Looking for Harry Jones out wide. Langford trying to keep it alive. He paddles it back to Hind, and it's out now as the former Saint takes it over the boundary line.
5 minutes into the game, and that last stoppage on Crows' half-forward line is the deepest they've been in their forward half so far.
300 gamer Scott Thompson on ABC Sport. Friday night footy. The Bombers 1-1. Adelaide yet to score. Essendon controlling the first 5 minutes from the boundary throw-in. Draper palms it down. Gresham first clean touch from the stoppage. Hand pass away towards Cox. Sends it inside 50. No clean take from Harry Jones. Spills to Heppel. Hand pass to Dawson. He's upended in the tackle. And a ball up centre half forward. 40 metres out from the Essendon goal. Kicking to the Riverbank stand end. The Bombers 7. Adelaide yet to score. 5.5 gone opening quarter.
Draper now into the ruck contest. Won the tap, but Saligo's barging through. Couldn't get past Gresham. Caught. Ball up. So we're still about 35 out, pushing on 40. Inside Essendon's attacking 50. O'Brien tapped it down behind. Merritt was there, fell into the footy, got a handball out straight to Laird. Turnover to Adelaide, hacks the exit, out towards right half back. Keys gathers on the bounce. Lost a shoe in the process, but kicks it up through centre wing to no one. Laverde sitting back and Mackay can shepherd him. Plenty of time to think about his ball use and squares it up to centre half back. Here's Nick Martin, the 50 gamer. Looking for options on the broadcast wing. Takes a bounce. Closing, though, was Keys. And in the end, forces his kick up through centre wing. Worrell can cut it off. Now Laird uses Smith. Back inside 50. Here goes Adelaide. Fogarty's free. Late fist from Laverde. He got back in time as Fogarty launched himself into the Adelaide sky. The ball thrust towards the LED fencing and will get a boundary throw in. 35 out left forward pocket for the Crows. It is their first entry so far tonight, trailing by 7 points at the 7-minute mark.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Dons by 7. Boundary throw in. 45 out from the Adelaide goal. Walker palms it down to Durham, and then Walker becomes the tackler. Ball spits out. Dawson hand pass away to Laird. It opens up in front of him. Shoots on the run, but misses near side. It's parted like the Red Sea. All opened up for him, but not to be for Rory Laird. First score for the Crows. That behind Essendon 1-1-7. The Bombers by 6 points. 7 minutes in on ABC Sport. Friday night footy.
A boy from Millicent. Mason Redmond takes the kick in as he chips it to McGrath. Awful wobbler kick towards the centre square, but it's worked. He's hooked it towards Hobbs, who takes it at the defensive edge.
Kicked with his sock on as well there, Andy McGrath.
Hobbs now through centre wing, presenting his stringer far from home. It's him lace out. Wheels his way around Worrell and sends it towards the 50. Draper's the target. He ends up shepherding Laird to free up Merritt at the back. Excellent awareness there from the big man. And the skipper has it for the Bombers. 35 out from goal, tight angle to the right.
Well, I must admit, it's a bit of an eerie sort of atmosphere at the moment. The Bombers are absolutely dominating. So in terms of possession, it's 31-14 Essendon's way. The inside 50's 5-1 Essendon's way, as well as Merritt lines up for a shot on goal.
Merritt had 39 touches the last time he played the Crows. This kick towards goal is poor. Floated across the face and not through for a minor score. Back to a 7-point lead for the Bombers. 1-2-8. Adelaide 1 behind. 8 minutes into the opening term on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Kick out's a good one. Wide to Nankervis, who's in the long sleeves tonight. Takes the mark against the boundary line, heads down the wing, and here's Rochelle. Still in the defensive half. Shifts Adelaide all the way down to high half forward. Walker the target across in front. Good spoil from Benny Mackay. Finds a safety the boundary line.
Mackay was superb then. Playing very aggressive, proactive in front of Walker, but read the flight of the ball and was able to intercept and force it out of bounds.
That Port Adelaide game, which we've referenced a couple of times a fortnight ago, Essendon actually had more scoring shots in the opening quarter, 6-4 against the Power. Obviously beaten heavily in the finish from the boundary throw-in. Rochelle hands it to Dawson. Ugly kick inside 50. Rankin can't trap it. Here's McGrath for the Bombers. Hand pass out wide, but Rochelle will be the first one there. Did he have his jumper tugged? Umpire said no. And Cox tumbles a kick down the wing.
Draper trying to reel it in with ball ace on his tail. Davey comes in to try and assist, but he's outmatched in body, weight, size, you name it. Ball spills out. Sliding in Nankervis. Had Davey on his tail and is wrapped up through centre wing. High pressure from Essendon early, and it's paid off on the scoreboard. They're up by 7.
And it has, Aaron, and even just looking at the way the game's unfolding, Adelaide look a little bit fumbly as well, just from the perceived pressure and actual pressure that Essendon are applying.
Tossed up in front of the Max Bashir stand. O'Brien found Draper, who sends Essendon long inside 50. Langford had to fist it down in the end with ball ace all over him. Waiting was Worrell, who chips it short, just the required 15 to Nankervis. And he finds Rory Laird. This time it was a little bit too shallow. Called to play on under a bit of pressure. Hands it to Nankervis, who's set upon. Got a handball out. Or did he? He's thrown it in the end, and holding the ball will be the free kick to Essendon. Left half forward. Had nowhere to go. And now Jake Stringer can send the Bombers inside 50. Races around the man on the mark. Sets it up to the top of the goal square. Draper shoved Keane. It's cleared them all and tumbled through.
Free kick.
Free kick. Draper did dispose of the Irishman from County Cork, and it is a free kick to the hero last week for the Crows, Mark Keane. Well, at the moment, they're still down at the moment, Adelaide. 7 points is the deficit. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
7-2 the inside 50 count. The early going Essendon's way. Oh, the Crows trying to shift it out of defence. Dangerous kick, turnover. Nick Martin breaks it up, spills to Parrish to make it hurt. Kick goalward, misses. Out to the right, another behind. So the Dons not getting full toll here for their early dominance. 11 minutes in, Essendon 1-3. Adelaide 1 behind. The Bombers by 8 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryans, Liz Walsh on the boundary. And our All-Australians Scott Thompson and Josh Franco.
Short kick in. Hinge made its way to Michael Annie, the son of a gun, in the left back pocket. Launches it towards a pack on centre wing. O'Brien nearly took the contested grab. 3 bites and dropped it late. Head over the footy. Jones trying to out-wrestle Goldstein. He slipped through like a bar of soap, but lost it late to Martin. Jams it inside 50 for Essendon. Draper entangled with Keane. Again, it goes to the back. Draper tried to soccer and missed. A fresh airy. Adelaide have the numbers. Worrell back to Michael Annie. Good vision as he hooks it up towards Rochelle. Nankervis, rather, who steps his way around the man on the mark. Awful kick that put Dawson under a lot of pressure. He smashed, became the tackle at the ball drop. Took down Durham. Saligo now looks to fend off Langford. Uses Hinge for the Crows. He's spun in the tackle from Davey Jr. Half forward for the Bombers and caught. Holding the ball. It's all Essendon in this opening term. 12 minutes in, they're up by 8.
Tell you what, I know it's only early days, but signs aren't looking good.
Redmond running shotgun, receives the hand pass, shoots goalward but misses. So the Bombers peppering here, but a lot of minor scores. So 1-4 to 1 behind. A dozen minutes in. The inside 50 count 10-2. But the Bombers lead by only 9 points.
And down on contested ball, Granville gets some tackles as well. At the moment, Essendon are dominating play. Just need to capitalise on the scoreboard.
And deja vu as we get a long exit up towards the broadcast wing from Adelaide. Slipped through McHenry's hands at the front of the pack, and Dawson forced to walk it over with Goldstein right behind him.
A stoppage now is a good result for the Crows. They've had 3 to 4 opportunities now just to get control of the game in their back half, but they've rushed their ball movement and really set up Essendon with their defensive pressure on the ball.
Shell-shocked Adelaide at the moment. Just looking to get it inside their attacking half. O'Brien wins it down. Diving into the footy is Cox, who rolled it out. There were a couple of tackles, and Berry has cut it off with Langford on top of him.
The other thing about the Bombers too is this is what they've struggled with, is stopping transition. Teams generally go deep 50 to inside 50 quick against them. They were good there last week, and they've been good there again early stages tonight, keeping it in their front half from the boundary throw in there. A little kick from Durham as he's been tackled, trickles out of bounds.
17th in the league for scores off turnover against, and last week they only allowed 44 to the Dogs. So much better. Can they back it up tonight? So far, so good.
10-2, the early inside 50 count. The game's been played in Essendon's front half. On the wing here, Laird knocks it away. Picked up by Berry, who's starting tonight. He's drilled in the tackle by Durham, and we'll have a ball up in front of the interchange gate. So Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Shout out to Michael and Reservoir off the SMS. Have a great call, boys. Good to have Scott Thompson in the chair, legend of the Crows. So little shout out for you, Scott, out of the gates from Michael. And Harry in Albany as that ball up ends up out of bounds. Gearing up for the Great Southern Football League Women's Grand Final between Albany and Mount Barker. We're on Albany tonight, I think. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's where Harry's from. So looking forward to listening along while watching the decider down here. Thanks, Harry. Nice to have you with us, and good luck to both teams tonight.
Toss back in. Cox in the ruck contest. Won it down. Durham became the tackler holding up Saligo. So the Women's Great Southern League Football League at its end with the grand final tonight, but the men's has just started. We went down to Encana Bay last weekend. It was great to watch it. So Gallant in the ruck for Adelaide has knocked it down. Head over the football. There's a free kick. Sam Berry caught high. Dersma, the offender. And Berry now chips it to Laird. Bit of space at left half forward. Can they get a clean entry? Little wide and a little long of Rankin, who did manage to break away. He pushed off Kelly, but the kick didn't favour him in the end as it rolls over the back and in for a boundary throw-in just next to the left-hand behind post.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. No late change coming in. Shoal and Sardis, the two subs. Boundary throw-in. Walker grabs it out of the ruck, breaks the tackle, falls to ground though. Hand pass ends up with Rochelle. Kicks to the goal square, and Keys dropping to his knees, takes the mark. And that was good luck as much as anything, with Keys in the right position. He takes it top of the goal square from the miscued snap from Rochelle.
Certainly an element of luck there, but this is exactly what the Crows need, just to settle them down a little bit and start to get a bit of control back in the game.
New 3-year deal for Ben Keys during the week through to the end of 2027. What a football redemption story this has been. Ben Keys skips in to his end and puts through Adelaide's first of the night. So much for all that Essendon dominance. 10-3 the inside 50 count, and yet 10-7 the score. The Bombers 1-4-10, Adelaide 1-1-7. The Dons by 3 points, 16 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco, Scott Thompson.
Well, how often do you see it, Scotty, when a side dominates play? They dominate inside 50, they dominate field position, they can't capitalise on the scoreboard. And as you said there, just that quick kick, that scrubber kick forward, and Lux of Fortune, it landed on the chest of Ben Keys to go back and kick Adelaide's first. And much needed goal just to settle the nerves. They looked a little bit jumpy in the contest. As mentioned a little bit earlier in this quarter, they were a little bit fumbly when the pressure from Essendon was coming, either actual or perceived, but a good settler for the Crows.
The 5 scoring shots to 2, but it's only a 3-point deficit as Adelaide strike back. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Bounce that favours O'Brien. Goldstein, though, rises above and taps it down. On the bounce, O'Brien does gather, and he's wrapped up quickly in a tackle, so we will get a ball up. We mentioned in the last fortnight that gather-round matchup that plagued the Bombers after they got annihilated by Port Adelaide. 3-3 they kicked in the opening term there. Port 4 straight, and they never wrestled back momentum. Inaccuracy hurting them. Out of the stoppage, the kick only found Laverde, who looks to the outer side. Hobbs rises above the stoppage, the pack rather, and gathers on the bounce. Kicks up towards half forward. Jones.
I like this bloke.
Got away from Hamill. Attacking edge of the square, sends it inside 50. Draper can't get a run at it, entangled with Wallace. And floating across, Keane can cut it off for Adelaide as he looks to exit now. Send it towards Cook at right half back.
A nice game last week. Braden Cook kicked a telling goal and down the stretch as he pokes the pass here down the line, looking for Fogarty, finds him. Takes a contested mark, still a long way from home, right half back. Sends Adelaide down that eastern wing. Laverde goes up strong with Berry. They both got a piece of it. Berry trying to keep it alive and does so successfully. He's tackled now by Dersma. Ball spits out. Merritt tumbles a kick along the boundary line. Stringer trying to knock it on. Adelaide with the numbers, and they win out as Worrell collects and immediately looks to switch. He goes all the way back to Ball-Ace at full back.
Ball-Ace in his 7th game. Sends it to left half back. Here's Chase Jones, who another player that we've seen good signs across the years as a first-round pick, but waiting for a consistent season. Had 20 touches last week, a season high. Sends it up towards centre wing on the broadcast side. O'Brien knocked to ground. Ball trickles towards Berry. Got it out towards McHenry. Head over the football. Looked straight up into a tackle and brought to ground by Jones rather. We'll get a ball up on the logo.
Just another example. Berry just fumbled the footy again. Got to be clean in those situations.
Goldstein wins it down. Merritt was waiting. Gives it off to Martin. Through the centre square. under a bit of pressure. His kick was a wobbler that bounced its way straight to Keane, who bangs it through the corridor. Little high bounce for Rankin. At the back was Walker, but he paddled it straight to Merritt. Here comes Essendon on the counter.
Hand pass to Caldwell, away to Dersma, who's back in Adelaide. Of course, the former Port Adelaide footballer kicks down to half forward. Dawson hands to it, no mark, spills to Powerhouse Hobbs. Hand pass to Davey Jr., feeds it forward to Gresham, snaps from 20 out and put through Essendon second. And the Bombers get a bit of reward for their early dominance.
As much as the Crows have settled in the last couple of minutes, we can still see Essendon's pressure on the ball in their forward half is outstanding at the moment, and they haven't allowed Adelaide to get any real momentum with their offensive ball movement, and they also look really sound in their back half behind the ball at the moment, the Bombers.
The other thing as well, Scott, even just looking at that contest when the ball was kicked forward by the Crows, they're just getting outnumbered around, I guess, that kick at centre-half forward for Adelaide, and then they're able to rebound off the back of that, get their handball game going, and that Gresham, he started the game well, 8 disposals.
8 already.
Yeah.
8 in a goal.
It's a big number.
Yeah.
2-4-16 Essendon, Adelaide 1-1-7. The Bombers by 9 points, which is an early game high. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans calling the action. Liz Walsh on the boundary. And our All-Australians Josh Franco and Scott Thompson.
O'Brien and Goldstein contest once again. It trickles out to Rankin, who arches the back away from Merritt. No easy task. Sends it up to right half forward. Looking for Walker a little wide. Almost bounced over the boundary line. He paddled it back in, but Laverde was waiting. Darting and weaving. McGrath finds some room. He speared the kick straight to Dawson, though, who was waiting at right half forward. So much ferocity in the kick. It's bounced straight off his chest and over the boundary line in front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand.
We just saw Matthew Nicks in the coach's box with his hands on top of his head looking frustrated. And one of the stats he would be really frustrated with is the tackle count. At the moment, it's 20-10 Essendon's favour in terms of their pressure and their ability to get at the opposition and close time and space.
Goldstein front position, wins it down to Merritt once again, finding plenty of the footy. Spun in the Berry tackle, got a handball to Dersma. Skies it towards the defensive edge of the square for Essendon. Hobbs was there, banged it back to Merritt. He just launches one towards centre wing, forcing to spoil. Stringer caught behind Keane. Only found Cook at the ball drop. Ball ace inside to Saligo. Good vision as he dinks it down the line to Berry. Had the outside run of Saligo. Flares it up towards Rochelle. Landed at his toes and put him under pressure from McGrath, and he's given it away. Caldwell to Parrish, under a bit of pressure from Cook. Maybe threw it out. Crowd thought so. Play continues. Gathered by Fogarty, 55 out. Releases Rochelle towards the goal square. Hind may have let it through. He's just got a fingertip to it as it rolls through on the goal line. Bit of miscommunication there between the two Essendon defenders in Kelly and Hind, but they won't pay for it. Margin pushes back out. Essendon 2-4-16, Adelaide 1-2-8. Time on in the opening term.
21 in this opening quarter as the Bombers work it out of their defensive arc. Comes up to Gresham, who's got it again. Marks the Kelly kick on the wing. Just disposal number 9 for Jade Gresham. Hasn't been a big possession winner early in the young season for his new club. Goes short to Laverde. Kicks up into the front half for the Bombers. Ball spoils over the back. Turns out okay for Adelaide. Berry's onto it. Steps around 2 would-be tacklers in Gresham and Hobbs. Sends Adelaide to half forward. Rankin the target. Martin spoils. Stays alive. He was nutmegged on the hand pass, but the ball was already out of play. And we'll have a boundary throw in. Just straight through the legs of Nick Martin.
I think that's the Isaac Rankin doing the Isaac Rankin thing that Matty Nicks was talking about before the game.
2-4 to 1-2. It's Essendon by 8 points, 22 minutes into the opening term. And as Josh said, more disposals, more tackles. Coaches don't like that. That's Essendon with on top around the ground early.
O'Brien wins the tap down. Waiting for it, though, was Caldwell. Ducks the head into the tackle and got a handball out to Martin. Now Goldstein. Bit of time at left half back. Running on the outside. Links up with Dersma. Down the line. Worrell got a bit of a sit. Couldn't reel it in over the top of Langford, but did enough to knock it over the boundary line in front of the Foss Williams stand.
As much as the stoppage numbers are quite even at the moment, the Bombers look a lot sharper and a lot cleaner and able to win it inside and generate some outside ball at the same time.
2 subs, Scholl and Sardis. There's no late change, so Brodie Smith is playing despite having that back complaint. Missed the main session yesterday. In fact, the key part of training, not the main session, as O'Brien palms it down. Here's Cook, had a hand pass knocked down, follows up a second time, wins it, hand pass to Saligo. Handball out wide to Berries, clipped high in the tackle, he's going to get the free. Thought about taking the advantage and Parrish closed him down. Berry put his hand up and said, I'll go back and have the kick. Big week for the sub last week, so Berry came on, kicked the winning goal. James Peatling in the earlier game took the game-saving mark for the Giants. having an impact in some key moments as Berry kicks for Walker, slips through his hands and rolls out of play. Boundary throw in right on the junction of the boundary line on the 50. And the Crows to the cathedral end in this opening term, and Adelaide Oval sparkling again tonight. Bumper crowd, cathedral lit up in the background and the old scoreboard. And that hill is the place to be. Very well populated yet again. Essendon by 8 points. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
O'Brien charges away from Goldstein, takes the ball out of the ruck and shanks it. The old ruckman can't kick. It's out on the full in front of the scoreboard.
That's a risky kick.
Blazed away there. And Essendon, you're right, under a bit of pressure. The exit, not a good one. Mackay certainly put Kelly under a bit of pressure, but did well to make it look all right as he rose above Rankin, took the mark, and they've settled down now at right half back as Hine pops it over the top. Here's another touch coming for Andy McGrath.
The other player that Adelaide need to really keep under wraps and a close eye on is Merritt, already up to 10 disposals.
McGrath through centre wing on the broadcast side. Jones charging up, just edged out of it. Left Dawson to take the intercept mark as he rises above. Left half back, the skipper. Hasn't been his best of seasons. Season low 12 touches last week, finding a new role. The injection of youth in the middle. Gave it off to Saligo. Here's the spark Adelaide need. Played on and didn't realise Merritt was closing. The late pressure forces a poor kick, and Hine was waiting for the turnover.
He takes the mark, then goes short to Ben Hobbs. The AC joint injury in the pre-season. He's got that right shoulder heavily strapped. A top pick from a year ago goes long to centre half forward. Cox reaching all over the top of Dawson, gives away the free kick. Essendon by 8 points, 25 minutes into the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport as Dawson, the long left footer, down the wing. Involved in a tangle there, Fogarty and Mackay. In the end, Fogarty pushed into the fence with the footy. A boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Crows.
Needs a big performance, Darcy Fogarty. Goalless last week and been goalless in 3 of their 5 games this season. The absence of Riley Thilthorpe hasn't really grabbed a hold of that attacking 50 dominance for Adelaide. Goldstein stuck a boot out at the ball drop of the ruck contest. Found its way to Caldwell. Caught in the tackle, let it go. Cox now. Caught in a meat sandwich. We'll get a ball up just behind left half forward. Broadcast side for Adelaide. Currently trailing by 8. We haven't had a score in the last 6 minutes. Goldstein wins it down again. O'Brien gathers on the bounce. Straight to Nankervis. Trying to wheel his way away from Hobbs, but couldn't. Set upon. Wrapped up. Anaconda style. And Hobbs gets the free kick. Lee Howson gave him every chance to try and get it out, but that tackle stuck. And the 20-year-old for Essendon has the footy just behind centre wing in the bright green boots. Loads up with a high ball towards right half forward. Jones caught behind. Came late to affect the ball drop. Michael Annie fumbled. Tumbling footy from Cox looking for Goldstein. Speaking of fumbling, he's put some glue in his hands. Had a couple of chances, gave it away, and now Rochelle looks to go up towards Fogarty. Strong against Laverde. They're racing forward. Neat kick up to Walker. Empty 50, so he'll load up from the centre square. Taylor Walker! The bounce just hits the post. The umpire comes in and lets it go through. Heppel wasn't happy. Goal umpire convinced it was through. Has it gone past the line and come back into the padding?
I think it might have hit the goal umpire, didn't it? Yeah.
Either way, it will be a major to Adelaide.
Was that the post from last year?
It was not. It was the left-hand side. But that was an absolute rocket from Taylor Walker. And Adelaide are now down by 2 as we close in on quarter time. 2-4-16 to 2-2-14. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Probably just the perfect example. And I don't know who the Essendon player was, but I think you called it, Aaron. The fumble.
Goldstein.
You just can't fumble the ball at this level. And it's a terrific mark one-on-one for Fogarty, and then Taylor Walker take a bow. That's his bread and butter, isn't it? Open goal square, 55 to 60 metres out. Just bounce it through. Outstanding play.
2-goal swing in the game. The Bombers thought they might add one at one end. The fumble, and it's cost them a major at the other. 2-point game. The Bombers leading it by a slim margin despite all their dominance around the ground. We'll have a secondary ball up as Rochelle's tackled by Durham in the midfield. So there's some midfield minutes for Josh Rochelle, and a centre bounce attended. There's a lot of Crows fans have been calling for. He gets a clearance here. Hand pass to Hamill. Sends a kick down the outer edge of the centre square, but a turnover. And Nick Martin takes the intercept mark. Essendon by 2. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryant's calling the footy. Liz Walsh on the boundaries. Scott Thompson and Josh Franco All-Australian pair in the experts chair as that kick headed out wide for Merritt's knocked away from him and out of play. So boundary throw-in.
Just looking at some of the mid-stoppages as well, a lot of numbers around. Both sides are bringing a forward up to the contest, congesting the midfield stoppages.
11 touches already for the Bombers skipper and Zach Merritt. O'Brien wins this down in front of Draper, bouncing off a couple of bodies. Smith trying to paddle it to Nankervis. Speaking of, Merritt cut it off, was tackled before the ball hit him and receives the free kick just forward of centre wing. He'll kick out closer to the boundary line. Here's Dersma. Chips it up to Hind. It's the sub their last 3 games and finally getting a full run at it. Too far out to score, but close enough for a clean entry. Who darted into the left forward pocket. Goldstein presented, knocked down, did his own gathering. The big ruckman handed it to Langford, who just smashed it towards the goal square, but only Crows were waiting. They'll look to switch. McHenry, the ball lingered in the air a bit, couldn't take it. Spilled down, underground handball from Jones, cut off by his opposing number 1 in McGrath, looked for Hobbs, missed him. Hinge now may have been caught high as he's trying to get it to McHenry, pushed through one, couldn't get past the second. Hobbs catches him, ball up. Oh, they got away with one there, Adelaide. Inside, Essendon's attacking 50, 45 out, tight angle. Still enough time for a score here.
Bombers more disposals, more tackles, more inside 50s, lead by only 2 points from the restart. Draper knocks it down, but straight to Rochelle, kicks it out on the full.
I can't keep up with the holding the ball roll. I've got no idea what's holding the ball anymore.
I don't think we're doing that anymore.
Right.
Yeah, it's just slowly disappeared. Scott Thompson on ABC Sport as Laverty kicks to the hot spot. Knocked away by ball ace for the Crows. Harry Jones, a fumble, put himself under pressure. Now extracts it to Durham. Throw a blanket over around 20 players here. Comes down towards Langford. His hand pass picked off. Centre half back for the Crows. Saligo got it out to his housemate Rochelle. Off the back flank. Kicks down the wing for Adelaide. Is there time for a Crows score? Picked off by Mackay. Traps it in the front half. Hand pass to Heppel. Heppel gives it back to Mackay. His kick smothered off his right pegs. Floats away towards Merritt. Hand pass to Dersma. Short kick to Hind. He doesn't complete the mark, but it doesn't matter. Too far from goal, and that is quarter time. And so a lot went Essendon's way, and yet after 30 minutes in that opening term, it is the Bombers by just 2 points. 2-4-16. They lead the Crows 2-14. A 2-point lead for the Bombers. The goal kickers, all with 1 each. So Harry Jones kicked the first of the night. Jade Gresham has the other Essendon goal, while for Adelaide, Ben Keys has one and Taylor Walker has the other. Off the SMS, which is 0437 774 774. Was at the horror show in person with my Port supporting family and gather round. Much prefer listening to you guys as a Bombers supporter with Stout and the radio on in my garage, regardless of the result. Great coverage, guys. Ken in Happy Valley in South Australia. Nice to hear from you, Ken. Let us know what you're up to tonight. 0437 774 774. Good to have you with us for Friday night footy. No late change coming in. Lockie Scholl is the sub for Adelaide and Elijah Sardis for Essendon. Neither of them called upon so far. We'll get the thoughts of Scott Thompson and Josh Franco in just a moment to see what they thought of that opening term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Hands it to Caldwell. Great kick to Harry Jones. And he marks top of the goal square. Tremendous vision. Could not have started better for Essendon. And Harry Jones starts his night with a goal. Slams through the first. We're only 90 seconds in. Walker grabs it out of the ruck, breaks the tackle, falls to ground though, hand pass ends up with Rochelle, kicks to the goal square, and Keys dropping to his knees, takes the mark. What a football redemption story this has been. Ben Keys skips in to his end and pokes through Adelaide's first of the night. Spills to Powerhouse Hobbs, hand pass to Davey Jr, feeds it forward to Gresham, snaps from 20 out and puts through Essendon's second. And the Bombers get a bit of reward for their early dominance.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
2-4 to 2-2. It's Essendon by a couple of points at quarter time. Ahead of Josh Franco and Scott Thompson. Liz Walsh is with us on the boundary. Liz.
Yeah, thankfully the benches were really quiet that term in terms of injuries, but I was keeping a close eye on Nick Cox. He spent some time on the bench in that first term and was having a really decent chat with the Essendon doctor, and during that he was pointing at the base of his neck. He went back out there, of course, and looked fine, but I'll keep a close eye on him in the second quarter.
Thanks, Liz. Appreciate that, and good news for Nick Cox. All right, Josh, Scott, what did you make of it? The Bombers by 2 points at quarter time.
Yeah, it was an interesting quarter of footy. It was almost non-eventful, but what I will say is that the pressure from Essendon was outstanding from the get-go. So their tackle count to quarter time, so they're +9, contested possession +2, and the ground balls they're +5. All indicators of intent and mentality around getting the opposition and getting the ball back off the opposition. I thought Essendon were outstanding, even to the point where they started to create, obviously, actual pressure, but also perceived pressure. And I thought the Crows looked a little bit fumbly at times and invited the pressure from Essendon due to those fumbles. But unfortunately, from Essendon's perspective, they had all the inside 50. So currently they're +10 inside 50s for that first quarter, but just couldn't capitalise and really hurt Adelaide on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the first 10 minutes especially, the game was played in Essendon's forward half, and the Crows just couldn't shift the ball with any efficiency out of their back 50. So Essendon's forward pressure, as you already touched on, was outstanding in the first half of that quarter. They were very sound behind the ball, so the Crows in offence couldn't penetrate through Essendon's defence. But the Crows, as you said, whether it is actual or perceived pressure, were quite fumbly in patches throughout that first quarter, and they're lucky to be only 2 points down at quarter time.
The game followed a weird rhythm, didn't it?
Yeah.
If you look at the key players that ordinarily you want the ball in their hands. So Rankin only 1 touch, Michael Annie only 2 touches, usually sort of waxes with it off the back flank. And then for Essendon, you got low numbers for Redmond, who's usually one of their key users. He's only had it once. And Darcy Parish has only had it 2 times. So it felt like the game never really found a particular rhythm in that opening term.
No, and even to your point, Scotty, both sides were never really able to get their ball movement going. And obviously we spoke about it pre-game. Adelaide last week against Carlton were able to start to get something which resembled the ball movement that we saw last year. Essendon a little bit the same, but it's been a bit of a stop-start, scrappy game. But interestingly enough, a couple of weeks ago we sat up here in the commentary box, we talked about Essendon, their pressure on Port Adelaide was outstanding, so a big test for them to start this second quarter to see if they can maintain the rage.
They fell away after quarter time, obviously, 2 weeks ago, and part of that was the adjustments, I think, that Port Adelaide made. They sort of went man-to-man and able to take Essendon's game away from them. We'll see what we get from them here early in the second term. But Jake Soligo, so he's had 10 in that opening term, and Aaron spoke about him in the pre-game. I must admit, when they re-signed him for as long as he did, I thought he was almost like a stable pony for Josh Rochelle. He obviously he lives with Josh Rochelle, they're good mates. He was taken 36 in the draft, and I thought, why do you need to sign a guy like that on a 6-year deal through to 2029? Well, I think he's showing a lot of people why. 10 disposals in that first quarter. He's had a good couple of weeks.
His manager probably won't like me saying this, but they probably got him cheap, I'd imagine, too, based on what he's going to produce over the next 5 or 6 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned Rochelle as well. He played a few midfield minutes in that quarter, but was that forward that Josh, you touched on, was coming high up the ground to stoppage. So he had a bit of an impact in the first quarter, and he's an important player if the Crows to have a shot on winning this game tonight.
And Scotty, you talk about important players, and this guy, I think, is an absolute superstar of the competition, is Zach Merritt. I reckon sides continually let him run right and let him do what he does best, and probably the element that he's added to his game, which has been well documented, is the defensive side of his game. We saw a couple of really important pressure acts which caused turnovers, but he's an accumulator. He sets up a lot of play for the Dons, and he's a superstar. So Adelaide, already 13 disposals, as I said, they need to put the clamps onto him.
I couldn't agree more. He's really embraced that captaincy, not only as a ball generator and attacking forward half player, but that defensive side of his game's improved out of sight.
Playing the best footy of his career, Zach Merritt, at the apex of his game, 13 in that opening term. The Bombers, 13 more disposals, 9 more tackles. They lead the game by 2 points as we enter the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. O'Brien down to Rankin. There's a free here for a hold. Everybody stops, looks at the umpire, and then turns out it's actually going Goldstein's way. Sort of indicated that, I think, a high fend-off in the ruck contest. Handed it away to Nick Martin. Sends the Bombers inside 50. Kicking to the Cathedral end in this second term. Worrell had it. Tackled. Lost it. Draper stands up with the footy. Hands it out to Cox. Straightens up. Corridor kick. Finds Parish. In the famous number 3, he marks 15 out dead in front.
I reckon there's a couple of things to that bit of play. The handball received from Martin coming off half-back. We spoke about it pre-game. The Adelaide forward, I'm not sure who it was, I missed it, but far too much latitude. But the unselfishness of that kick back to the corridor to find Parrish, outstanding play from the Bombers.
Great vision. Very much the same as the start of the first quarter there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just the 2 touches in the opening quarter. He's involved early here in the second. Kicks the first goal of the term inside the opening minute. There's a tone setter for Essendon. The Bombers 3-4-22, Adelaide 2-2-14. The Dons by 8 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Scott Thompson and Josh Franco.
And you're right, Josh. You touched on the importance of Martin pre-game and how beautiful a user of the ball that he is. The Crows would have spoken about him in the lead up to tonight's game, but to give him that much leg rope coming off half-back, I know it was a centre bounce free kick, but you just can't afford to give someone that uses the ball that well that much leg rope to just burst through the centre of the ground, and then the beautiful vision to centre up that ball.
And I must admit, I didn't see what the free kick... I think they paid holding. I'd like to see it again, but I reckon you have an issue when 6 players look at the umpire and go, whose ball is it?
Thoughts of the All-Australian pairing, Scott Thompson, Josh Franco with you. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, and Essendon once again hot out of the gates, up by 8. Tapped down by Goldstein. Parrish first to the footy, gathered. Dawson right behind him, wraps him up. He goes a little limp, falls into the tackle, and will get a ball up. Closer towards the Essendon attacking 50. Northern ends, Cathedral end, left-hand side of your radio dial. Goldstein wins it down. Rochelle waiting, though. Went back to Smith. Had a late fitness test for a back injury. Gathered the footy. Davey Jr. caught him holding the ball. Doesn't waste any time. The Essendon youngster is looking for Langford. Worrell had an arm over the shoulder at the ball drop, and it's a free kick. Kyle Langford to receive it. Tight angle. 30 out. Right-hand side.
Maybe a little bit lucky, the free kick, but again, we see the pressure on the ball in the forward half and that holding the ball decision on Brodie Smith, but that's more of what we saw early in the first quarter, just that forward pressure from Essendon.
The reigning leading goal kicker. 11-5 for the year, Kyle Langford. Fresh off 3 last week against the Dogs. Short approach and not a great kick. Started right, never came back. Minor score. Essendon up by 9. It's an equal game high margin. 3-5-23 plays 2-2-14 opening 3 minutes of the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Hinge out the ball ace on the kick out. He marks and then goes for a run against the boundary line. Western side goes long down the wing. Hands on it from McHenry. No mark. Knocked away from him. McGrath. Hand pass to Goldstein. Hands it away to Heppel. Running in the wrong direction. Hooks a kick back to Parrish. Fumbles. Hand pass to the corridor. Dangerous. Rochelle there first. Collects. Takes on McGrath. Hand pass to Saligo. McGrath tackles him. Taken the ground. And a ball up in the centre square. A friend from Melbourne, shout out to you. G'day to the SA ABC team in Corbin. Watching tonight, listening to you. See how the Dons go tonight as we play them on Anzac Day. They are pretty good so far. Go the Crows from Fran.
O'Brien down to Barry, who fends off McGrath. Arches the back through the centre circle. Gave it to Saligo, then Keys. Free at left half forward. Races towards the arc. Kick a little wide and a little long. It's bounced on the paint, I reckon. And they're lucky to get a boundary throw in there in the left forward pocket, Adelaide. The entry was awful from Ben Keys.
Not a great entry, but the fact that Berry with a fend off just to get the ball to the outside, and I think it was Keys then ran off Martin, so actually making Martin defend to take away his offensive run.
Toss back in, Walker front position. Goldstein won it down from behind to Martin. Turns straight to the Texan who brings him down. Bit of afters as well. We'll get a ball up. 25 out, slightly left of centre. Adelaide's attacking 50, down by 9.
Just on Fran's point, Anzac Day is next Thursday, so there's an Anzac Eve day, so footy 9 of the next 11 days. We're in day 2 of that sequence at the moment. Forward 50 stoppage for the Crows as Berry had it, lost it. Pack forms behind him as Keys is tackled. Ball up again inside the Crows forward 50. 0437 774 774 the SMS number. The Bombers by 9 points early in the second. Goldstein palms it down. Durham high up and under to the wing. Hands on it from O'Brien. Spills it. Liz mentioned the Jew earlier. We've seen a couple of balls go down in that situation. Spills to Keane. Hurried kick forward. Finds Berry. Hand pass away here to Hinge. He can kick deep inside the forward 50. Big set. Leap from Fogarty. Couldn't complete the mark. Falls Essendon's way. Martin to McGrath. Hand pass to Laverty. He gives it off to Redmond. Can kick out of the defensive 50.
Poor old Fogarty, the booster seat crumbled underneath him and he couldn't get the height. Here come the Bombers on the outer wing. Hind through centre wing. He's looking for Draper outnumbered. Did enough to bring it to ground. That works for Langford. Beautiful blind turn away from Worrell. It's tumbling snap towards the 50. Saligo got a hand out to reel it in away from Jones. Handball back to Michaelani. He's running out of territory with Stringer closing. Had to hook a kick out wide. Only found Parrish. Gives it off to Langford. Now Durham thrusts it to 30 out. Jones was waiting and he fumbles. Oh, it's messy football right now under the bright lights. Michaelani for Adelaide. Uses Keane. Smith nearly missed the handball. Had to try again. Stringer got him. And late the disposal comes out to Keane. Here's another one. Jones left it behind and is bowled over by Stringer on the boundary line. Jones comes in late. We'll get a ball up, 45 out, right forward pocket for Adelaide. My goodness, cue the Benny Hill music.
Well, I was going to say, Jake Stringer, take a bow. He's looking for oxygen at the moment, but his 4 efforts there outstanding.
O'Brien palms it down. Keane collects just inside the boundary line and kicks it out on the full. She looked like it was going to roll out. Keane kept it alive and then off the side of the boot puts it out of play. And as a result, Jake Stringer will get the free kick. And no, he won't. Against the fence. He wanted it, and he's not the man you want in that scenario to take a free kick. Darcy Parish will get it. That's from an Adelaide perspective. If you want anyone kicking from out wide, it's usually Stringer in these moments. Parish, who kicked the first of the quarter, just kicks right to the goal square, and an easy one for O'Brien to put his fist through and whacks it into the advertising hoardings. A rush behind. It's Essendon who lead it by 10 points, I think, now on the back of that. 3-6 to 2-2. The Bombers by 10. 6.5 minutes into the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just a bit of a nothing kick from Parrish then.
Speaking of nothing kicks, Nankervis tried to chip over the top for McHenry. It was too long. And at the back, Hind ran into the footy and caught one, given away a high free kick, rather, as he's
accidentally hit his foot, did it? It was on the full?
Yeah, I reckon it was on the full, which was what I was going for, but they've actually paid high contact because he thought about bumping McHenry. If he committed to it, we would have seen a concussion. Thankfully, just a slight shoulder tap and a free kick to Adelaide. The kick, though, from McHenry was awful. Straight to Durham, who gave it off to Merritt. Hospital kick for Hind, who sits underneath it. Hinge flew over the top with the fist. Found McHenry for Adelaide. Nankervis gave it off. Beautiful sidestep there from Saligo, who heads up the broadcast wing, flirting with the boundary line. Fogarty charging out, just knocked away from him, and it will be a boundary throw-in. Kelly thought it was out on the full, but they will bring it back.
Liz Walsh is on the boundary. Liz, is there much due down there, or am I giving them too much credit?
No, there is a bit of due, but I'm not sure that there's enough down here to be cueing the Benny Hill music, like Aaron said.
And Josh, is it more good pressure or more bad skill errors?
I think both.
Right. If you had to lean into one?
Bad skill errors.
Goldstein palms it down and Curvis tackled, and we'll have a ball up again.
It was just over a week ago where where Matty Nix mentioned their fundamentals. That's where they need to get better right now.
Yeah. Knocked out from the stoppage. Berry runs onto the loose footy, kicks to Walker in the goal square, and Redmond lends a hand, punches it through for a rush behind. Essendon by 9 points now, 8 minutes into the second term. Scott Thompson and Josh Franco, our experts on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Aaron Bryans calling the footy, and Liz Walsh on the boundary. 8 minutes into the second term, Bombers by 9.
Long ball from Dersma through the broadcast swing. Dangerous tackle at the ball drop that isn't paid. Dawson was dumped by Draper. Heavy landing, taking him a while to get to his feet. Essendon continue to move the footy. Down the line, Gresham takes it behind left half forward. Races inside. And then dummies his way around Keane, but slipped over. May have been tripped and was paid. Pops back up. Little 1-2 with Dersma. Gresham goes again. Long ball inside 50. Deep entry for Langford. Wrapped up with Michaelani, rather. At the back, Hamill can gather. Gives it off to young Michaelani. And he can exit to the outer side. Keys floating across, but charging through was Redmond. Out of nowhere. Bursting into the footy. And a free kick anyway to Ben Keys. There was no one near him.
He paid downfield, I think.
That would be why.
Yeah.
So Adelaide get out of dodge there as Keys a little 1-2 and breaks through the outer side.
Kicks it high up and under down the wing. Walker throwing his body around. Got rid of Mackay. Adelaide win it at ground level. Led. Hand pass to Chase Jones. Handball away to Rochelle. Lifts a hand pass back to Chase Jones and keeps on moving. Ben Mackay comes and gets him. Lays a tackle. Got a hand pass away. Under pressure to Walker. Clever kick finds Rochelle. He marks 60 metres out. Looks inside 50. Rankin heading up. McGrath spoils. Goldstein had it. Lost it. McHenry gets involved. He's tackled. Dispossessed. Laverty. Hand pass out to Merritt. He's coat hanging in the tackle. It's against Saligo and a free kick for Merritt.
I'm not sure what the Crows fans are going berserk about. That was as high as it gets.
Zach Merritt goes back and across, and Nick Martin will get it in the back pocket. Essendon by 9, 10 minutes into the second term, ABC Sport.
They're racking up the touches, those two. Martin to Hobbs, low and hard, gathered on the bounce. Sat up a little long, he's kicked to Jones. Worrell can cut it off. Under a bit of pressure, though, he's given it straight back to Dersma. Hobbs off a step. Long ball to centre wing, driving forward. Draper nearly took the slips catch. It pops out, rolls towards the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play in front of the benches. We built this up as two sides who believe they can play finals, or finals hopefuls, but maybe not contenders. We are not seeing it from either at the moment. It's been messy.
Essendon still look the better side for me. They're just not able to impact on the scoreboard at the moment.
Toss back in. O'Brien won it down. Straight to McHenry. Turned into the tackle of Durham. He's held up just wide of the logo. Ball comes out late. Favours Essendon as McGrath uses Caldwell. Up to half forward. Langford forced to spoil against Keane. Foot race is on. Davey Jr. and Hamill. And Davey Jr. gets there first. Quickly wrapped up. And can't break away. We'll get a ball up. 55 out right half forward. It's currently the Bombers by 9, 11 minutes into the second term.
So in terms of the tackle count, the trend's continuing this quarter. So at the moment, in this second quarter, they're plus 7 tackles Essendon. So again, you talk about pressure that they're putting on Adelaide, and their ability to close time and space has been outstanding. And you sort of mentioned, is it skill execution or is it pressure? That's a good example of the pressure causing the turnover and the fumble.
And just for the night, they've had 15 more disposals and the tackle count lopsided, plus 15 in that category as well. So that'll please Brad Scott. It's the Crows here from the stoppage as Chase Jones sends a kick down the wing. Eastern side, no clean collect. Falls Essendon's way as after the Rankin fumble. Hand pass from Durham. Finds Kelly. Kicks to centre half forward. Harry Jones hands on it, no mark. Spills to Brodie Smith. Hand pass away to Nankervis. He goes back by hand. He missed Hamill. Draper coming up to meet it. Hamill collects a second time. Hobbs crunches him. Umpire's heads holding the ball.
Oh, wow.
That again is a great example of Essendon's forward half pressure. I think it was Ned McHenry was out on the wing in about 20 metres of space, but the fact that Brodie Smith couldn't get the time just to straighten up and hit that ball, the forward pressure comes and now Hobbs is having a shot on goal.
Well, the other thing it does as well, as we said, about perceived pressure and the ability to be clean with the ball, which has been taken away from Adelaide, but also their indecision in kicks and kicks missing.
He's not a penetrating kick in his 40th game. He makes a liar out of me as he drives it through from 50 out. Powerhouse Ben Hobbs. Essendon's lead swells to 15 points. 13 gone in the second term, 4-6-30. Adelaide 2-3-15. The Bombers by 15 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco, Scott Thompson.
And going back to that conversation around tackle and pressure and perceived pressure, every time Adelaide get the ball, they do look indecisive. They're making poor decisions. They're trying to take the tackler on when potentially they should look to offload either by hand or foot. And they're paying the price for it. But what I will say, in terms of what we saw a couple of weeks ago and the transformation in the game when Port took on Essendon here at Adelaide Oval, Essendon's ability to maintain the pressure and maintain the rage, which we spoke about at the break, has been outstanding. And again, you talk about mentality. You look at those three stats. Gramble gets contested ball, but tackle count. More possessions, more tackles. How does that work? And I reckon that's what Matthew Nixon is scratching his head about in the Adelaide coaches box right at this present time.
2-2 to just one behind in this second term. Essendon have all the answers as Draper smashes it forward with the big fist out of the middle. Coming together is Hind at half forward. Hinge right behind him. Lays the tackle and drives him into the centre square. Fans wanted holding the ball, but I'm sure there was much time behind to make any sort of decision as he gathered. Toss back up. Draper went to ground up against Gallant. Picked up by Durham. He brushes off the Crows skipper, but his handball's a poor one. Gave it away. Smith spun a full 360 by Cox and has scored it all the way to right half back where we'll get a ball up. So Essendon close to their attacking 50 at the northern end, up by a game high 15 points, 14-minute mark at the second.
Ben Hobbs' first goal for the year, by the way, just the 15th of his career in his 40 games for the 20-year-old. The umpire fell over, which is always vaguely humorous. He's back up on his feet and we've got another stoppage. 55 metres out from the Essendon attacking goal at the Cathedral end. Interesting stage of the night. Draper wins it down to Durham, who's tackled. So the Bombers been all over them pressure-wise, and the tackle count dominated that category tonight. They're 15 up on the scoreboard, and all of a sudden the next goal important. Adelaide have only kicked 2 for the night from the stoppage. Socked forward by the Crows. McHenry can't take it clean. Spills out Essendon's way. Parrish, hand pass to Laverty. Hooks a kick down to high half forward. Hands on it from Draper. No mark. Spills out the back. He's Hinge. Tackled by Hobbs on the 50. Taken to ground. Umpire circles and we'll have another stoppage. Still at half forward for Essendon.
Tell you what, Essendon are giving Adelaide no time to breathe, are they? They are on them like a flash when they get the footy in their hands.
Draper taps it into the 50 for Essendon, bouncing past Smith. Stringer, that don't argue. Tight angle, squares it up with a check side. Dersma, 1, 2, 3. It fell in his lap and it popped out off the turf. Keys can gather. Adelaide get out of dodge. Ball ace to Worrell. Jams a long ball up towards centre wing. Essendon have the numbers back, but it slipped through the hands of Redman. It won't matter because there's a free kick for a hold against Merritt. Will Hamill to receive it. Looks into the centre square. Kick a little short for Rankin. He's given it away to Cox. Essendon now up the spine. Hands it off. Parrish up to the attacking edge. Sliding in at the shallow ball drop was Davey Jr. Clean gather. Back to Cox. Wheeling his way. Dancing through McHenry. Back to Davey Jr. Thrusts it inside 50. Hamill front position. Fell over. A bit unbalanced as he was earlier when he was caught holding the ball. Landed on top of the footy. And we'll get a ball up. 45 out. Essendon's attacking 50. The Crows have had their chances and just cannot get it through centre wing.
But again, the decision, that long 45 back into the corridor, was always going to be turned over.
Bombers by 15. Draper, the volleyball spike forward in the right contest. Stringer got separation. Broke away from Keane and slams it through. Essendon's lead swells. It's out to a new game high. The Bombers by 21. 16 and a half gone in the second term. Stringer gets involved. 5-6-36 Essendon. Adelaide stuck on 2-3-15. Scott Thompson, Josh Franco. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, that switch play, a long 45 across the middle of the ground over that distance is never on in that part of the ground. The slingshot footy, where it was an ugly patch from both sides there for a couple of minutes, but Essendon's ability just to win the ball in the contest. Now, there's been a lot of contests where there's been huge amount of numbers. Crows are really emptying out their forward line, but Essendon's ability to still be cleaner and put the ball on the body, which allows them that little bit more time and space when they go inside their forward half.
We praised Adelaide last week for its dare and its ability to change angles, and it's all unravelling tonight as they attempt to do the same. Essendon have them well scouted. They're up by 21 points. Draper and O'Brien in the middle. For the centre bounce, O'Brien wins it down straight to Dawson, looking to sidestep Caldwell, left the footy behind. Parrish gathers, Dawson turned, tackled him, ball dropped. Free kick Adelaide and 50 as Draper looked to continue moving it. May have been a little bit of dissent after as well, and in the end, Dawson will be marched all the way inside 50. It's a very generous penalty, and the man on the mark will be 35 out, straight in front. This is almost a gimme for Jordan Dawson.
Well, Aaron, you talk about important kicks. That this is a really important kick for the Crows. I know that's an understatement, but they're under siege at the moment. They're 21 points down. Needs to convert.
The Crows skipper. They need him to lift. It's low, it's hard, but it's home. There's a heartbeat for the Adelaide Crows. They finally bucked the trend and answer back in the second quarter. Their first major of the term. And it's back down to a 15-point game.
Yep.
3-3-21 plays 5-6-36 as we approach time on in the second term. Holding the ball was certainly there. Now, I'm not sure, or I, as a personal opinion, don't believe that that's 50 metres. I know you're meant to give the ball back, but Draper's half getting tackled. He drops the ball. I don't know. It's with you. Too easy a goal to the Crows, in which it just settles them just that little bit, doesn't it?
Massive price to pay, isn't it?
Friday night footy right here on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryans, Liz Walsh on the boundary, and our All-Australian pair, Scott Thompson, Josh Franco back in the middle. Adelaide with that goal through Dawson, hit out to O'Brien, but it's Essendon going forward. Parrish kicks to half forward for Essendon on the centre clearance, hitting up to meet it. Langford left it behind, scraps with Worrell on the deck, coming in hinge, umpire circles, Langford's in trouble, holding the ball. All of a sudden, this holding the ball thing's back, Scott Thompson.
Yeah, I told you I can't keep up with it, mate.
Yeah, just as we thought we'd worked out that we weren't doing it anymore, all of a sudden there's plenty of them. Worrell in the back pocket. Kicks Adelaide out of the defensive 50. Bombers by 15. Then Curvis had a hand on it. No mark. Spills to Walker. Takes on the tackle of Mackay. Gets a hand pass back. And then Curvis kicks down the line. Finds Rankin in front of Goldstein, in front of the benches. And he turns and kicks inside 50. Not a great kick. Waiting at the back. Heppel cleans it up for Essendon. Oh, hand pass to Laverty. Not a good kick. Chase Jones intercepts. Show him your tail lights as he bangs it up into the second deck. 2 in a row for the Crows, and they're right back in this game. Essendon 5, 6:36. Adelaide 4, 3:27. And a D50 turnover. That'll have Brad Scott ripping his hair out. Essendon by 9 points. Time on in the second term. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
As we know, Brodie Smith came into the game tonight with a bit of an injury cloud hanging over him. Currently, I can tell you that he is in the hands of the Crows team physio, getting some work done on his lower back. I'm keeping a really close eye on what's happening.
Well, I'll tell you what too, Scotty, for all the negative talk that we've sort of been talking about Adelaide in the first quarter and 20 minutes of this contest, all of a sudden they've been able to snag 2 goals. And I think you mentioned that Brad's got to be pulling his hair out. He would be. That 50-metre penalty, which probably wasn't there. Big price to pay. And then the turnover kick coming back through the middle. Under pressure, a gimme.
It's Christmas at Adelaide Oval. The Crows are getting all the gifts right now. Goldstein wins it down. Dawson at the ball drop. Caught in the tackle. Just had to drop it on his boot. Wide of Merritt. Got it anyway off Cox. Little 1-2 with Goldstein now as the skipper. Twirling his way behind centre wing. He looks inside. Finds Durham. Just wide of the centre circle. The switch is on. To the outer wing. Heppel in space. Had Dersmer over the top instead. Lowers the eyes. Looks inside 50. Stringer was the target. Dawson knew exactly where it was going. And races across half back to get there. Cut it off. Kick a little short to Gallant. Awkward bounce for him. Gets another chance as he charges through centre wing on the outer side. Hands it inboard to Dawson. Back to Gallant. He's been very quiet so far tonight. Spots Saligo. Just got away from Merritt and now kicks up towards Chase Jones. Looking inside 50. Flares it to the goal square. McHenry was all alone, but it was wide and out on the full. All he had to do was place it on the goal line and it was a guarantee. And all of a sudden, it's an Essendon free kick in the right back pocket.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I reckon he was going for McHenry and just miskicked it. Maybe that's too kind.
He's had a good quarter too.
Yeah.
Chase Jones really impacting the game here, but it wasn't his finest moment. Overcooked it on the kick as Redmond goes long, and I think that's a mark. Dawson, contested grab against Durham, and certainly Durham's not happy, but it's going back inside 50. He's going to his left, as they should have predicted, and from long range, he hammers it home. That left peg is a foot cannon. Jordan Dawson brings the Crows within a score. And it is on. A bit of a melee which follows. But Essendon have conceded 3 goals in the space of 5 minutes. They lead the game by just 3 points. The Bombers 5-6. Adelaide coming with a rush, 5-3-33. 23 gone in the second term. The Bombers by 3. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Jordan Dawson's last 3 to 4 minutes of footy have been pure impact. Firstly the 50 and to convert and kick the goal. But now and then he intercepted that ball that went to Stringer across the half back line. His ability to read that. And then he linked up in that chain about 3 or 4 times. And then a strong contested mark. Shot on goal to knock over his second has really dragged the Crows back into the game. So pure impact by their captain in the last handful of minutes.
Do you reckon that'll look good for Sammy Durham on the replay, on the team review when he's arguing with the umpire? Dawson peels off to his left and whacks it through from 55.
Yeah, it won't look great. And then he ruffled the feathers after that, didn't he?
Jeez.
Was so good against Bontempelli last week, but now Jordan Dawson has his number. Here is Durham falling into the footy under the pressure from Rankin. He reeled it back in. Parrish is trying to rip it out. Umpires circling. May have been impeded a bit by the players blanketing the footy. And we'll get a ball up instead. Goldstein and O'Brien there. Tap down the Crows' way, but Merritt gathers on the bounce for Essendon and hands it to Gresham, then Hobbs. Back out towards Merritt. Turns out of dodge on centre wing away from Berry. Then hooks it inside 50. Langford juggling, left it late. Ball ace waiting. Hands it back to Hamill. Sidesteps Langford. Rushes the exit back towards centre wing on the outer side. Berry rising up above Heppel. Mark not paid. Ooh. Left it behind late as he fell down towards the ground, and Lee Howson wasn't giving him an inch. It'll be a ball up in front of the Jack Odie stand. Essendon by 3 points. Still 5 to play in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Bombers led this by a game high 21 just 7 minutes ago. All of a sudden it's a 1-score game as Gresham hand pass out to Parrish. High up and under to centre half forward. No mark for Harry Jones. Spills down to Hobbs. He's tackled, taken to ground. The Bombers fans felt that was a little rough. Front on from Hinch. No free kick. We've got a ball up centre half forward. Essendon's the cathedral end, the open end where the hill and the old scoreboard is here at Adelaide Oval. As O'Brien grabs it out of the ruck, but his kick smothered. Spills to Cox, still at centre half forward. Hand pass to Martin, kicks wide, and he's hind. Marks 55 out left half forward. Still over 5 minutes left in the term. Short kick to Stringer. I mentioned the first quarter wasn't overly eventful. There's been some eventful moments in the second quarter.
I reckon we're about to see one right now with Stringer kicked from probably 52, 53 metres. Pretty tight angle, but this is made for him.
Spoke about his conversion to Islam during the week with Mitch Cleary on 7 News. He's had a lot of high-profile athletes follow a similar path in the past. Here's Stringer, right-footed drop punt. That is close to the goal post, but the wrong side of it. A behind for the Bombers, so they're 5-7, Adelaide are 5-3. Momentum with the home team, 26 gone. Friday night footy at Adelaide Oval, right here on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 4 points.
Worrell has it in the defensive goal square for Adelaide. Plays on, long ball. He's looking for O'Brien. Got some space on Goldstein. Takes the uncontested grab and then releases Saligo. He's calling for options ahead. It's coming back. There's a free kick to Goldstein. I reckon he was impeded by McHenry, which freed up O'Brien.
Yep.
Very delayed call. Essendon will go back inside 50 through the big man. Rising up, launching was Hinge. Tunnelled by his teammate as he got a fist to smash it over the boundary line. It was a heavy landing. He's done well to pop back up Mitch Hinge. And it'll be tossed back into play about 5 out, left forward pocket. Essendon's attacking 50 up by 4.
Aaron, you were talking about that marking contest. I think it was McHenry that made out as if he was going for the footy, shepherded Goldstein out of the contest, and he paid the price for that.
That is an insane vertical leap. He almost leapt over his teammate Mitch Hinge as he got up there to spoil that ball.
He's landed so hard he's managed to cut his mouth.
Split his chin open, has he?
Yeah, it's trickling down his neck. Get to Liz Walsh for an update right now. Hey Liz.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a bit of blood running down his neck, which obviously has come from his mouth. So this is Mitch Hinge in the hands of the doctor, who's taking a good look at that. Meanwhile, Brodie Smith has made his way back out there after getting some treatment on his lower back.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Bombers by 4. They got a forward 50 stoppage. Goldstein down to Stringer. Snaps goalward, but it's off target. Snaps it back over his left shoulder. So back-to-back behinds for Stringer. He has kicked a goal in this quarter, so that's his return for the night. 1 goal, 2. Essendon 5-8, Adelaide 5-3. The Bombers by 5 points in the late-going second quarter. This is Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryans, Liz Walsh on the boundary, Scott Thompson, Josh Franco. Our crew tonight for Friday night footy.
Worrell tries again as he targets O'Brien at the defensive edge. Gets away from Goldstein, takes the uncontested mark and has an outside runner. This time it's Michaelani. Through the broadcast wing, kick only found Laverty. Fogarty caught behind by at least a couple of metres. Intercept mark to Essendon. Darcy Fogarty's woeful season continues here on Friday night footy as Laverty looks inside, kicks it to a pack. Goldstein wrapped up with O'Brien amongst the middle of it. Durham waiting at the ball drop. Got it out towards Cock, who thrusts the kick up towards Stringer. Bowled over by Keane, and the Irishman stands his ground, gathers and gives it off. Nankervis to Smith. Skyward footy. Back with the flight. Jones read the drop best. Just the required 15 as he takes it on the paint of 50. Slide angle to the left.
What I will say there, again, I'll go back to Jake Stringer. His pressure there was outstanding. Just one of those things where coaches, implore players to say never give up. You've just got to get that fingernail on the opponent to cause a miss kick and potential turnover. On that example there, we saw it earlier this quarter, but on that occasion, Stringer outstanding. And again, he's sucking in the big ones.
The last 3 goals the way of Adelaide. Essendon would love a late one heading into half-time. A hop skip from Harrison Jones. High footy that starts right. Never a chance of coming back. Sat up on the behind line. And O'Brien ensures it'll carry over. Rushed for a minor score. 1 goal lead to Essendon. They're up 5-9-39 to Adelaide's 5-3-33. Still 3 to play in this second term. Quick exit from Adelaide to right half back as Berry rises over the top of the back. Laverty at the ball drop at the back though for Essendon. Gave it to McGrath. Quick kick inside 50. Stringer sits underneath it. Spoiled away late. Hamill to Smith. Kick about 5 metres straight to Gresham, who uses Caldwell. Hobbs bounced off Berry. Merritt thrust the snap up towards the top of the goal square. Didn't favour Langford. And Hamill's there to take the intercept mark.
Liz Walsh on the boundary. Liz.
Yeah, the Crows doctor's now taken Mitch Hinge down into the rooms for treatment. He's got quite a decent cut just on the underside of his chin.
Thanks, Liz. Hamill comes wide. Fogarty flies. No mark. Hits the deck. Cook keeps it in front of him. Runs straight into traffic. And he's caught in a heavy tackle. There'll be a ball up. That's Caldwell who got him front on. Plays his 50th game for Essendon tonight, Jai Caldwell, having played the first 11 games of his career with GWS as a high pick from the restart. Caldwell to Cox, hand pass to Merritt. Is under pressure, tapped it back to McGrath. Scrap on for the footy. Merritt's going to get a second go. Just threw it out. Hump didn't see it. No, he did. Reaction from the crowd and then the late whistle, but free kick for the Crows, and McHenry will get it at half-back. It's the right call. The Bombers by 1 goal. It's made up of 6 behinds, 5-9 to 5-3. 30 minutes into the second term as McHenry to Jones. He's taken in the same draft class. It's Chase Jones. He chips it very wide but finds Rochelle just in front of the benches.
Taken just before Zach Butters as well. Chase Jones will always have that comparison, and the Launceston product, he may end up down at the Devils in a few years' time. Gave it to Rochelle up to right half forward. Big launch from Fogarty and a hard landing as he clutches his tailbone. And a free kick. I reckon he was tunnelled, and that's why he's had that hard impact. Free kick his way, and he's happy to take it. Too far out to score. Right half forward. Essendon's flooded back. Bit of a pocket opening up 40 out. He pops it in there. Charging through McHenry. Good diving stop from Durran to stick a fist in. Cox now gets it out towards Kelly. Then Martin around the body exit up towards the broadcast wing. Bounced off Stringer. At the back was Smith, who uses Laird. High ball off a step. Into the right forward pocket. Fogarty rising, reeling. Did he have enough of it? Crowd certainly thought so. They'll probably get it anyway because McGrath's flung it towards the boundary line and been pinged for deliberate. Ned McHenry has the footy, tight angle, 45 out, quickly down to Liz Walsh.
Another concern for the Crows, Sam Berry's come from the ground looking to be in a lot of pain. Can't quite tell what the issue is. He's talking to the doctor at the moment.
Ned McHenry, bit unsure of what to do here as he starts on the fencing. Fogarty keeps trying to present. In the end, he'll just sit it up in hope. A squaring footy, 30 out. Walker in the midst of it. Bounced off him at the crumb. Rochelle left it behind. Spinning Langford, bounced off ledge, straight into the Fogarty tackle, heavy landing and holding the ball. All he did was take one step the opposite direction, and it's enough for Pryor. Free kick to Darcy Fogarty, straight in front, 30 out.
I give up.
We're definitely doing something different tonight, I think, than we've done all season. Is that fair to say, Scott?
Absolutely. There's prior opportunity and then there's zero opportunity, and that falls into the zero opportunity in that category there.
In terms of momentum, clean ball gather and then a 180, just one step as he turned to go, and that was all it was counted as.
That's not holding the ball in any era.
Nope.
That's a crazy decision.
Darcy Fogarty won't mind. On the stroke of half-time to square the ledger, Fogarty stabs at it and misses to the right-hand side. You can hear the stadium almost deflate. Essendon will hold on to the slimmest of leads heading into the major break. 5 points after they led by 21 at the 16-minute mark. 5-9-39 the Bombers. Adelaide 5-4-34. The goal scorers at half-time for Essendon, all individual. Stringer, Jones, Gresham, Hobbs and Parrish. For the Crows, 2 to Dawson, who stood up in that second term. Gee, he was electric. Alongside his 2 goals, had 7 touches, 5 of them contested and 2 inside 50s. Individual goals to Jones, Keys and Walker.
Well, I know we've had Easter and we've had the second coming and everything else, but holding the ball is back. It's got a new life. It doesn't look much like the old rule, but on the 19th of April, holding the ball is back tonight at Adelaide Oval. Gee, there's a lot to pull apart. It's half-time, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Essendon 5-9-39, Adelaide 5-4-34. The Bombers kicked the first 3 goals of that second term, and Adelaide responding with the last 3. We did the goal kickers, didn't we? We did. I was listening. Just you had to trip me up, Aaron, but I'm all across it. It is half-time. Essendon by 5 points. Your thoughts on the SMS? Rulai and Adelaide. Essendon are playing the higher energy game, but making all manner of errors. It's like they borrowed Dad's car and it's a manual, which isn't a bad way to put it. And listening in to Hunter Valley, glad to be listening and not watching. Your commentator said 20 players around the ball. They have no idea what holding the ball is these days. Ugly game to watch. Listening to your call is far less frustrating. Thanks, Gary. Certainly looks very different to the game which it once was, but still very entertaining for those of us that love being here at the footy. And we got a game on our hands. The Bombers by 5 points at half-time. All right, the thoughts of our All-Australians, the 300-gamer Scott Thompson, the man who placed in multiple Brownlow medals in Josh Franco. It's half-time, the Bombers by 5.
Well, even just dissecting that second quarter, Scotty, it was almost played in 2 halves, wasn't it? Essendon came out, they were able to sustain and maintain the pressure and the rage that they had in the first quarter and couldn't quite capitalise. They threatened and looked like they were going to blow the game open, and then all of a sudden the game shifted, and it was off the back, and I think you mentioned it too, mate, throughout that call, was Jordan Dawson take a bow. The leader, he stood up. He got the 50-metre penalty. Admittedly, possibly wasn't there and wasn't warranted, but he had to go back and kick it, and he did. And he was quite influential in another couple of bits of play, kicked another goal and really got Adelaide back in the contest. And as we said, sort of halfway through that second quarter, it looked like Essendon were going to take complete control of the game. They were able to inject a bit of confidence into the Crows by hitting the scoreboard. And as we speak, it's only a 5-point ball game.
Yeah, you're spot on. And they really did threaten to blow the game open throughout that second quarter, especially the first half of that second quarter. But off the back of what was the 50, Matty Nix would have relaxed for a period of time in the coach's box for that 10-minute period where the Crows had the ability to get a couple of lucky calls, you could argue, but also impact on the scoreboard. And if Fogarty was able to kick that goal then, they would have gone in even at the break. And that's as good as a win for the Crows with the way they've performed throughout that first half. They were fumbly. The perceived pressure or actual pressure, which has been touched on a handful of times throughout the call, from Essendon's been really good, but the Crows' inability to be clean and penetrate their forward half. I mean, the scoreboard right now still flat as the Crows to be only 5 points down.
Well, it's interesting you say that too, Scotty, because I was just thinking, what does Matthew Nix say to his playing group? Does he give him a bit of a sting? And the only reason I say that is that if you look at the KPIs, and we've mentioned it throughout the course of that first half, the tackle count is a real concern for Adelaide. So at the moment, it's 52 to 36 Essendon's way. So that's plus 16, which is a massive number in terms of differential in tackles. Contested ball there, they're down by 3, the Crows, and the ground balls as well, which is another good indicator of work rate and intent. The Bombers are leading that by 8 as well. So in terms of those KPIs, you'd suggest that, and if you didn't know the score, you suggest that Essendon were all over them in terms of scoreboard pressure as well. But you're right, I reckon Adelaide have dodged a bit of a bullet going into half-time, just 5 points down, and no doubt Matthew Nix would be asking for a response in terms of those KPIs, which are the best indicators of intent, because at the moment they're just a little bit off in that space.
Absolutely, and on top of that, they can get a whole lot more output from some of their senior players. Saligo, who we touched on before the games, had a really strong first half. Dawson's second quarter there was huge, the way he willed himself into the game, was able to impact on the scoreboard and drag the Crows back into the contest. But there's 2 key players for him, and one's Taylor Walker's only had the 5. Yes, he kicked that long-range goal in the first quarter, but Isaac Rankin only the 2 touches in the first half. So if he can inject himself into the game and have an impact, that's really going to help the Crows.
And in terms of Isaac Rankin's also spent a fair chunk in the midfield as well. So they're not getting the output from Isaac as they would have hoped for leading into this game. And the other area of concern for Adelaide and Matthew Nix is, and the inside 50s, they've only gone inside 50 16 times. Now, I know sides work on sort of 55 plus as a bit of an indicator, as a bit of a benchmark in terms of going inside 50 to give the forwards an opportunity to hit the scoreboard. But, I mean, you double that for a game, that's only 32, so very low. So they haven't been able to get their ball movement going, their front half game going, create those multiple entries and those repeat entries to create any sort of scoreboard pressure.
And that's one thing I suppose Essendon will touch on at half-time, the fact they've had just over double the inside 50s, but their inability to impact on the scoreboard. Yep. And we spoke about the fact that Essendon could have blown the floodgates wide open in that second quarter. So that's a little tick for the Crows, the fact their defence stood up, but also Essendon's inability to maybe penetrate the forward 50 and hit targets the way they needed to, but also then generate score on goal.
9 scores from 16 entries for the Crows, so that's almost 2 in 3. Compare that to the Bombers, 14 from 33, so that's less than 1 in 2. Maths major. You can tell I'm all over it with my little breakdown of the scores as I'm trying to do the numbers as quickly as we can. The ones that really stand out, as we touched on, 15 more disposals and 15 more tackles. So the Bombers have had more of the ball and tackled more. The inside 50 count lopsided Essendon's way, 33 to 16. But the numbers that really matter are on the scoreboard. It's Essendon 5-9-39, leading the Crows 5-4-34. Bill off the SMS says 3 goals for the Crows from the Bombers' lack of discipline. So they made a bad error. Obviously, Laverty kicking back into the goal mouth, and I think Dersman slipped over, and Jones was able to pick that off and kick an easy goal for the Crows in the latter stages of that second quarter. The thoughts there of Scott Thompson and Josh Franco. More from our analysts in just a moment. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Aaron Bryan's calling the footy with me, and Liz Walsh on the boundary. Mitch Hinge going off with a cut to his, what looked like his chin, or had blood flowing down his neck late in that quarter. He didn't return. We'll get an update from Liz shortly. It is half-time, though. There is some news kicking around the footy world. The fallout from last night's Thursday night fixture with a big win to the Bulldogs. Casualty ward for the Saints. We'll get to that. Plus, the Sunday teams are in. There's a couple of big omissions from both games on Sunday. I'll tell you about those coming up. And the second half not too far away, with the Bombers leading by 5 points at the half. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. A senior Iranian official has reportedly told the Reuters news service that Tehran has no plan for immediate retaliation against Israel following unconfirmed reports of an attack. US officials speaking anonymously say Israel's carried out a strike on Iranian soil. Iranian media reported explosions, but a state official says that they were caused by air defence systems after 3 drones were shot down over the central city of Isfahan. Defence expert Malcolm Davis from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute is sceptical of Iran's assertions that it hasn't been attacked.
There's also a series of military bases nearby that site, as well as the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps bases in the region. So it's a key military area. It's very arid and desert-like.
Security guards at Westfield Bondi Junction in Sydney's east have been issued with so-called stab vests following last week's deadly stabbing rampage that saw 6 people killed and others injured. Here's Danuta Kazaki.
The centre reopened for trading today following last week's stabbing rampage that saw 6 people killed and others injured. Local Margie Mangles says there was a different feeling in the centre.
Slightly sombre feeling.
A temporary memorial has been set up on level 4 with shoppers signing a condolence book and laying floral tributes. The group that manages Westfield shopping centres says the security team at Bondi are wearing protective vests and it's looking to get them for security personnel across its portfolio. 6 people remain in hospital, with New South Wales Health saying the condition of the 9-month baby girl in Sydney Children's Hospital has improved.
The cause of a woman's death at a retreat in regional Victoria remains unclear following an autopsy. Here's Costa Haritos.
Rachel Dixon died at the Solbarn Retreat in Clunes, near Ballarat, during the early hours of Sunday morning after ingesting a drink made with mushrooms. The 53-year-old Ringwood North woman became ill about midnight and later died at the scene. The facility was leased to a group who do not work for the company, and none of Solbarn's staff were present during the event. 2 other people at the event were taken to hospital but were later discharged. Investigations remain ongoing and police will prepare a report for the coroner.
A man convicted of killing the 18-year-old Thomas Kelly in a one-punch attack in Sydney's East in 2012 has been released on parole. Kieran Loveridge has served 11 years of a 13-year and 8-month sentence. The King's Cross killing prompted minimum sentencing laws for one-punch incidents, as well as controversial lockout laws aimed at reducing alcohol-fuelled violence. Thomas Kelly's family originally chose not to oppose Loveridge's release, but have since objected after hearing of recent violent outbursts in prison. Police have charged a man in Sydney after the discovery of an estimated $3 million worth of drugs. Officers searched a Homebush home where they allegedly found more than 6 kilograms of methamphetamine and several kilograms of cocaine, heroin and ketamine. Police also allege they uncovered a rifle in a car they searched. The 30-year-old appeared before Burwood Local Court and has been refused bail. Victoria's environment watchdog is investigating reports of potential asbestos-containing material in mulch at a reserve in Melbourne's north. The Environment Protection Authority has taken samples from Seabrook Reserve in Broadmeadows and sent them for testing. It says it's working with the Hume City Council on having any affected sites remediated. Medical experts are pushing for greater preventative health measures across the country as Australians face record high wait times for elective surgeries. A report from the Australian Medical Association found the median wait time for the surgeries are at their longest on record at 49 days. It's a figure which has nearly doubled over the last 20 years. CEO of the Public Health Association of Australia, Professor Terry Slevin, says proactive health measures are key.
Ultimately, the role of our organisation is to try and avoid people needing that service in the first place. Our challenge is to see investment in prevention, in the things we can do to reduce the need for people to go to hospital in the first place.
And sky gazers will potentially get a glimpse of a rare comet this weekend and into the next couple of weeks. The Devil's Comet, which takes around 71 years to orbit the sun, will be its brightest in the coming days. Its actual name is 12P Pons Brooks, but it received the nickname thanks to its horned appearance. Griffith University Professor Paula de Souza says observers are in with a good chance as it passes the sun.
When it's away from the sun, it's pretty much very cold, very, very cold. And everything there is just like hibernating. Stay quiet.
That's ABC News.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ready to tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join me, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field. Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Draper stands up with the footy, hands it out to Cox, straightens up, corridor kick, finds Parrish. And the famous number 3, he marks 15 out dead in front. Just the 2 touches in the opening quarter. He's involved early here in the second. Kicks the first goal of the term inside the opening minute. There's a tone setter for Essendon. Coming up to meet it, Hamill collects a second time. Hobbs crushes in. Umpire's heads holding the ball. Wow. He's not a penetrating kick in his 40th game. He makes a liar out of me as he drives it through from 50 out. Powerhouse Ben Hobbs. Almost by 15. Draper the volleyball spike forward in the ruck contest. Stringer got separation. Broke away from Keane and slams it through.
Parrish gathers. Dawson turned, tackled him. Ball drops. Free kick Adelaide and 50 as Draper looks to continue moving it. The Crows skipper, they need him to lift. It's low, it's hard, but it's home.
Campbell cleans it up for Essendon. Oh, hand pass to Laverty, not a good kick. Chase Jones intercepts. Show him your tail lines as he bangs it up into the second deck. 2 in a row for the Crows and they're right back in this game. Dawson, contested grab against Durham. He's going to his left as they should have predicted. And from long range, he hammers it home. That left peg is a foot cannon.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It was Adelaide's quarter late. It was Essendon's quarter early. The Bombers got it out to as many as 21 points the margin. They kicked 5 of the first 7 goals, and from that point on, Adelaide worked their way back into the game. They kicked the last 3 of the quarter and also had the last shot of the half as well. If Fogarty had have kicked that, they would have had a level game at half-time. It would have been all even. Instead, Essendon up by 5 points, and they are points at that. Essendon 5-9-39, Adelaide 5-4-34. Corbin Middlemass with you on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryant's calling the footy with me, Liz Walsh on the boundary. And our All-Australian pair, Scott Thompson and Josh Franco. Now, the NRL tonight, it is round 7. If you want to follow along with the NRL, download the ABC Listen app. Look out for that big green ABC Sport button. And the St George Illawarra Dragons earlier tonight, you would have been able to hear their victory over the Warriors, 30 points to 12. And in the late fixture, early in the second half, Parramatta 8-4, leading the Dolphins. So low-scoring game there. Sunday teams. Now, I've got these scribbled down somewhere, and the trick to all of this is if I can find the all-important piece of paper in which they're written on. What I can tell you is that George Wardlaw is not playing, so he has been left out of that team for North Melbourne. So that is a winnable game for the Roos coming up against Hawthorn. So he's actually been managed and as a result won't be playing that fixture. So there'll be no Wardlaw there. Also, Greenwood loses his place in the lineup as well. So he too is out of that game up against Hawthorn. The Hawks bring back Jack Gunston. So he makes his return in that fixture on Sunday. And the early game is interesting as well when we look at those lineups. Sam Wicks is back in the team. This was an interesting story going way back to after round 2, in which he was involved in a dispute with a teammate and as a result was left out of the Sydney team on that occasion, didn't play VFL or AFL footy. He comes back in here at the expense of Caleb Mitchell. Jake Rogers comes in to make his debut for the Suns, so he's their 4th academy pick. And the 4th debutant they've had this year alone. So they're coming thick and fast out of the Suns Academy. Malcolm Roses is out of that team through injury. The North Melbourne Hawthorn game in full. Now that I have the teams in front of me. Zerha and Phillips both come back in for the Roos. Wardlaw outmanaged. Greenwood loses his place. He's been omitted. For the Hawks, Morrison, Gunston, Sarong all come in for Hawthorn. The 3 outs, Ward, Ramsden and Butler all omitted. So pick 7, Josh Ward from a couple of years ago. No room for him in the team. Scott Thompson, Josh Franco, the game last night was a dirty night for St Kilda. Ross Lyon was able to explain it away, saying, look, this is the 3rd game in 12 days. soured further by the fact Dan Butler's hurt his hamstring, so he's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks. It's a grade 2 hammy. Are you buying what Ross is selling in terms of just a cumulative effect that eventually had its toll as to why they lost so heavily last night?
Well, I'll try and give him an out. I don't necessarily agree, but I'll give him an out because the Saints, even in the games that they have lost, have been so competitive. They've started slowly but found a way to will themselves back into games. And I think going into last night's game, their biggest losing margin was only by about 8 points. So a bit of a blowout. So, Ross, don't necessarily agree, but we'll give you an out.
Well, you don't often see Ross Lyon's team beaten by 10 goals, do you? I'd like to see over the course of his coaching journey how many times he's been beaten by that. Wouldn't be many.
So if they had I think there was a really late goal that Jack Steele kicked last night. Had he not kicked that, it would have been his heaviest loss coaching St Kilda. So going way back to his first run at the Saints, and that was his second heaviest defeat he's had at 61 points. So what it does do, it buys you another week. So essentially people say, okay, we'll give you that. But if they come out and get blown off the park next time, then I think everyone makes their mind up.
And maybe it's a bit of a subliminal message to the players as well. Maybe trying to sow the seed that, boys, we are actually a good side. You know, we've been, what did you say, 3 games in 12 days, so maybe it's a little bit of an out. A bit of sort of mind games with his playing group as well, I'm not sure.
The Bulldogs are the interesting one for me. They've been so up and down. Ugelhager didn't play last night. Norton stands up and kicks 6. Looked really poor a week ago against Essendon in the second half. So the way they performed last night, you can't catch them at the moment.
Well, particularly with the midfield they've got as well, the Western Bulldogs, and just the talent they've got all over the park. They're a bit of an enigma.
It feels like it couldn't have gone any better for them last night, where the guys that they had question marks over, so McRae was out of the team at the start, found himself as the sub. Bailey Dale was out of the team. He was the sub a couple of weeks ago. So he got plenty of it. McRae got plenty of it. Norton hadn't kicked a goal. He banged through 6. It felt like everything they wanted last night they got, the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they did look good. They were dominant for the whole of the game, really. And those guys you mentioned, senior experienced players that Beveridge, whether he's trying to send a message or I'm not entirely sure what he was trying to achieve, was really good.
That's the two ways you can look at it, right? It's either Luke Beveridge has done a magnificent job by putting the pressure on these All-Australian players, hey, you've got to lift your game, play as the sub and earn your way back into the team. Or you can look at it the other way and say, why on earth weren't they playing before? Because clearly they win games.
Yeah. Huge night for the Bulldogs. They put on 124 points against the Saints and they win by 10 goals. Players in their starting positions. And the good news is Mitch Hinge is starting this quarter out on the ground, so he's okay after getting that nick to his chin late in the second term.
Just before the umpire bounced, a couple of messages from me. So Isaac Rankin, get going, and Zach Merritt, they've got to stop him and reduce his impact on the game.
20 touches in the opening half.
Yep.
Only 1 handball received, so he's winning his own ball, Zach Merritt. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It's Essendon by 5 points. Into the second half we go with Aaron Bryans.
Draper down to Caldwell. First clearance to the Bombers. It's Durham low and hard. Bounce straight to Keane. Beautiful gather and defensive 50. Hands it off to Hinge. Kicks around the body under a bit of pressure to centre wing on the broadcast side. And Kelly does enough to spoil it in front of the benches. It'll be tossed back into play. So Essendon by 5. 5-9-39 plays 5-4-34. A fortnight ago, Connor Rosie had 20 touches and 3 goals in the opening half, and Merritt's doing his best to try and match it. Toss back into play. O'Brien wins it down. He's looking for Saligo, bouncing in his path, but nudged off it late by Caldwell. He's spun in the tackle and dumped late. Free kick to go against Rankin, who is filthy about it. He was actually nudged after by Jake Kelly a little aggressively and could have easily given that back the other way, but free kick to Essendon, right half back, as Caldwell bangs it up towards the centre square. Durham came late to crunch and collapse the pack. Spills out. Another whistle. Non-controlling umpire giving a free kick to Adelaide. Messy start early. Bit of confusion.
Well, just saw the replay of the Rankin tackle. Not a lot in that either.
No, perfect tackle, really.
Yeah, that should have been holding the ball.
Max Michaelani outer edge the centre square. In the end, just some hesitation on the kick. Off a standing start, pops it straight up, and Redmond says, I'll have that. Takes the intercept mark. Shaped his bonds, by the way, in the off-season, so he got $50,000 that they were able to raise for Challenge, which is the children's cancer charity. So great thing from the South Australian Mason Redmond. So he's a buzz cut. They swing it round the defensive arc. Laverty has had a dirty night, drops a mark he should have taken, puts Essendon under pressure in the defensive 50 and kicks it out to Kelly on the hop. Hand pass back to Laverty. Can he clean it up with his left peg? Kicks down the wing. Worrell in the box seat, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Sliding in there is Hind. He's tackled. Umpire says ball up. Just in from the boundary line on that. What's that? The eastern side here at Adelaide Oval. It's the Bombers by 5 points. Just 2 minutes into the third term. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
Draper wins the tap down, volleyed by Hind, only went a couple of metres. Hacked off by Adelaide. Dawson to O'Brien, straight towards half forward. Kelly took the intercept mark, at least he thought so. Umpire didn't pay it, must have caught a fingertip through. And Rankin wraps him up to force the stoppage. So just wide of centre half forward. Adelaide looking to go inside 50. O'Brien just missed the ball drop in the ruck contest, wrapped up with Draper. Keys got it out anyway. Towards Saligo, a little 1-2 with Dawson. Lowers the eyes, dinks it a little bit too long for Rochelle. Laverty read it at the back. Gathers on the bounce, uses Cox. Tried to find Epple, who slipped over, nearly reeled it in on the ground. Adelaide swarming, but Essendon managed to get out of trouble there. Redmond tried to gather, ran a little bit late, sticking the arm out. Keane tried to get it to Jones, who was closed by Davies Jr. And Heppel now can release Redmond, who can race through the broadcast wing and took a late bounce to the dismay of the Adelaide fans.
He takes on Cook, got the kick down to half forward, but it's picked off. Michael Annie to Worrell. Hand pass away to Keane, goes back to Michael Annie. Hooks a kick off his left peg, just inside the boundary line. Cook spoils it out of play. Boundary throwing in front of the benches and in front of our own Liz Walsh. Liz.
Yeah, the Crows ended that second term with Sam Berry on the bench and in pain and talking to doctors. The Crows have started the third term in exactly the same way. Berry looks really worried about his right ankle and he's getting it re-strapped right now.
Thanks, Liz. Essendon by 5 points. No score as yet for the opening 3.5 minutes of this second half. Comes down to Saligo. Hand pass under pressure to O'Brien. The 1-2 with Jones, and Big Rob's going to kick it himself. Down to half forward. Fogarty involved in a tangle there with Mackay. Mackay knocks it away. Kelly's hand pass dangerous. Martin puts it into traffic. Back to Martin. Helped out a play by Rankin. And a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Crows. Adelaide to the Cathedral end in this third quarter, which is 4 minutes old. Essendon by 5.
Rankin's looking a bit frustrated.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, that sling tackle, that dump after the... I think it was on Caldwell, and even on that occasion there, just looks a little bit frustrated.
Toss back in. O'Brien won it down, looking for Dawson. Bounced didn't favour him. Durham gathers. Dawson closes. Got the tackle. Ball spills out. And threading the needle was Merritt. Out of the stoppage. Found Stringer at centre wing on the broadcast side. Looked inboard with the tumbling kick that found its way to Jones. Spots Hind and puts it in his path. He's charging in 30 out. Sliding in. Just can't keep it in play. As he's escorted over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back in, right forward pocket, Riverbank stand end. The Bombers by 5. No score so far in the third term in the opening 5 minutes. Adelaide 1 and 4 in third quarters this year. Essendon 3 and 2.
Just mirroring their records overall. The premiership quarter so far this year. The Bombers 3 and 2 on the season. Adelaide 1 and 4. Draper down to Chase Jones. Kicks up to the wing. Good spoil from Kelly. Down into the path of Nick Martin. Kicks inside 50. Caldwell reels in the one-hander. Half forward, one-on-one with Saligo, and Caldwell tucks it in beautifully in the right net.
Bit of a nothing start so far this third quarter, but Rankin, one of the guys we touched on at half-time. Josh, you mentioned he looks frustrated. Even that ball when it came out of the Crows back 50, he's just flat-footed, which allowed Jake Kelly just to get an easy run at the ball there. So might just keep an eye on him for the next 5 minutes just to see how he's moving.
Crows game last week, there were 12 lead changes. They hit the front late through Sam Berry. They have not led all night, Adelaide. And it's Caldwell trying to extend the advantage for Essendon. That is a right-footed drop punt. That is pure. It is right on target. The question is, was it touched on the line? Harry Jones pumps his fist in celebration. The goal umpire is having a chat with Matt Stevick. We are headed to the arc. The soft signal is touched.
He could have stood on O'Connell Street and called that touch. That's how clear it was.
Yeah. Ball ace with his hands on it just before it crosses the line. So as a result, it'll be a behind off hands. A 6-point lead for Essendon.
Was the umpire's view obstructed then?
Harry Jones did his best work to try and convince the umpire. But
he had pole position.
The Bombers by 6. 6 minutes gone in the third term. Friday night footy, ABC Sport.
You understand why they're nervy at the Adelaide Oval. Working for the Crows right now. Out of defensive 50 they go. Pack collapses behind right half forward. Spinning tackle from McHenry as he dumps Caldwell over the boundary line. And the handball bounces off a couple of bodies. And it'll be tossed back into play.
Sling tackle, maybe?
I thought that was worse than Rankin.
He was lucky the way that Caldwell landed, pretty safe, but certainly a lot of momentum in the washing machine. Toss back in. Goldstein down straight to Dawson. Head over the footy. Gave it to Laird. Kick smothered by Merritt. Ricochets towards Gresham. Turning away from Jones. He found Dersma. Now Merritt. Under a bit of pressure. Back with the footy. Just leans into the kick. High up towards half forward. And Hinge knew exactly where it was going as he breaks away from Stringer to take the intercept mark across half back. Need to paint a picture for our listeners as well. Scott Thompson in the ABC Sport Box. Every stoppage is channeling where players should be going and how it should be tapped, and you've got to tell us your insights in a moment's time, Tomo, because it feels like you know exactly how this game is playing out as Jones hands it off and Hinge can now go through the broadcast wing, or can he? Smothered by Dersma and cut off by Martin.
Martin kicks down the wing. Here's Gresham, takes the mark. And all the bees fly into Essendon's forward 50 as Gresham sends the kick in that direction. Getting across, Michael Annie takes the intercept mark. And the Crows fans will be hoping he does that for the next decade or so. Highly touted father-son pick. His dad Jim, of course, a legend at Norwood. He goes short to ball ace. He goes long, out wide. Switches on to Nankervis, short to Worrell, and he chips out of the defensive arc. That's not the option. Broken up by Kelly. Essendon win it back high, half forward. Merritt, hand pass to Cox. Handball out wide to Kelly. Runs into a cul-de-sac. Ball comes out. Trying to soccer it forward for the Crows is Keys. Eventually hand pass out to Nankervis, to Rochelle. Back into traffic. Kelly trying to knock it through for the Bombers, and then Curvis cleans it up. Hand pass to Saligo. Now they're out. Kicks to the wing for Keys. And Adelaide Oval is roaring as Adelaide work it up over halfway. The kick for Keys. They've got numbers inside 50. Fogarty backpedaling takes the mark. They were out on the overlap. The home crowd was awake to it. And the Crows realised what they had in front of the footy, and Darcy Fogarty can have a shot to try and lock up the game.
That was a terrific scramble win from Adelaide on the outer side at half-back. Just their persistence at pressuring Essendon, not able to get that clean handball chain going from the scramble, then the composure to hit that free target coming out of the congestion and the pressure, and a terrific one-on-one contested mark from Fogarty.
Darcy Fogarty, spray to gettable shot late in the opening term. He makes no mistake early in the third. Fogarty ties the game. Scores level. 9 gone in the third. Essendon 5-10-40. Adelaide 6-4-40. They have not had their nose in front all night. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Yeah, that goal might be good news, but there is bad news for Sam Berry, who has failed a fitness test on his right ankle. He tried to kick some footies with a trainer, but he just shook his head and said, no, I cannot do it. So Lockie Scholl has been subbed into the game with Sam Berry out.
Well, even from Essendon's point of view, Scotty, how can they generate and manufacture some score? Because they look threatening when they go forward. They're getting the inside 50s, and again, it's 4-2 this quarter, but they just can't hit the scoreboard and kick majors.
Box office footy on Friday night for ABC Sport. Scores level as Goldstein wins it down to Parrish, spun in the tackle by Dawson and gave it away to Saligo. Turns through the centre square, popping it up into territory up at left half forward. He was looking for Rankin, bounced off McGrath and gathers cleanly. Uses McHenry, handball inside. Oh, they had to fight amongst themselves, and Dawson won out against Laird. Got a handball back to Scholl, the sub. Immediate impact as he looks for Rochelle. Knocked out of his hands by Martin. Didn't have as much time as he thought, though, on the gather. Collette brings him down. No whistle. And it'll be tossed back into play. And the consistency across the entire night has been thrown out the window.
That was a disgraceful decision. That should have been holding the ball or delivered out of bounds. I'm with the Crow supporters on that one.
That was as bad as the one in the second quarter. Yep. That was the other way. Both in Adelaide's forward 50 from the boundary throw in. Keys trying to throw a boot at it. Mackay knocks it close to the boundary line. Picked up by Walker. He's tackled by Caldwell. Taken to ground. The ball comes out. Ump says keep going. Still a live footy forward pocket for the Crows. Kelly takes on the tackle. Lost it. Ball comes out. Ump says play on. The play on it from Laird. Can't collect. Darren's clean. Took on the tackler holding the ball. Well, no one could take it clean. Darren did. He got caught. Raised his arms trying to get a hand pass away, and the ump said holding the ball, and a free kick for Jake Saligo.
Well, I'll tell you what, we spoke about the tackle count at at half-time, and I think it was plus 16 to the Bombers in the first half, but I dare say Matthew Nicks has spoken to his players at half-time, because currently it's 9-2, so Adelaide's tackling pressure has lifted.
What a turnaround in this game from 21 points down midway through the second term. Adelaide are in front. 5 in a row for the Crows. They have their nose in front for the first time tonight. Adelaide move to 7-4-46. Essendon 5-10-40. It's the Crows by 6 points, a dozen minutes into the third term. Josh Franco Scott Thompson, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The Crows have certainly had a good chat at half-time and corrected a number of areas where Essendon were well on top, especially throughout the first half. But even through the scrappy first 5 or 6 minutes of this quarter, Essendon probably still did look like they were controlling the game. But the last handful of minutes, Adelaide have obviously kicked the 2 goals, but their intensity's gone up. There's a bit of crowd noise behind them now. It's amazing what a little bit of momentum can do when you can hit the scoreboard, but the Crows all of a sudden in the last few minutes seem to be covering the ground a whole lot better.
And that's what we spoke about pre-game, the 8 out of 10 pressure and intent effort compared to the 10 out of 10. And at the moment, the Crows are looking irresistible.
6-point lead to Adelaide. They were down for 72 minutes and now it's slipping away from Essendon. Out of the ruck contest, Draper has thrown it straight to Caldwell. Umpire blinded by a couple of players. Kick inside 50. Spoilt down by Worrell. Hobbs was waiting. Front and square. Gave it off to Davey Jr. The snap was too low. And Borlase, the goalkeeper, sitting back, cuts it off. Adelaide ball still in defensive 50. No score. So currently 5-10-40 the Bombers. Adelaide 7-4-46. Aaron Bryant's Corbin Middlemass. And the All-Australian midfielders Scott Thompson. Josh Franco is Dawson. Sticks a knee in the back of Redmond. Takes the mark as they get out of defensive 50. And beautiful kick. Exceptional delivery to Walker in the centre square. That one was ugly, but it tumbles perfectly to Rochelle. 40 out. Charges in. Spears it home. Celebrates in front of the scoreboard. Adelaide are rocking and rolling. And the Adelaide Oval is heaving. 12 points. Their lead now, 8-4-52 to 5-10-40. 13 minutes into the third term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Now, there are a couple of passages to that which started deep, but I just want to talk about the footy smarts and the nous of Taylor Walker there going inside forward 50. That kick that he just did, 95% of people wouldn't see that. So his ability just to free up Rochelle there, where he could have just blazed longer, where he did have one running back towards goal, but that's footy smarts that a lot of guys just don't have.
And it was a left foot dribbler.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. But what about even Jordan Dawson's kick from half back to hit Walker? Unbelievable. Again, you can't teach that. That's a sixth sense.
Yeah.
Just an ability to be able to hit that and then execute it by foot. Superb.
They got their game up and going, the Crows. They've kicked the last 6 of the night. They lead it by 12 points. They're going out of the middle again. Saligo first touch. Hand pass to Lockie Gallant. Kicks inside the forward arc. Punch back inboard from Cook. Walker first hands on it. It's all Adelaide. He's tackled, dispossessed. Mackay for Essendon. Laverty loose hand pass. Kelly picks it up. Run down by McHenry. Ball slides through for a minor score. And Jaden Laverty would probably want the ground to open up and swallow him. He's had a mixed night to say. To give him the benefit of the doubt, I think that's to give him some credit. 15 gone in the third term, halfway through the third quarter. It's Adelaide by 13 points, 8-5 to 5-10. Friday Night Footy, ABC Sport.
Alarm bells ringing everywhere for the Bombers. That'll ease some concerns. Long exit, and Cox rises above the pack to clunk it. Hands it off wide to Redmond through the broadcast wing. Where was that to? Trying to get it to Goldstein. It was too low. Hands cuts it off. Spills down towards Hind, who tries to find Caldwell, and under pressure they walk it over. It'll be tossed back in right half forward for Essendon.
Against Saligo, has been really influential this quarter, Scotty. He just is a player that really surprises me. I didn't think he was this good. Probably the only thing I don't like about him is his haircut. He's just an absolute star. My son's got a haircut like that.
Is that because you wish you had it? Or?
No, definitely not.
Toss back in. Goldstein wins it down. Adelaide have the numbers again at the stoppage. Shoulder Dawson. Pops it over the top. Was looking for McHenry. He almost split him and Walker. And the awkward bounce goes on the 90-degree angle over the boundary line, straight in front of the benches.
But going back to Saligo, he's only about 180 centimetres. And I guess there's this sort of perception if you're not 185 or 190, you can't play mid. But he is proving everyone wrong. Just his intent, his courage, the way that he moves and plays is exceptional.
And he'll be here until 2029, a 6-year deal signed last year, which turned a few heads from the boundary throwing. Saligo ends up with it again and steps out of play with the footy. If you're not sure about his haircut, by the way, he's got it's a full-on mullet. He's got the shaved sides.
He went to the barber and forgot to finish the job. That's what he's done.
As our own Brett Delidio would say, he's had the ears lowered. Boundary throwing, Adelaide by 13 points, 16 and a half gone third term. Heavy tackle, Caldwell just drills Gallant into the ground, and the umpire says that's all okay. Play on. Essendon swing it inside 50 off the boot of Gresham, hits the deck, and there's Brodie Smith, cleans it up in the defensive 50 off his non-preferred left peg. High up and under, Shoal fresh on the ground, takes a strong mark. Half back for the Crows, momentum with the home team. 17 gone third term. Adelaide have kicked the last 6.
Gresham had to be better there, had to bring the ball to ground.
Scholl hoists it to centre wing. O'Brien the target. Sports away from him and carries over the boundary line. Lockie Scholl hungry at the moment as the sub. I think he's a bit stiff. He had 18 touches in round 3 and then was dropped. Career best season so far in terms of average on touches, but a contract year as well. So he wants to make an instant impact and so far shining in this third term with Samberry out of the contest. Toss back in, both rucks entangled. There's a whistle. Free kick to Essendon and late advantage as Gresham raced away and everybody had stopped. He kicks into the empty paddock in the left forward pocket. Hamill gets there first, wrapped up in the tackle from Langford. Dropped it. Whistle stays away. Hinge for Adelaide finds Jones. Now Worrell. Gets it over the top to Nankervis. Looks inside. They're on the run here, Adelaide. Hinge forward to McHenry. Now Hamill. Beautiful ball movement is coughed up. The kick inside looking for Rankin a little long. They'll make amends anyway as O'Brien comes. Finds Saligo. Check side up towards Fogarty. Attacking edge of the square. Long ball. 2-on-2. Gallant nearly claimed it. Late fist. Socket though forward by McHenry. Out of nowhere. Chucks the toe in. Seventh heaven for Adelaide. The damn wall has burst. 7 unanswered goals. And the Crows are up by 19. It's a 40-point swing after the midway point of the second term. We're now 18 minutes into the third, and Adelaide's 9-5-59 to the Bombers 5-10-40. Your experts, Scott Thompson and Josh Franco.
Some very exciting ball movement off the back half there by Adelaide, but that kick inside 50 by Gresham for Essendon is what's killing them at the moment. Even this quarter, the inside 50s favour Essendon only by the 1. Adelaide have gone inside 50 6 times for 4 goals won. Essendon 7 for the 1 point, and that disconnect from midfield to forward entry, what we spoke about with Essendon in the first half, has certainly continued down the third quarter.
And even further to that, he had Jones leading up at him, and he just lacked the composure with ball in hand to lower the eyes and honour that lead. It was almost the scrubber kick inside forward 50, and they paid the price for it.
19 points, Adelaide's lead. The last 7 goals in the game. Out of the middle. Hand pass there from Rankin. Finds Saligo, hooks a kick down to half forward, but it's no one there for the Crows. So picked off by Andy McGrath, goes dashing away. Essendon's number 1. Hand pass to Caldwell, handball to Stringer, met hurriedly by Hinge but got it away. Hand pass to Davey Jr, kicks inside 50, Langford up and marking. Langford wants to move it on hurriedly. Interesting decision, kicks to the top of the goal square, and then Curvis knocks it through for a rush behind. There are a lot of things that are starting to turn against Essendon, not just the scoreboard, but Josh, the transition that the Bombers have been so good at stopping the last week and a half, 6 quarters really. First half here, 4 quarters against the Bulldogs. Now the ball's pinging from the last line of defence down the other end in a hurry.
The Bombers box will be getting some PTSD as well. Fortnight ago against Port Adelaide, they were down 3 points at quarter time and then conceded 9 goals to 3 across the second and third terms. Inside the attacking 50 at the moment, Langford sticks a boot out at the ball drop off the entry and it rolls through for another minor score.
I guess what you talk about their ball movement, what's been the catalyst? And again, maybe I'll put too much emphasis on it, but their tackling pressure and their pressure around the footy and their ability to close time and space for Essendon. It's almost been a reversal in this quarter.
Crows by 17, time on in the third. Kick heads wide from Smith to Hinge. He goes long to the wing and they win some territory battle here, the Bombers. Big Benny Mackay takes the intercept mark. Hand pass to Martin. He's 70 metres out. Sits it up to the hot spot. Nankervis spoils his own teammate. Live footy, top of the goal square. Harry Jones gets boot the ball and stops the bleeding for Essendon. H kicks his second. And the Crows lead cut to 11. 21 gone in the third. The Bombers move to 6-12-48. Adelaide 9-5-59. And the Bombers able to break that run of 7 consecutive Adelaide goals. Josh Franco, Scott Thompson, Friday Night Footy, ABC Sport.
Element of luck there. Yep. Element of luck, but they did generate 3 repeat inside 50s there, the Bombers. So the reward did come just through being able to... Now, it was Mackay on that occasion, being able to turn the ball over in their forward half and just... the ability to generate repeat inside 50s and put the Adelaide backs under a bit of pressure.
And as you said, it wasn't much needed goal there from Essendon in terms of scoreboard and the margin, but all their goals seem really hard to generate, don't they? There's nothing easy. And as you said, that you mentioned that Gresham missed lowering the eyes to Jones, where that's that sort of connect and easy go back, have a shot on goal. Everything seems difficult at the moment for the Bombers to hit the scoreboard.
2-goal game, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Draper wins it down. Laird first to the footy. Swung in the tackle by Caldwell. Got it out to Rankin. tumbles a kick about 10 metres through the centre square, and racing onto it is Martin. Gets a little 1-2 with Durham. Fumbled it on the return, but gets another go. Nearly gave it to Michael Annie as well. He left it behind. Martin keeps going, but can't finish. What an excellent run off half-back it was, but it's a minor score on the left-hand side.
That would have been a handy goal from him.
Stayed in the office, had to kick that.
Yeah, had to.
3 touches in the chain, but couldn't finish it off. Kick 5 on debut, of course, famously Nick Martin. They've got 37 goals in his 50-game career. Mark Keane goes long, straight down the pipe. Flying for it, Martin. No mark, spills down to McGrath. Hand pass to Durham. Kicks Essendon deep inside 50. Langford, one-on-one with Keane. Keane spoils, close to the boundary line. Davey Jr. runs out of room. Boundary throw in 25 out from the Bombers' goal at the Riverbank stand end. Interesting stage of the night. Adelaide have kicked 7 of the last 8. The Bombers kicked the last goal of the game. The Crows by 10 points with the momentum. Time on in the third term. A match in which Essendon once led by 21.
Toss back in, 40 out. Essendon's attacking 50. Trying to gather is Caldwell with the diving handball just outside the arc to Hind, who sends it back in, top of the goal square. Knocked away from Langford. Spinning, Gresham gathers, just missed his boot as he dropped it. Spills out towards Langford. He won't miss. Top of the goal square around the body. Langford has his first of the night. And Essendon make it a 4-point game. 9-5-59 Adelaide. The Bombers 7-13-55. They go bang, bang. And all of a sudden, strap yourselves in for what's set to be a thriller here at the Adelaide Oval.
Scott, it's hard to read this game. I don't know how you guys feel about it as well, but every time a side looks like they're going to kick away, the other side sort of bounces back. We saw it in the first half. Essendon threatened. Adelaide were able to hang in there, and now it's almost been the reversal. Adelaide looked really threatening going forward, but somehow Essendon just finding a way to narrow that margin, which is now 4 points. And again, I guess I keep going back to the inside 50 count again. It's 12-6 this quarter for, I guess, as much dominance as we feel that Adelaide have had on the scoreboard in terms of field position and territory. Essendon are on top.
The game changes its course again on the back of 2 quick goals for the Bombers, which came completely against the trend. Hobbs hand pass out in front of Draper, slips over, Hind off the wing, tackled, lost it, and then the Bombers leave it behind through Caldwell. Laird, hand pass to Scholl, he kicks wide for the Crows. And here's Nankervis. The long sleeves and the mustacker, he goes short, out wide, and mark taken against the boundary line by Scholl again. It's just going to go with a long contest kick out to half forward. Rankin in the pack, and Mackay puts his fist through it, finds the boundary line. 60 out from the Crows' goal. They've made their sub, as Liz told us, so an ankle injury for Sam Berry. Lockie Scholes into the game, as you just heard in that passage. Elijah Sardis, pick 5 in last year's, or year before last, national draft. Only 7th game tonight. He's still yet to be activated by Brad Scott.
Tossed in front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand. O'Brien wins it down. There's a whistle as Durham gathered, and it's going Essendon's way to Draper, who was held in that ruck contest. Hands it off to Merritt, charging by, but only ran straight into a brick wall that was O'Brien and has to retreat. He's racing away, almost a bit of tag there. Had Cook closing. Ends up getting the kick out towards Caldwell, just inside the boundary line in front of the Odie stand. So Essendon at left half back right now, down by 4. Conceded a run of 7 goals, but right back in the thick of things. Through centre wing they go. Jones sets himself. Fisted away by Worrell. Front and square was Nankervis for Adelaide. Releases Laird. Sends it inside 50. Kick was too long. Walker was charging out and he didn't quite read the trajectory. Laird's gone too long and Mackay's taken it to the back. His kick not great to Laverde. We've spoken about him a lot tonight, and there's another error as he fumbles and Keys knocks it over and gives the crowd a bit of a pump up in the process.
He's really trying to get the crowd involved there, wasn't he? Giving them rev up.
We rarely see players celebrate spoils, don't we? I'm not against it. I'm here for it.
Well, I think I saw him pat himself on the back.
Sported out of bounds, Ben Keys, and then little pumps his fist to the crowd. Boundary throw in. Heavy tackle here laid by Mackay, and we'll have another ball up inside the Crows forward 50. Isaac Rankin with the ball. The Crows by 4 points. Hit the front for the first time in this quarter and got it out by 13, and the Bombers have kicked the last 2. Caldwell at the bottom. Hand pass away to Martin. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Harry Mackay keeps it in front of him. He's lost it now. He's led with the footy. He's tackled. Umpire says keep going. Still going, and eventually a ball up. Everyone ran forward thinking it was going to be holding the ball. We've had a few holding the ball calls tonight, but we're still not quite sure how to draw a line through that rule. 27 minutes into the third term, Friday night footy, ABC Sport, Adelaide by 4 points.
It's turned into an arm wrestle late in this third quarter. Out of the stoppage, Dawson just shoved past the footy by Durham, and Essendon can cash in, or can they? Hobbs looked to send it up the broadcast wing, caught the wrong side of his boot, and it's out on the full.
Marcus in South Melbourne. 3 things missing in this match: a forward line system for either club, and any idea how the holding the ball rule works.
0437 774 774 as Hamill comes into Smith, pushing through the back pain throughout the week and even in the build-up to this game. Uses Hinge now for the defensive edge of the square. Launches it. A rocket up towards the 50. O'Brien front position. Beautiful tap straight down to Walker. In a bit of trouble. Got it to Laird. Beautiful handball close to the boundary line to Jones. Looks inside. Trying to find Keys. He got a hand to it straight up and nearly put it in on the ball drop. Coming through Parrish. Got a handball out. Diving into it. Got it to Redmond. Now kicks for space. Bouncing in front of Langford and Ball Ace. Foot race is on. They wrap up close to the boundary line and it rolls over. And it's going to be a free kick, possibly. I think the umpire signalled it had touched the shin there, so maybe a bit too high as it carried over. So it'll be tossed back into play in front of the Odie stand. 4 points the lead to Adelaide as momentum starts to slow a bit. Still 3 to play in this third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Draper and also O'Brien lock up. Neither of them get a hand on it. Draper had too much of O'Brien, said the umpire. Free kick for the Adelaide ruck. Lays it off by hand to Dawson, who's probably had his best outing for the year. Kicks inside 50 and intercept mark for Redmond. On the back flank for Essendon. Bombers led the game by 21. Adelaide kicked 7 in a row. And now Essendon have kicked the last 2, so the Crows by 4. Late going third term. One back flank to the other. The switch is on out to Jake Kelly, who was getting booed earlier in the game. And a couple of the Adelaide fans remembering that they're meant to do that. There's a pantomime boo for the former Crow. Had 110 games for Adelaide. Kicks to a contest on the wing. Spills down to Dawson, who's got it again. Tumbles a kick forward back to Kelly. Same 2 players involved. Knocks it away to Harry Jones of Essendon. Hand pass to Caldwell to Kelly. Back to Caldwell. Kicks across the ground out to Hind, who marks outer edge of the centre square.
They've got the number 4 of the ball and he spots Gresham. Just had to hit him. It was a little short, but the bounce went straight into his lap. Hooks it into the 50, looking for Stringer. Diving back, Smith got a hand to it. Gresham kept running though. Fights for the footy, rips it out, finds his skipper. Merritt on the tight angle, misses. Minor score on the left-hand side. 7-13, 7-14, 55 the Bombers. 56.
Josh, back to your point before, that should have been an easy shot on goal.
100%.
But they are making every forward entry look difficult, the Bombers.
Dawson taking the kick-outs now. Crows by 3 points. Half-hour mark third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Long contest kick. Punch towards the boundary line. Never went out initially. And then Curvis trying to keep it alive. And in the end, Hind knocks it out of play. Pete from Peterborough. That's an appropriately named suburb for Pete to live in. Gentlemen, surely something has to be done about the holding the ball rule. Seriously, the cringe coming through your collective commentary demands it. So not too happy about that. I think that's a familiar theme. Greg and Bendigo, hi guys, good calling. Holding the ball might be back, but clearly penalties for dissent have disappeared. Has there ever been a clearer example than Rankins tonight?
Goldstein takes it out of the ruck. Tried to hand it to Gresham, little wide. Saligo waiting. Now Adelaide through Laird. Little 1-2 with Smith, close on the boundary line. Through the outer wing he goes. He's looking for Gallant, who rises above Langford. Takes the mark, too far out to score. Lockie Gallant in just his 15th game. Quiet so far tonight. Centres it up in the end, a bit unsure about the entry, so decides to let Smith have a go on the logo. He pops it short to Laird presenting. Disposal number 7 for this term. Over the top to Nankervis, one of their rising stars off half back. And the long sleeves on the cold Adelaide night. He spears it into the 50. His target was Gallant. Just a little too low, and Merritt cuts it off. 45 from the defensive goal square. Essendon have it at the moment through the outer side.
Merritt, long contest kick up that eastern wing in from the side. Sammy Durham rips it down. Hand pass off his backside to Parrish. Trotting forward and then retreats. Goes back to Durham. Hurried kick forward. Good luck marking that. High one to centre half forward. Jones back with the flight. Can't complete it. Spills down to Langford. Jams it on the boot as he's been tackled. It floats goal, but it won't get there. And in the end, there's a whistle on the play. It's coming back and it's going Essendon's way. Cole Langford's going to get it. It was a tackle from Chase Jones, which was over the shoulder on Langford. It was in the motion of him kicking it, so as a result, it's not a downfield free kick. And Langford will get it about 35 out, 45-degree angle, right half forward.
That was there, though, wasn't it?
It was there.
Yeah, it was high. It was a bit undisciplined there from Jones.
It was well done by Parrish coming through the middle of the ground too. He looked up and had absolutely no options forward of the play. So just to slow it down and wait for guys to get back.
It's been a game of runs so far, how the goals have come. Langford moves in. His drop punt is superb. Essendon retake the lead with a second left in the third term. 32-minute mark, Essendon by 3 points. They swing the lead around. The Bombers 8-14-62, Adelaide 9-5-59. We've had 2 lead changes for the night. They both come in this third term. The Crows kicked the first 4 of the third quarter. Essendon have tacked on the last 3. Josh Franco, Scott Thompson, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Probably one of the things, Scotty, that coaches pull their hair out is red time goals, so goals late in the quarter. And again, on that occasion, Langford was having the shot on goal. Jones had him on toast. He could have pressured him. It wouldn't have been a free kick, but was just a little bit reckless with the high tackle. And free was brought back and Langford kicked the goal.
Funny you mentioned that, Josh. They're the worst team in the league for conceding red time scores, averaging 19 per quarter.
Wow.
And they've now conceded 2-2 in the... 3-2 rather in these last 10 minutes. So they're living up to the stats there and heading into the final change. It will be Essendon who nabbed the lead. 3 points the margin, 8-14-62 to 9-5-59.
The goal kickers as to three-quarter time. So I've got a couple for Langford, couple for Harry Jones, and then one each for Parrish, Powerhouse Hobbs, Gresham and Stringer. Meanwhile, for Adelaide, we got 2 for Jordan Dawson, who's had a hell of a night. He's been a bit slow to start on the back of his All-Australian year last year, but he's been superb tonight for Adelaide. 1 each for Chase Jones, Keys, Rochelle, Walker, Saligo, McHenry and Fogarty. We got a game. Three-quarter time. It's been an interesting night. Friday Night Footy in round 6. A match which hasn't followed any sort of great pattern. The Bombers got it out by 21 points halfway through the second term before Adelaide kicked the next 7 goals. Essendon, who looked like they were out of the game and the Crows were going to be too much for them offensively at that stage. They've then responded with the next 3 goals, completely against the trend here at Adelaide Oval on Friday Night Footy. Also off the SMS, Rob in Greensborough. I've watched most of the games this season and started the year again, promising myself not to criticise the umpires. But this performance tonight by the men in yellow has been truly awful. It's like 2 pairs who were given different instructions on what to look for tonight. So that's Rob in Greensborough. And also from Harry off the SMS, holding the ball is not a rule anymore. It's a feeling. It's the vibe. It feels a little bit that way tonight. Thanks, Harry. Appreciate that. 0437 774 774, the SMS. The thoughts of Scott Thompson and Josh Franco coming up in just a moment. Essendon by 3 points as we turn for home. Three-quarter time, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
And Adelaide Oval is roaring as Adelaide work it up over halfway. The kick for Keys. They've got numbers inside. Dignity Fogarty. Backpedaling takes the mark. Darcy Fogarty. Spray to gettable shot late in the opening turn. He makes no mistake early in the third. Play on it from Laird. Can't collect. Darts clean. Took on the tackler, holding the ball. And a free kick for Jake Saligo. What a turnaround in this game from 21 points down midway through the second term. Adelaide are in front.
That one was ugly, but it tumbles perfectly to Rochelle. 40 out, charges in, spears it home. Celebrates in front of the scoreboard. Adelaide are rocking and rolling. Long ball, 2-on-2. Gallant nearly claimed it. Late fist, socket no forward by McHenry. Out of nowhere, chucks the toe in. 7th heaven for Adelaide. The damn wall has burst.
Sits it up to the hot spot, and Curvis falls his own teammate. Live footy, top of the goal square. Harry Jones gets put the ball and stops the bleeding for Essendon. H gets his second. Hang on, there's a whistle on the play. It's coming back and it's going Essendon's way. Cole Langford's going to get it. Langford moves in. His drop punt is superb. Essendon retake the lead with a second left in the third term.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Bombers kicked 3 in a row to start the second quarter. They led by 21 points. Adelaide kicked the next 7. They led by 19 points. And then the Bombers respond with the last 3. And as a result, it's Essendon by 3 points at three-quarter time. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryant's calling the footy. Liz Walsh on the boundary. It is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of our experts, the All-Australian pair, Josh Franco and Scott Thompson.
Josh, throughout the first part of that third quarter, it was a bit of a lacklustre start to the quarter, but we did end up seeing a few momentum swings throughout. Essendon, as much as it wasn't pretty, probably controlled the first handful of minutes, but then for that 10-minute period, we saw the ability of Adelaide just to really break the game open in offence and the ability to score quite quickly there for a while.
Yeah, absolutely, Scotty, and probably off the back of, we talked about it heavily at half-time in terms of the tackle differential, but there was a complete swing. So Adelaide's pressure, whether Matthew Nicks and the coaching staff addressed that at half-time, possibly, but there was a bit of a swing in momentum. Then they were able to get some of their ball movement off the back of that. We saw a beautiful passage of play from, exquisite skills and execution from Dawson to hit Tex Walker, the little dribble kick off his left to the out. Just, Crows at their best. But they weren't able to sustain it, and full credit to Essendon. They were able to hang in there. Probably the only, difference at the moment between who's going to win this game and who's not is just tidying up their entries inside forward 50. We saw Essendon a couple of times, and Gresham was a culprit on 2 occasions. Just poor execution inside their forward 50, and they go from scores that should have been kicked to making it really difficult for their forwards to apply any scoreboard pressure whatsoever, and likewise to Adelaide. But when they had their ball movement going, the Crows, they did look dangerous, but just not able to generate enough scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, you're right. When the Crows did get their offensive game going, they were able to break it open and score quite easily and look quite efficient going forward, didn't they? And on the flip side, which we've touched on numerous times throughout the call, every Essendon score, as much as they've generated a lot of forward 50 ball and they had 8 shots on goal that quarter, it just looks like hard work, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely it does. And you talk about the game in the balance at the moment. Essendon are up by 3 points. Who wins it? It comes down again, I guess, to the midfield battle, and Isaac Rankin, he needs to get going. He was better in that quarter. He only had the 2 disposals, I think, to half-time, so he was a little bit more influential and starting to impose himself on the contest, even though he looked a little bit frustrated. But in terms of that midfield battle and who can get the cleanest entries inside forward 50 and execute under the most pressure will be the side that wins this contest.
It is perfectly set up. Adelaide still have not led a single game at three-quarter time all year. The Bombers by 3 points as we head into the final term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Draper wins it down. Stringer thrown into the centre bounce. Spills back to Draper. Sockers it away, but Scholl off the wing takes the intercept mark for Adelaide. Swings his kick out wide to Dawson, who's had it on a string tonight. Long kick down to half-forward. Rochelle marks. Crows coming home to the Riverbank stand end, and Rochelle holds up the Sherrin. Man on the mark is a step behind the 50. He likes his chances from out here.
I hope he goes back and kicks the goal, but I'd love to see him just get off the mark with a little bit more urgency, just in case something does open up inside the forward 50. To slow the play like this now is just closed off all options that may have been on.
Josh Rochelle, the club cornerstone for the next 6 years. A right-footed drop punt, has to kick it all at 55. Has it got the trip? Not quite. Touched on the line. Still a live footy in the goal square, trying to get boot to ball Keys. Still there. In the end, it's knocked through by Laverty. Saves the day. So Essendon by 2 points. 1 minute into the final term, ABC Sport.
Another player we spoke about at half-time is Zach Merritt. Had 20 disposals to half-time. Just keeping a bit of an eye on, he's been quelled. It looks like Henry has got the job on him. Not a tight tag, but whenever Merritt's around the footy, McHenry seems to be matching up on him.
Redmond goes long as he plays on out of the defensive goal square. Up to right half back. Pack waited there, and off hands it'll carry over the boundary line in front of the Foss Williams stand. Known as a bit of a pest around the Adelaide Football Club, Ned McHenry is the one you'd want to go to if you want to rile up a senior leader of your opposition football club.
And he's on him at this boundary throw-in too, Aaron.
Toss back into play, Draper. And O'Brien do battle once again, and bursting through is Rankin. Not his night so far, but could be his moment as he goes back to Laird. Then Dawson around the body, looking for Jones. Rising Fogarty slipped through his mitts. Martin's at the back. Lowers the eyes and dinks it up to Hobbs. Essendon now charging off half-back. Caldwell, unleashed, heads up towards right half forward. Harrison Jones marks, but has to wait for them to flood into the 50. Holds things up on the outer side, just forward of centre wing.
Back into a slow play now, the Bombers, so Jones will just dab it short to Nick Cox. And says that's all okay. Pick 8 from a couple of years ago, Nick Cox. Taken in front of Perkins and Reid when the Bombers had those 3 top teners in 2020. Essendon have more top 10 picks than any other team in the league. They have 12 on their list.
More than Gold Coast.
More than the Gold Coast,
wow.
More than North. A long kick here from Redmond inside the forward 50. Hands on it from Keane. Spills down towards Hinge of the Crows. Hand pass to Michael Lanny. Hurried kick out to half-back. Crows win it back here through Scholl. He gets boot the ball. A high bomb out towards the eastern wing. In the box seats, Mackay had eyes for it. It was spoiled front on. Eyes taken off the ball by Keys and Walker, and as a result, free kick. The Bombers take the advantage.
Redmond marches his way through the outer wing unopposed. Spots Langford leading out. Hits him. Too far out to score. Tightest of angles. Pops it into the pocket. Merritt taken down late. Speaking of tight angles, Dersma skies it across the goal line, and Chase Jones thrusts it through from a good 10 metres out. They'll pay it as the minors score. Essendon up by 3. 8:15.63 to Adelaide's 9:6.60. 3 minutes into the final term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Brodie Smith goes on a stroll on the kick out. Essendon by 3 points. 3 minutes gone, final term. Long kick up to the wing, and there's his former teammate, Jake Kelly. Takes the intercept mark for the Dons. Hand pass to Heppel, pumps it back inside 50. Jones has to go. That's Harry. Competes in the air. No mark. Spells down to Gresham. Heavy tackle for Hinge. Got it away to Hyde. Hand pass to Parrish. Shoots goalward but misses out to the left. It's a wild shot. The Bombers by 4 points. We got a good one. Into the final term again. Instead of multiple lead changes like Adelaide played in last week against the Blues, it's been wild momentum swings. Essendon by as many as 21 earlier. The Crows led by 19 themselves. And now the Bombers have kicked the last 3 goals in the game. Essendon by 4 points. 4 played, final term. Live footy on ABC Sport.
Adelaide look to exit through Worrell. Thrusts it long up towards centre wing. O'Brien there, knocked it down, charging by. Couple of bounces by Rankin. 1, 2, 3, 4. The last one doesn't come back to him, just reels it in. Here's a highlight reel as he hooks it into the 50, looking for Walker. Fisted away by Redmond. Ricochets into the left forward pocket. Keys on the chase. Cox behind him. Scholl with the assist. Cox nearly one out. Caught in the tackle and pushed it out with one hand. Almost a paddle. Could have been paid a free kick. Essendon will get away with it. Parrish to the outer side looking for Langford, but Adelaide have the numbers. Keane to ball ace, then Smith a little 1-2 with Laird. He's running out of room and actually walks it over as he tried to get his kick up to half forward. So it will be tossed back into play in front of the Max Bashir stand. The Bombers by 4 points.
That was a great contested ball win by Cox in the back half then, wasn't it?
People with us everywhere tonight. Ripper call loud and clear from the River Watchers in Echuca. Loving the call. Listening by News Radio in Sydney from David in Chippendale. Nice to have you with us right across the country on whatever platform here on ABC Sport. It is Essendon by 4 points early in the last from the boundary throw, and we've got another stoppage. You mentioned Ed McHenry being a bit of a jokester earlier, as people outside South Australia won't believe this. He actually has a segment here on the Channel 7 News where he goes through people's fishing photos. This is a footballer in a AFL competition that has a segment on the news that takes people's fishing photos and presents them on the nightly television news.
Look up the definition of two-team town, you'll find it there. Out of the stoppage, Merritt was held, free kick. On the 45, he finds Stringer, charging through right half forward. Flares it inside 50. Heppel can launch. Across was Dawson with the fist. Worrell at the back. Sold Michael Lanny into a bit of trouble. Did well. Outmanned and got a handball through to Dawson, then Hinge, and they'll slow things down to Scholl. He's in front of the scoreboard, left back pocket. Essendon by 4 at the moment. Adelaide.
We both grew up in Perth, though. I don't remember Scott Chisholm going through people's fishing photos or anything. That is uniquely Adelaide, that one.
Can I just say as well, the entry from Jake Stringer, we've talked about the connection inside 50. He had Hind leading strong up at the kicker, but decided to kick the long bomb. Not the answer.
Up to the wing go the Crows. Knocked away by Draper. Picked up inside the boundary line for Mackay. Shoved out of bounds. Did he get his kick away? He did before it went out of play, and that's not good news for him because it went out on the full. Free kick for the Crows. 6.5 gone. Final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. We've had 2 lead changes. Both teams have led by more than 3 goals. And there's less than a kick in it, which is exactly what we want. Friday night footy in round 6. Here's Walker for the home team. Sends Adelaide down to half forward. Knocked away by O'Brien. Down to Caldwell. Oh, the Bombers. Hand pass inside to Kelly. Kelly kicks up into the front half for Essendon. Harry Jones edged underneath it. Ball slips out the back. Stringer knocks it on in front of him. The package left it behind. Collected by Worrell on off half back for the Crows to Hinge. Away to Smith. He's under pressure. He's caught. He's tackled. The umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up, centre half forward for the Bombers. Essendon by 4 points. 7 go on final turn.
I thought, just having a look at the replay, oh, no, he didn't have prior opportunity, Brady Smith. I thought he gave the stiff arm, don't argue, but not much opportunity there to get rid of the footy.
O'Brien races in late, gets the tap down. Back towards Scholl, sidesteps Hobbs and pushes a handball over the top. Looking for Michael Annie, too long. Now McGrath at the attacking edge of the square. Uses Mackay behind, retreating to him. Now Hind wheels his way around from Dawson. Charges to 45. Eyes the big sticks and misses. Minor score to the right-hand side. 5-point lead to the Bombers. 8-17-65. Plays 9-6-60. 8 minutes into the final term.
Long kick from Worrell up towards half-back, and here's Rankin who takes the mark. So a lot of the half's been played in Essendon's front half, and yet they haven't been able to put any pressure on the scoreboard. Just a 5-point game. Rankin down to Walker and a one-on-one. Hits the deck. Picked up by Rochelle. Hand pass away to Keys. Gives it to Fogarty. Out wide. Straightens up with the kick. And the intercept mark for Heppel. Takes a juggled effort. Top of the defensive goal square. He'll share it with Nick Martin. Essendon by 5. 8.5 minutes travelled. Final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryans, Liz Walsh on the boundary. Josh Franco, Scott Thompson.
The game on a knife edge, both sides throwing punches, but who'll land a blow? Essendon try to get out defensive 50, knocked out of the stoppage. Nankervis gathers, looks inside, was Keys held? Yes! They were begging for it in the Riverbank stand. And the 30,000 plus are rewarded. Free kick to Ben Keys, top of the goal square, straight in front.
Just having a look at the replay too, that was there. Almost Kelly had his arm over his shoulder as well, so it could have either been holding on or too high. But
good old-fashioned bear hug there.
It was.
He didn't need to do it, did he? He already had body on, so all he needed to do was compete in the contest.
Ben Keys marches in, stabs at it, nearly misses, but he just squeezes it through for his second of the night, and just like that, Adelaide are back in front. They lead by a point at the 9-minute mark of the final term. 10-6-66 to the Bombers, 8-17-65. Liz Walsh downstairs.
I am keeping a very close eye at the moment on Essendon sub Elijah Sardis, who is yet to be activated into the game. The Bombers have had very few injury concerns tonight, so Sardis is still just sitting there stationary on the back bench, probably waiting to be tactically subbed in.
Thanks, Liz.
Keezy almost made the goal umpire do a cartwheel then to call that. He just snuck it in, and you could argue that's one slightly against the flow. The Bombers have had a heap of the momentum and the ball in their forward half, so that's a really important goal for the Crows. Midway through this last quarter with the home ground advantage behind them now.
Brings a bumper crowd into the game. Adelaide by 1. 10 minutes gone, final term. Goldstein and O'Brien lock up back in the middle. Goldstein wins it down. Durham hit the deck, left it behind. Charging in to retrieve it, Rochelle. Hand pass away to Michael Annie. Kicks to the broadcast wing, and there's Lockie Gallant. Takes the mark. Number 44 kicked over 40 goals in the SANFL last year, better than 2 a game. He sends his ball down to half forward. Fogarty the target. Crashing back. Redmond knocks it away. Martin has another go. Spoils it into the path of Merritt. Slick hands to McGrath. Tumbles a kick forward. Langford can't mark. Bounces off his chest. Gresham picks it up. Kicks inside the forward 50. Wrong-footed was Harry Jones. Worrell favoured by the kick, and he can clean it up for Adelaide. Shares it with Keane in the defensive 50. Adelaide by 1. 11 go on final term.
Chips it to Hinge. Time to turn and go. Through the outer wing, lethal left up towards O'Brien, clears the pack, Dawson's at the back, the skipper turns, sends it into the left forward pocket, another poor entry, too long and wide of Walker. Thankfully for him, it takes a bounce over the boundary line. It'll be tossed back into play, left forward pocket, Riverbank stand end. Adelaide by a point in front of 46,700.
And another poor entry from Essendon as well, through Gresham once again, just lacked composure going inside forward 50.
Boundary throw in. Rankin, always dangerous. Jams it on the boot. Unguarded. Goldswell, he's got it. That is his forte. And it's not before we're going to go to the arc. The soft call is a goal. You can hear what the Adelaide crowd think about it. It was close to the goal post. I'm not sure it hit it. Dare I say again. We will get a look on the Snicko, I'm sure.
I'm sure that naked eye of the goal umpire is better than any review system we've seen throughout this year. He could not get a better position.
It is a flat line on the Snicko. The crowd will tell the story, and 46,700 are roaring their approval. Isaac Rankin with his first of the night. Adelaide by 7. 11-6-72. Essendon 8. 17-65. 12.5 gone. Final term. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
And just like that, Elijah Sardis has been subbed into the game. Looks like Nick Hind has been put to the back bench. But concerningly for Essendon, Mason Redmond's just come and off the ground and looks quite uncomfortable with his groin, so he's just getting on the bike. But literally, he came from the ground seconds after Hind had been subbed out of the game.
You talk about Isaac Rankin, that's his bread and butter, isn't it? Yeah. Parrish was probably on the wrong side of him. He had space to run into. They weren't working together to support Parrish with some body on Isaac Rankin, and he kicked an absolute cracker.
7 points the lead to Adelaide. Bounce favoured O'Brien, won it down to Rankin and off to Saligo. Around the body, they get the clearance. Up towards Nankervis. Heppel launched himself, threw his body on the line and landed on top of McHenry with the fist. Got it out towards the boundary line. Scholl trying to keep it in play. Parrish wins out. Chain of handballs finds its way to Caldwell. Essendon up to half forward. Bounced in the hole amongst a few players. Ricochets out as Merritt paddled it looking for aggression, but cutting it off is Worrell, who hands it off to Ball Ace at left half back. Sends it up towards the outer wing. 2 bombers there, and Dersma rises above Caldwell to make it look clean as he takes the intercept mark. Too far out to score, but a kick away from one. He'll pop it up over the top towards the boundary line to Parrish and launches it. 30 out from goal. Stringer set himself, couldn't bring it down. At the back, Merritt bursting through, parted the seas and slams it home to make it a 1-point game once again. Oh, the skipper stands and delivers. 9-17-71. Plays 11-6-72. And we've still got 11 minutes of footy to go. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, all Australians, Josh Franco and Scott Thompson.
That ability there from Merritt to just crumb that ball and be clean through the contest. And he's had Ned McHenry on his tail for the whole of this last quarter. And that tag, or run with, whatever you want to call it, has gotten tighter and tighter as the quarter's gone on. And as he kicked that goal, you look back and McHenry was hands on knees, disappointed in his efforts, but great goal by the captain there.
Well, I was almost going to say it was just another long, boring, high entry inside their forward 50 for the Bombers, but as you said, Scotty, Merritt was able to create something out of nothing. Great crumb, great goal.
Another big night for the skipper, 28 disposals and a goal, and he's able to tack on here. Goldstein wins the hit out down to Durham. Slick hands to Caldwell, kicks to centre half forward. Hinge spoils down to Rankin. Durham came and got him. What a huge tackle. Umpire says ball up, centre half forward for the Bombers.
Wow. The closing speed of Durham and the contest and the impact.
Isaac Rankin just gives him a little pat on the backside as they get up after that. So stoppage centre half forward for the Dons. Ball bounces around. Sardis slips a tackle into famous number 5. Kicks Essendon to the hot spot. Underneath it, Worrell skims off his knuckles close to the boundary line and out it goes. Next to the behind post, deep forward for the Bombers. Adelaide by 1 point. 16 gone, final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, in this scenario here, like we saw Rankin up the other end, if you're on Jake Stringer, I reckon you're on high alert and need some support from your teammates. He'll look to get on the fly, get on the move.
Toss back in, Essendon's attacking 50. Draper won it down. No one was front and square. Stringer became the tackler on O'Brien. Cook got it out. Keane pushed as he kicked it, bouncing into open territory out left half back. Nankervis reaches it first and reels it in with one arm just over the boundary line. He was away, out of the blocks.
Bit stiff, but great call, Josh. Stringer was almost through there, wasn't he?
Yeah. And he's hard to stop when he's got a full head of steam.
Boundary throwing to come in front of the Jack Odie stand. Toss back into play, O'Brien front position. At the back, Gresham, though, hands it off to Hobbs. Lacking momentum as he hooks it around the body. Spills down towards half forward. Hamill left it behind. He'd become the tackler, though, on Durham. And we'll get a ball up on the paint of the attacking 50 for Essendon. Down by a point, the 17-minute mark of the final term.
Bit of a wrecking ball, that Durham, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Likes the physical stuff.
Brings that blue-collar work that this Essendon midfield craves from the restart. Saligo, hand pass away to Rankin, high up and under to Nankervis. Drops the mark under pressure from Heppel. Spills to Gresham, puts Essendon inside 50. Draper! He's got his mitts around it. Velcro for hands, and Sam Draper rips it down 25 out straight in front.
What a great contested mark. We haven't really seen that at all tonight from Essendon, being able to clunk them with those long, high entries inside their forward 50, and Draper with just the 3 disposals, just the 1 kick and 2 handballs. Hasn't really had much of an impact on this game. Now's his opportunity to go back and put the Bombers in front.
Coming up out of the goal square, the ruckman, Sam Draper, back in South Australia. Draper shakes it wildly out to the left. And this is turning into what might have been night for Essendon. Yeah. They are 9 goals, 18. Scores a level, 18 gone final term.
Smith heaves it up to the broadcast wing. Walker sticks a knee into the back of Mackay. Takes the mark and wants to go. They're surging forward. The kick fell straight to Rochelle back with the flight, but he didn't take it. Paddled it down and gave it straight to Essendon. McGrath on the 45 to Caldwell. Takes it behind centre wing.
I reckon Josh Rochelle would like to do that again.
Did he lose it in the lights?
I don't think he did. No.
Yeah.
Caldwell up towards left half forward, floating across O'Brien. Draper came late, knocked it down. Adelaide have the numbers. Worrell to Smith, around the body, jams it up towards centre wing. Rochelle again left it behind. McGrath becomes the tackler on Gallant, spinning him a full 360. Umpire circles. Gallant fell into the footy. No effort to get rid of it. And it's holding the ball Essendon's way.
McGrath turns, rolls, kicks to centre half forward. There's Goldstein.
That was the kick, Scotty, isn't it? Lowering the eyes.
The veteran Marks hands it off to Nick Martin from long range. Puts Essendon back on top. In game 50 with a signature long range goal. Lead change number 4. Essendon by 6 points, 10-18-78. Adelaide 11-6-72. As we tick into time on in the final term, Scott Thompson, Josh Franco, ABC Sport.
And that connection piece is what we've been crying out for all night, isn't it? McGrath just to come through and the ability just to lower the eyes. Goldstein, great mark. Martin, great run through the middle of the ground, handball receiver. We know how beautifully he kicks the ball. Great end result, purely because one was willing to lower the eyes and hit up the lead.
Absolutely. And as you said, you need two. You need someone coming at the footy, but you need that bloke, whoever's got ball in hand, to lower the eyes and honour that lead-up kick, rather than the long ball inside forward 50 where defenders can drop off an air assist. Outstanding bit of play. And again, that Nick Holm, we spoke about him pre-game. Handball received, shot on goal.
Spotting the 8 on the line for Essendon. They're up by 6 with 8 to go. Out of the middle, Saligo soccers it towards the 50. Heppel was sitting back. Tunnel ball as he tried to get it off to Martin. Gathered by Parrish, who hands it out wide to Kelly. Racing through centre half back. Pops it wide to Davey Jr. Takes it behind centre wing on the broadcast side. Wheels past Hamill. Spearing it up to the attacking edge, looking for Langford, who was edged into the ball, dropped by Keane. Illegally, says the umpire. Just the faintest of shoulders. The free kick will go Kyle Langford's way. Adelaide have flooded back. Barely any players outside of the attacking 50 now for Essendon, so he'll go high and long in hope at the Cathedral end. Knocked down by Cox. Waiting there was Hinge, who gave it away. Martin uses Durham. Turns past McHenry. A worm burner central. Gathered by Nick Martin. On the left, he skies it about 10 metres. Cleared the pack. They didn't know where it was going. Ball ace gathers waiting for Adelaide. Saligo now to Smith. Gets it out of defensive 50 and back with the flight. McHenry reels it in.
Crows led this game by 19. Time on in the third quarter. From that point on, Essendon have been able to kick 5 of the next 7 goals. The Bombers by 6 points. McHenry short to Walker, but he's a long way from goal. High up and under, down to high half forward. Gallant leaping over the pack, can't come down with it. Hits the deck. Hobbs knocks it into midfield. Goldstein had it, lost it. Parrish still tracking the footy. Wins it. Hand pass away to Harry Jones for the Bombers. Hand pass to Dersman. There's nothing up ahead. He retreats. Goes back to Heppel. Heppel dabs it short, and here's Laverty, back edge of the centre square. Bombers by 6, 22 gone, final quarter on ABC Sport.
It was a great 50-50 contest from Goldstein, wasn't it? Looking at him now, he's a bit ginger, but terrific one-on-one. Head over the footy, outstanding.
Laverty to Parrish, disposal 21 for him. Quiet by his standards as he sends it up towards the attacking edge. Draper edged out of it by Burlace, and that allowed Dawson to take the intercept mark at half back. Skipper shining after a slow start to the season. Kick perfectly weighted to O'Brien behind centre wing. Over the top to Laird. Through the outer side, they're going the Crows at the moment. Running straight past him was Cox. No 50. Laird hands it off. Dawson on the left into the pocket. Found Rochelle in the hole and he spilt it all alone. His second egregious error of the final term, and Essendon will race away saying thank you very much.
The kick out towards halfback from Redmond. Picked off, though, by Brodie Smith. It's coming back inside 50. Needs to be composed. Sits it up. Langford spoils. Low footy. Cook has it picked from him. Picked up by Nick Martin. He's tackled, taken the ground up, says ball up. And we got a stoppage, 25 out from the Adelaide goal. Oh, there's a whole lot of moments late in this game that I'm sure the loser will look back on tomorrow and think what might have been. Who's good enough to win it? Essendon by 6. Time on final term. Forward 50. Stoppage for the Crows. Walker can't take it. Spills to Kelly. He's tackled by Walker and a ball up again. 25 out from the Crows goal. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. 24 minutes travelled final term. Essendon by 6 points.
Goldstein rises. Tapped it straight down to Fogarty on the left from 25. Misses. Hooked it on the left-hand side for a minor score. 5-point lead to the Bombers, 10-18, 78 to 11-7, 73, and Matthew Nicks can only look on dejected, thinking, gee, we almost had him.
Who'd be a coach?
Oh, the Crows have had 18 scoring shots. Essendon have kicked 18 behinds. The Bombers, 28 scores to the Crows 18, 11-7 to 10-18. The score is Essendon by 5 points as Parrish comes out of a defensive 50. On the wing, Dawson grabs it. He's grabbed as he squeezes the kick away. High tackle surely. Chase Jones taken high. Advantage applied. Tearing away inside 50. The Crows with the footy against the boundary line. The kick heads goalward, but it's missed the whole set. Out of bounds on the full. Off the boot of Mitch Hinge, who's sporting some blue paint, and he's picked up off the turf. Out on the full. 24 gone final term. Essendon by 5.
Brilliant chase by Davey then. Hinge thought he was out, gets balance, and Davey just nutted him late.
Redmond goes long, out of defensive 50. It's a little wide, close to the boundary line, and Cox gets a hand onto it to ensure it'll be a boundary throw-in.
I thought he had a tattoo for a moment there when he had the had the blue paint that he's picked up off the ground.
So in front of the Foss Williams stand, it's a 5-point lead to the Bombers. Adelaide's attacking half. Toss back in. O'Brien front position, won it down. Just a little wide of Jones. Did well to gather under pressure from Parrish. Got it off to Michaelani, then Dawson around the body. Spots Saligo. He's been everywhere. At left half forward. Looks in. Finds Jones 52 out. Just outside his reach. He'll share it. Looking for Walker, who waits at the back. Mackay got across. Fisted it straight down to McHenry, though. He finds the big Texan, who wheels his way around Kelly, his former teammate, on the left to the goal square. Off hands, it's through for a minor score.
Just a little bit too much hang time on that kick from Jones, wasn't it? But I tell you what, Dawson and Saligo have been absolutely huge for the Crows tonight.
4-point lead to the Bombers. Still 3.5 to go.
Big 4 points in the context of the season. Adelaide trying to pull it back from an 0-4 start. If Essendon win this, they get to 4-2. The Bombers by 4 points. They've kicked a boatload of behinds. From the back pocket, Martin looking for Sardis. No mark. He becomes tackler on Gallant. Gallant holds it in. Tackle. Pack forms over the top of him. Somehow got up backdoor to Smith. Kicks inside 50, but Mackay marks. Moves it on quickly to Nick Martin. 3 and a bit minutes to go. Kicks out of the defensive 50. No mark. Gallant flies. Spills down to Rank and he's tackled. Ball comes out. It's holding the ball though. Free kick for the Bombers at half-back. They win a critical contest. And Gresham gets it. In fact, it'll be Hobbs who takes the free kick. Left half-back for Essendon. Final 3 minutes. 26 gone. Essendon by 4 points. Friday night footy right here on ABC Sport.
Do not go anywhere. Hobbs down the line. Front position. Cox crunched. Spills forward. Adelaide there. Gallant gathers. Speared by Merritt. Excellent tackle. Ball shoots out towards the 50. Michaelani left it behind. Tackle late on Redmond by Rankin. Close to the boundary line. The fans are begging for it. in the Bradman stand, and they will not be rewarded. Boundary throwing to come.
You talk about game state. Both sides would have practiced these different scenarios, whether you're up, whether you're down. But you need the guys that are good players, make good decisions under pressure with the ball in their hand.
Toss back in. O'Brien front position was looking for Dawson. Trickled just past him. Parrish can swarm. Got it to Hobbs. Late tackle, but a handball forward to Stringer. Empty 50, so he'll just bang it long in hope. It's crumbling its way towards the forward goal square. King gets back first, breaking away from Jones, turns around, looks to exit. Hinge strong in the air with Stringer closing.
Enormous mark for Hinge. Adelaide Oval roaring as the Crows shift it forward. Laird, short to Rochelle, kicks straight down the pipe. It's an ugly kick. Redmond collects, bangs it back, but straight to Walker. Breaks a tackle, hand pass to Gallant. Centre half forward, he's tackled, dispossessed. Whacks it out like Wayne Harms, but straight to Nick Martin, who just kicks straight for the boundary line. The footy's bouncing towards the boundary line and trickles out. Has to be deliberate. As you can hear, it is. Hinge grabs it for the Crows, down by 4, kicks inside 50, they come from all directions. Draper spoils to the boundary line and Fogarty runs out of room.
I'm not sure Martin had to do that kick, and you mentioned the composure piece that comes so late in the game and guys making great decisions. That was absolutely brilliant by Keane in the back 50.
Boundary throw in Essendon by 4 points, 28 gone, final term. 1:34 left on the clock, forward 50 stoppage for the Crows.
Watch Rankin here.
Walker front position, Draper edged him out of it and jams it on the boot. Out of defensive 50, Goldstein fits it towards the line, and the two big men combine for an excellent play and force a boundary throw in. Hearts in mouths across the great state of South Australia.
Jones behind the ball.
Bombers fans inches away from a spot in the top 8. They've just got to hang on. Toss back in. Draper fell over. O'Brien tapped it straight down to Saligo, who turns, spots the leading Rochelle, and this time he plunks it. Just a bit too far out though. Had Gallant on offer and burns him. He's at right half forward. Rochelle opens the angle, loads up to the top of the goal square. Walker can't get a rise. The pack collapses. Front square is Jones. Was he taken high? He's brought down in the tackle, and a ball up to come, 10 out.
This place is going berserk.
Rankin's left unattended at this stoppage as well.
Ball up top of the goal square for the Crows. Essendon by 4 points. Sardis jams it on the boot. Still inside the forward 50 for the Crows. Rochelle tackled by Martin. We're getting another stoppage. 40 metres out from the Adelaide goal. 48 seconds on the clock. Essendon lead it by 4. Deep forward for the Crows. O'Brien taps it to Walker. Tackled by Mackay. Was he tackled high? The umpire says no. He played for that one.
He did play for that. The crowd thinks so, but the big Texan ducked his head there.
Yep. Game on the line right here. Bombers by 4.
O'Brien tries to take it out of the ruck. Draper right behind him. Footy bobbling its way out of the pack. Rochelle put it on the boot and misses. Oh, it was a big moment, and he couldn't cash in. Essendon have the footy, and they're up by 3 points. Time is running out for the home side.
The seconds can't peel off the clock quick enough for Essendon. Redmond long to half-back. Punched away. Hinge collects. Kicks it back inside 50 for the Crows. Harry Jones up, no mark. Hits the deck. Pack forms underneath him. Umpire circles. Will have a ball up. There is 11 seconds left. A forward 50 stoppage. 40 out from the Crows' goal. The Bombers by 3 points. O'Brien wins it down. Walker collects. He's tackled by Caldwell. Trying to knock the ball out. Another pack. The umpire circles. They're appealing for holding the ball. The siren. Essendon edge the Crows on a Friday night heart stopper in Adelaide. The Bombers string back-to-back wins together. And for the Crows, it's regression to the mean. They're 1-5 on the season.
Premiership flag. Our boys who play this scramble game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, up. The other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get in as the Bombers fly up.
You cannot hear yourself think, let alone make sense of any of the thoughts that are running around in your head. A series of forward 50 stoppages for the Crows, but they weren't able to convert on any of them. A flying shot from Rochelle was the last score of the game. It results in a behind. Essendon win by 3 of those. Adelaide 11-9-75. Essendon 10-18-78. Essendon edged the Crows to win by 3.
See the Bombers fly up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up, the other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly on.
4 lead changes. A match in which Essendon kicked 18 behinds. The Bombers led by 21 in the second term. Adelaide led themselves by 19 points in the third quarter. Forget all of that as we turn for home. The Bombers led by 3. Adelaide had it out to a 7-point advantage at the 13-minute mark. In fact, the 15-minute mark of that final term before the Bombers kicked the last 2 goals of the game to win by 3 points. A pulsating finish in which the ball lived in Adelaide's front half for the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game. In front of 46,700, the majority of them will go home disappointed, but Essendon will go back to Victoria with the 4 points. 10-18-78 Essendon, Adelaide 11-9-75. The thoughts of Josh Franco and Scott Thompson. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, the Bombers by 3.
Well, the game came alive, didn't it, in the last, 15 minutes of that final quarter, and I guess from Adelaide's perspective, they had their opportunity. The inside 50s in the last quarter, I think it was 17-10, so I think it was 17-10, just bringing up the numbers here, but unfortunately they just, 17-15, I beg your pardon, so unfortunately they just weren't able to capitalise. They had their opportunities, and if you look over the course of the 4 quarters, it was a strange game. Adelaide threatened to kick away, Essendon threatened to kick away, but in the end it was a nail-biter.
It was, and it was a great way to finish the game. And you touch on moments late in games and the composure piece by some players being able to handle the pressure and stand up in moments that count. And the Crows certainly had a number of opportunities really late in that quarter to generate shot on goal. They had a couple of good forward 50 movements where I think if you watch the game back, the young fella Rochelle would want to have a couple of moments back that were quite important. Uncontested plays where he could have really impacted, but what it wasn't to be. So the Crows will be kicking themselves, but overall, when you look back on the game, I think the right side won. Essendon seemed to control the game when it counted most. We spoke numerous times throughout the call about their inability to connect going inside forward 50, but you look at inside 50s and shots on goals, they certainly dominated that area, didn't they?
Absolutely, they didn't. And just to reinforce that, so Adelaide were minus 19 in inside 50, so when you're going inside 50, and I think at three-quarter time they'd only been in about 26 times and they ended up with 43 for the match. So they were minus 19 compared to Essendon in terms of going inside their forward 50. So in terms of supply, they didn't get the supply to their forward line. There was a patch, I reckon, in the third where they looked quite dangerous. They got their ball movement going and they had space inside their forward 50 and they were able to capitalise, but they weren't able to do it consistently enough throughout the course of the game. And one area, and I know I'm sort of banging on about it quite a bit, is the tackle count, I reckon, would be a real concern. And the only reason I say the tackle count, I reckon tackle count at times can be misleading, but I reckon it's a really good indication of intent. And unfortunately for Adelaide, they got absolutely torched in terms of the tackles. So they were minus 16 in terms of differential with Essendon with the tackle count. And it was really evident in the first half, in the third quarter as well. And they just weren't able to apply enough pressure to Essendon for long enough to get the final result.
The waning moments, so in the end it was 11 seconds to go when the ball was chucked up for the final time. We've seen a number of puzzling holding the ball decisions tonight. There was one at the end which wasn't paid, in which Big Sam Draper basically laid on top of the footy. All of a sudden a few Crows converged on him. They looked at the umpire, he shook his head, and then the siren went, and that was it. That was the final moment in the game. It was about 30 metres out directly in front of the Adelaide goal. So the free kick wasn't paid. And in the end, Essendon hang on to win by 3 points. Scott, you've been all over the holding the ball call tonight.
Well,
was it one that was missed?
That just proves to me that I do not know the rules of the game, because to me that is a genuine holding the ball. There is zero attempt. There's prior opportunity to dispose of that ball some way or another.
Yep.
And Draper's chosen not to. Now, we won't hear the end of this because this will get spoken about because the game was so tight. This area on the ground where it was when the siren went, Crows would have obviously had a shot on goal. Who knows what the outcome may have been. But again, that is by definition of the rule book, I think, that should be holding the ball.
Well, he basically just sat on it, didn't he? And then pretended like he was there was nothing he could do and threw his arms out. But the umpires tell you that you can't do that anymore. You can't just throw your hands up. You have to be making some kind of an attempt to get rid of it. We will see this replay over and over again as it sort of bobbles around a pack of around 15 players. And in the end, Draper just throws his body on it. Walker came in and tackled him and Worrell. And in the end, the umpire arrived late, Nathan Toner, and threw his hands up in the air and said, "Nope, that's full time. Time has expired. That's not a free kick." The more you see it, Scott.
Mate, I don't know the rules, honestly.
The context of this vision, though, is you can't see the clock counting down. So Walker lays the tackle with a second to go, and
Right.
the siren is sounded as the incident has happened. So if there was an extra couple of seconds, does he pay it, or has the siren beaten Adelaide there?
That's a fair call.
It is a very good point.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of crowd noise, obviously, at that time in the game, so we're sitting here not knowing exactly when the siren did go. But in saying that, again, moments, opportunities, making the most of them, having the composure. The Crows did have numerous opportunities going forward throughout that last quarter that they really let slide.
Well, we talk about pressure on players. What about the pressure on the umpire? Making that, we've seen it 4 or 5 times since the siren sounded, and we get the luxury to be able to sit up in a commentary box and watch it and dissect it, but in the heat of the moment. But, yeah, wow.
The final quarter, Adelaide led by as many as 7 points at the 15-minute mark of the final term, and then Essendon were able to come back and win it. They had to kick late goals through Zach Merritt and then Nick Martin from long range, which turned out to be the go-ahead goal, and as a result decided the game. So that came at the 20-minute mark, and then by the clock ran out. We played almost another 10 minutes of real time from that point on, and there was no go-ahead score for the Crows despite a series of late misses. They had Darcy Fogarty snap at goal late. I think Isaac Rankin missed one through traffic, so there was numerous moments for the Crows, and they had the ball hemmed in their front half, but weren't able to convert. Now the Bombers win it by 3 points, a controversial moment in the finish in which Sam Draper sits on the footy at the end. The umpire didn't penalise him for holding the ball as the seconds were peeled off the clock, and in the end the Bombers win by 3 points. Essendon, back-to-back winners for the first time in season 2024. They moved to 4-2, and the Adelaide Crows are 1-5 in front of 46,700. The Bombers by 3 points, 10-18 to 11-9. Let's go into the winners' rooms. Liz Walsh is down there. The Bombers by 3 points on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh. Liz.
Yes, that's right. Here I am. There are not many family and friends here tonight compared with how it was for Gather Round, but my goodness, they are making some noise here. The team was led into the rooms by Zach Merritt, and they're just getting together now to start singing the song. Let's listen in. I don't know whether you got a sense of that then at all, but that was hugely loud.
Thanks, Liz. We'll hear from one of the Dons in just a moment. We've got another half an hour to pull it all apart. Your thoughts off the SMS? I'm sure there'll be a few frustrated, angry Crows fans on the way home or perhaps around the country. 0437 774 774. A controversial late holding the ball call went against Adelaide. In the end, the Bombers hanging on to win 10-18-78 over Adelaide 11-9-75. A huge win for the Bombers in the context of their season. They make it back-to-back wins and a 4-2 on the table.
Talk about a huge win in the context of Essendon season, a huge loss in the context of Adelaide season. So when you go, 1-5 now, it's a long road back, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Yeah.
Well, you think about last week, they were 16 points down, time on in the last quarter. They kicked the last 3 goals and really pinched it at the end with Berry kicking a major, and then it works the other way tonight. They were 7 points up, and it was the Bombers who came back and got them. So one close one went their way, the other close one went against them. But that's what happens, though, in a season this tight where you give away such a head start. You start 0-4, you're playing catch-up, and there's really no margin for error from that point on.
Well, it's interesting you say that. I was at Sydney in 2016, I reckon it was, and Sydney was 0-6.
17, yeah.
17, sorry. Yep. So 0-6. And I remember the feeling around the club, because they were obviously a jam-packed side full of talent. Sydney knew, I guess when we were there, we knew that we had the capability of doing it. But the big thing was there's no room for error. There's absolutely no room for error. I think City got on a roll and won 13-odd games in a row, and they snuck into the finals. But then they just ran out of steam because they'd built up and I guess expended so much energy to get there that they didn't have the legs at the end when it really counted in the final series. So you go 1-5. It's a long road, and there is no margin. There's no room for error. So you can't drop these games. You have to win them, and it puts them well behind the 8 ball at the moment.
For the Bombers, it's all of a sudden starting to come together for them. You look at their 2 losses that they've had on the year. They lost to the Swans by 5 goals, a match they were competitive in throughout. And then you can give them the mulligan then against Port Adelaide, which was a fortnight ago. They lost by nearly 70. But outside of that, they've scored wins against the Hawks, the Saints, the Dogs. And now they've added the Crows to that list as well. So they've been a number of other teams in and around their station, the teams that are trying to compete with them for a spot in the lower portion of the 8.
Yeah, I'm sure, and listening to the coach talk a fortnight ago as well, they've been really good in so many areas of the game, and they've been competitive, except for, this round 1 game against Sydney that they did drop up at the SCG. They were competitive throughout. The first quarter against Port Adelaide, which has been touched on, they were really competitive, probably should have been further in front throughout that game, and then really got pants in the centre of the ground through that night. Tonight, again, they were really, across the 4 quarters, the dominant side throughout. Scoreboard, inside 50s, generated so many more shots on goal. They deserve to win the game. But
absolutely.
They kicked 18 behinds, Essendon. In the end, they only needed 3 of them to fall over the line. 10-18, 78. They beat Adelaide 11-9, 75 in front of a raucous crowd of 46,700. The Bombers by 3. Back into the winners' rooms with Liz Walsh. Liz.
Thank you, Corbin. I'm here with Essendon's, let's call you a match winner, Nick Martin. Nick, an amazing victory tonight, and the winning streak over the Crows extends to 7. Put that game into words for us.
Exhilarating, exciting, a whole range of emotions, but just over the moon to get the result. And I think we stuck to our process all day with the game, and the result fell our way, which is really pleasing. And a very important match-winning goal to you in your 50th milestone game. How did that feel? You can't write the script any better if I could, but I can't even kick 50 when I'm fresh. I don't even know how I did it in the 4th, but it's one of the best feelings I've ever had in my life, and I'm just so happy. You guys were up at half-time, and then in the 3rd quarter, the Crows just come charging back. How was it that you wrestled back momentum there? Yeah, they obviously did, but the most pleasing thing for us is how we were able to come back. Obviously, they got that 2-3 goal run on us in the 3rd, and it's obviously hard to come back from, but I think it happened twice as well. Sort of in the 2nd quarter, they kicked 3 in a row, and ability to just withhold momentum, which is really pleasing. And as cliche as it sounds, we stuck to our process and we kept digging, and it was really pleasing to see. Let's head up to our experts in Josh Franco and Scott Thompson.
Hi, Nick. Congratulations on the win and also your performance tonight. Just looking at some of the stats and obviously watching it in the comfort of the commentary box up here at Adelaide Oval, it just seemed at times the method of Essendon going inside forward 50 and the connection with the forwards wasn't quite there. I don't know if it felt like that out in the game, but you had 62 inside 50s and you kicked 10 goals, 18.
No, you're spot on there, and we addressed it at half-time. That was probably an area we needed to improve in, was our inside 50 connection, and it felt like we were dominant for the majority of the games. We just couldn't connect that last kick inside 50 and resulting in good scoring opportunities, but whether that was rectified in the second half, I'm not too sure, but it definitely did feel that way.
Mate, just the last couple of weeks in your games, we've noticed a real improvement in the pressure on the ball, especially in the forward half. Has that been a focus throughout the last couple of weeks? Yeah, absolutely. We pride ourselves on our pressure, and I think we really brought that last week against the Doggies, and it was a real focus to bring that again. But last week means for nothing. It was a new game, and I think we really brought that pressure, and we played a front half game, which was really pleasing from a back's perspective as well.
Nick Martin with us on ABC Sport. The Bombers home by 3 points. Nick, I think we spoke last Friday night after the Bombers' victory over the Bulldogs. We're sort of making this a regular thing. First of all, how's the eye? You had a pretty heavy gash, I think, on your eyebrow last week.
Yeah, I did. Stitched up, and she was a treat tonight. And then the other eye got poked. Oh, no. So something's going on with my eyes, but no, I'm all good now.
That's good news. Who came across for your 50th game? Did you have family trouble from the West?
Yeah, I did. Fortunate enough to have mum, dad, my 2 best mates, my partner, and the in-laws also came as well. So we had a bit of a crew down.
It was a hell of a rendition of the theme song. The Up Up had extra emphasis, and for good reason. It feels like that's where Essendon are heading. They're now 4-2 on the season. Does it feel like this group is sort of building something special?
Yeah, absolutely. Just the way we galvanised together as a group and fought and came back, and I think we're really building something special here, and I'm so stoked to be a part of it.
Now, Sam Draper's a big man. In the waning moments as the seconds were peeling off the clock and you saw the big fella lying down and taking all the air out of the Sharon, what were you thinking in that moment?
Oh my goodness, I have no idea what he was doing, just lying on the footy, but luckily the siren went and we could breathe some air, but yeah, I'm not too sure.
Honest opinion, mate, was it holding the ball?
Honest opinion, no. It sort of fell on him and he just laid there, but honest opinion, no.
Do you think the ball, gravity-wise, fell on the big man, on the 2 metre tall Sam Draper?
Well, from my angle, he sort of fell to him and he's just sort of lied on it. I don't know. It was weird.
Well answered, mate. You're always going to say that, weren't you?
Hey, Nick, it's Aaron Bryans here. I wanted to chat about your story, getting to 50 games. And it's a pretty remarkable tale where you're a top 20 prospect, end up being undrafted, multiple chances at West Coast and some injuries through that process to be overlooked by them. And you find your way finally to Essendon, where you're one of their superstars all of a sudden. Can you tell us through, I guess, the heartache of those few years where it didn't look like you were going to make it to this level, and what it means now to actually achieve that?
Yeah, it was obviously extremely tough for me in my journey, but the great thing is I've learned to love my journey and story, and obviously undrafted, but sort of coming in, I was not embarrassed, but I was a bit sort of like, oh, there's first round draft picks here, there's superstars, how am I going to fit in? And as soon as you learn to love your story and embrace that I was undrafted, it just set me up to play footy. And the opportunity Essendon has given me is I'll be in forever debt to them, because they've just given me the absolute world and to live out my dream. And it's such a special club to be a part of, and I'm so stoked that they gave me this opportunity, and I'm loving it here.
You mentioned that lack of confidence because of your pedigree heading in. Did you feel like as soon as you arrived amongst the playing group that didn't matter anymore, that they welcomed you as one of their own?
Yeah, absolutely. It was sort of the the pre-anxiety to coming over and am I going to fit in? Am I good enough? And then as soon as I walked through the doors, you were welcomed by Zach Merritt, Darcy Parish, and they treat you as an equal, even though I was a train-on. I didn't even have a contract, and they treated me as an equal, and that just gives you so much confidence as a player and as a person.
So when you're going through these moments then where you're having blowout losses every now and again, or you can't string together consistent victories, and you're leaking scores through the corridor, and the senior leaders are getting frustrated, does it still feel like the club has been united through this entire last couple of years, and now to the point where you're having such an impact that you can chime in as well?
Yeah, I think that's a great thing as a young player as well. Obviously, I was there for the tough times in my first year when, the club was in a bit of turmoil, as the media was putting in. And you got to go through those tough times to come out brighter. And the way I saw the leaders and I say this a lot, I'm truly blessed to have the leaders I have at this club in Dyson Heppel, Zach Merritt, especially Cole Langford, Darcy Parish, that I touched on before, because they're such great role models for me as people, but also as footballers as well. And they really got us out of those tough times, and I only see a brighter future for us.
Thursday, Nick, next time we'll see you is Anzac Day at the MCG. You've had the opportunity to play on it in the past. What does it mean as an Essendon player to run out there and play on such a day on the Australian calendar? Yeah, it's such a special day. You never take it for granted at this football club, the opportunity we have to play on Anzac Day and pay our respects to those who fought for us. And it's really a special day, and you circle it in the calendar because you just want to be a part of it. And we're truly blessed to be to play in this game every year, and it's never lost upon us how special it is. We'll see you there. Enjoy these moments tonight, Nick. Well done.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Nick Martin downstairs with Liz Walsh. The Bombers by 3 points. They hang on to beat the Crows in an absolute heartstopper. There were 4 lead changes, a couple of them in the final term. There were 2 of them in the third quarter. It was a match in which Essendon led by 21 in the second term, Adelaide led by 19 in the third, and then both sides led on various occasions in that final quarter. There was a controversial moment at the death in which Sam Draper just laid on the Sharon, and in the end the umpire decided it wasn't holding the ball, and the Bombers able to hang on as the seconds came off the clock, and Essendon win by 3.
Just a quick follow-up to that, Corby. So straight after the siren, as well as they're doing their victory lap, Sam Draper has cheekily, with Nick Hind, gone and laid on the turf and starfished and had a bit of a laugh about it. So they think they've got away with one there, a bit of a highway robbery here in Adelaide.
The home crowd know a little bit about that. Recent times. I spoke to Matthew Nix about this in the pre-game. and it's not meant to be antagonistic, but it felt like from our side of the country anyway, when we looked in on Adelaide over the summer, there was a lot of talk about what happened with that game against Sydney, the Ben Keys moment, and how that affects the psyche of a group. And Josh and Scott, you guys have been in and around football clubs, and we talk about, the psychology of sport. It felt to me anyway that there was a lot of emphasis on that and not as much emphasis on we didn't do enough. We fell short in the Collingwood game. We fell short in the Port Adelaide game or whatever, or I think they beat Port, in other games throughout the year. And so it felt like the focus was on the wrong thing, and there was a level of satisfaction that, hey, we're good enough to be a finals team even though we didn't make it. And you sort of see that permeate into the early part of the next season where they're slow starters and clearly they've got parts of their game up and going, but they're 1-5 and all of a sudden they're a long way back.
You're right, and there were games last year against Collingwood who were the eventual premiers. I think they lost by a combined total of 3 or 4 points in those 2 games. And that Sydney game that they lost with the Penkeys kick, which was well documented, Sydney were well on top in that game throughout the majority of those 4 quarters. Until late in the game, Sydney actually dominated that game of footy. So you could argue, are the Crows actually good enough to be a top 8 contender based on the fact that are they riding the media hype at the moment that they heard throughout the summer?
I reckon you're absolutely spot on. And I know we mentioned this, I think it was after the Geelong game earlier this year, but the fact of the matter is that, and again, you go back to the psyche of players and football clubs, and the narrative was the Crows are going to make finals this year. And I reckon as a player, you can always come out and say you just deflect it, but ultimately, subconsciously, I reckon that seed's been planted in their heads, and they start to read into their own press and start to think they're a little bit better than they are. And that's why I guess I don't subscribe to Matthew and Nick saying we were trying too hard. I reckon they've lost that edge. They've lost that edge. We've seen it, I guess, come back to a degree last week. We saw, spurts of it tonight. But, the first 4 rounds, they were nowhere near the side they were last year. Now, admittedly, I just went through, there's Butts is out, Crouch is out, Bill Thorpe's out. So they've got some good players that aren't playing for them. But I reckon it's really dangerous territory if you start listening to the external narrative, which is trying to pump you up to potentially something that you're not. And I reckon they've paid the price for that. And unfortunately, they're in a position now where they're 1-5. It's, as I said, it's a long way behind the 8 ball and a long way back from here.
It feels like they went from being a plucky underdog to almost being this team that feels almost entitled. Yes. But it's like, we're just going to stroll through into September and you think, gee, this is a really hard competition. And you look through their list and with no disrespect, they got a lot of tries and a lot of guys are working hard, but it's not like they're absolutely littered with A-grade talent or A-plus players, and now they're 1-5. And even tonight, it feels like a microcosm of the summer and last year and the Sydney game all rolled into one. So the narrative driving home is going to be Sam Draper late on the footy and it denied us a shot at goal. Essendon had 62 inside 50s. They laid 80 tackles and had 28 scoring shots. They kicked 18 behinds. I get that's a big moment at the end and it ultimately decides the game, but gee, they got outplayed again for large periods tonight.
Well, they did. And I think you nailed it with that word, and I've never sort of thought of it that way, but as soon as you think you're entitled, I reckon that's dangerous territory. And I reckon you're absolutely spot on in terms of where they have been over the last 6 months, over the pre-season, and again, they paid the price. But looking at the numbers, you're right, and looking at how the game unfolded, those numbers are quite damning for Adelaide. And no doubt the big one they'd be looking at, and you talk about trying too hard, this reflects that they're not. If you're 80 to 63 tackle count, so you're minus 17, that number's damning, which ultimately translates into, getting torched in the inside 50s. And luckily for Adelaide, Essendon's connection going forward wasn't what it should have been. Because if it was, they would have been potentially blown out of the park.
They've had less of the ball, and they ended up with 17 more tackles.
Yeah, Adelaide, the scoreboard flattered Adelaide again tonight, and you're right. And you go through the list, and you touch on the fact that it's not riddled with superstars. The guys that they have been so reliant on for so long, Taylor Walker's not going to have, as much as you'd love him to, he's not going to have the season this year that he had last. He's 34 years old now. Brodie Smith's on the back end of his career. Rory Laird's been around a long time. Slightly different role we've seen throughout the first 5 or 6 rounds of this year. Riley O'Brien's getting older now. He's been in the system a long time. So they're so reliant on too few. Saligo, yes, we love. Dawson's been great. But the list away from that, the depth does drop away reasonably quickly. So they are, in my opinion, too reliant on too few still. And the guys that have been so good for so long are on the back end of their careers.
The frustrating part now when you talk about the depth and how quickly it fades away. So in the forward line, as you said, Walker's nearing the end. He's not going to have 76 goals once again. Thorpe is injured and Fogarty has not taken up that burden. So there's he's still trying to lift all the heavy load, Taylor Walker, when he's not supposed to be the guy anymore. And then from a midfield mix, as you mentioned as well, Rory Laird can only do so much, but you need someone to come through and actually, carry that mantle moving forward. Saligo's starting to do a bit of that, but Rankin tonight disappeared when he'd had such a fruitful month of footy.
And going back to Walker, Walker's a leader. He's not your big, strong, contested marker, and he's a victim of poor ball movement. Any sort of forward that's that sort of lead-up, which Tex is, and you look last year, some of the games they played and the way Adelaide moved the footy was unbelievable. So it gives those lead-ups an opportunity, but they haven't been able to get their game going in terms of their offence and their method around how they want to move the ball. So your Tex Walkers pay the price for that as well.
I want to shine a bit of a positive light on the Bombers, who obviously got the win tonight by 3 points, but defending the corridor has been a big issue of theirs, and they've been hot and cold across it for the last couple of campaigns. And we touched on it in the pre-game, win-loss through the year. They've finally strung together consecutive victories, and what we saw against the Western Bulldogs last week was backed up tonight in terms of their game plan. They're starting to restrict a bit of that counter footy, which has been a problem of theirs for a while. So are we actually starting to see the real Essendon stand up now?
They have got great ball use out of the back half, haven't they? You talk about their corridor protection. They are very daring with their offensive ball movement. Now, we didn't see that maybe tonight as we have done in recent weeks, but their ability, if they do turn the ball over, to actually defend it better back the other way has certainly improved in the past fortnight.
Always felt like they were jogging against the turnover, and it always looked poor on that wide angle shot, but they're starting to zone a bit better and, cut off the angles, and just gets a little bit harder when you play these better sides to restrict scoring. And you're right, Nick Martin off the half-back flank has been a superstar, and it was great to have him as part of the coverage.
A little sample off the SMS. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774. Shout out to the lads in Echuca who are listening to us tonight. Ripper call loud and clear. From Ray, who was with us from Riverland, are the tonight's umpires consistent? Well, it probably depends who you ask. Walking away from the night. Johnny, in front of a roaring fire in the bush, fellas. I thank you for a great call tonight. Special thanks to Scotty. Got enough points for me to win my fantasy competition a few years ago. So, legend, mate, is the call from Johnny. Another one on the fantasy front for you, Aaron, from Dan. I think it's Karama. Hope I've pronounced that correct. Enjoying the call, folks. Looking forward to a thrilling final quarter. Well, we got that. Aaron, did you captain Dawson this week?
Didn't captain him. Do own him. I captained Zach Merritt, who somehow with 28 touches and a goal still only just managed the ton. Big shout out to Charlie as well. I think I know Dan's texting in, so thank you for that.
Greg from Bendigo, guys, threw himself straight into Draper's back. It was not a legal tackle, so he has little to complain about. Greg in Bendigo. Wayne of Oakley, good evening. Going forward, do you think Collingwood will have any concerns for Anzac Day? Wayne of Oakley. Gee, the Pies haven't even played this weekend. We're already looking forward to the game on Thursday. It's going to come fast. I mentioned it earlier. So 9 games or 9 days of footy out of 11. So basically from Thursday night this week right through to Sunday next week. Only Monday, Tuesday off, and then we're into it. Wednesday night, Richmond, Melbourne. Thursday we've got Anzac Day, of course, Collingwood, Essendon. Friday night's here. Port Adelaide and St Kilda, so footy comes thick and fast this time of the year. Keep them coming off the SMS. Thanks to Dan, Greg and Wayne for all of that, and we'll get into the Crows rooms hopefully for some reaction in a few moments. In 1 minute, in fact, I'm being told, so that's good news. Essendon by 3 points. A little recap of the night. If you're just joining us, there were 4 lead changes. The Bombers led by as many as 21 points in the second quarter. Adelaide kicked the next 7 goals of the game. They themselves led by 19 points late in the third quarter. The Bombers kicked the next 3, and in fact 5 of the last 7. And as a result, there were 2 lead changes in the final quarter. The Crows led by as many as 7 before goals to Merritt and Martin snatched back the lead for the Bombers. They hung on by 3 points. A controversial moment late in the piece where Sam Draper appeared to lay on the footy. He wasn't penalised for holding the ball. The seconds peeled off the clock and Essendon hung on by 3 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh is in the Adelaide rooms. Liz.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here in quite a sombre Adelaide rooms with Jake Saligo. Jake, a heartbreaking loss. How do you put that into words?
Probably just disappointing to start with. It's not the way we wanted to play in the first half, and I think that killed us. We were sort of on the back foot, and Essendon were too good in the contest, so I think we put it down to that, and so on to next week.
Yeah, the last few minutes were just so frantic. How did you see those play out?
It's always, you want to win those tight games. So that's been a massive work on. So it is disappointing that we couldn't get it done tonight. yeah, they got some good players in there that, Nick Martin and the likes of him. So we just need to be better on defence there.
You've only just come out of a really long team meeting. What was Matthew Nix's message to the group?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a few messages just that we need to be more engaged at half-time. We had a clear focus at half-time going into the third quarter. I didn't think we got it done. And yeah, just going back to our game plan and everyone, all 18 of us on the ground need to we need to do the fundamentals right and we need to keep going with the game plan. So the fact that we didn't get it done is pretty disappointing, yeah.
We'll just head up to our experts in Scott Thompson and Josh Franco.
Jake, commiserations on the loss tonight, but I thought your game individually was outstanding. It was just a question, and at half-time we sort of had a discussion up here in the commentary box just in terms of the tackle differential, and I'm not sure if that was mentioned by Matthew Nix at half-time, but just the numbers in terms of the differentials in tackles. It was minus 16 at half-time, and you just mentioned that Essendon brought the pressure. Did you sense that out there?
Yeah, 100%. I was on the bench and the runner came to me and said, we're down negative 14, so trying to deliver that message to the boys and just trying to get the pressure up. Essendon probably one of the best in the comp at it, so it is hard to out-pressure them, but I thought they were great, and yeah, we just didn't bring the contest.
Did you find, mate, with the Crows game tonight that you weren't able to generate your offensive game like you normally would?
Yeah, I thought we had times where we did look like how we want to look. But then there is times where you do need to slow the ball down, especially against Essendon. They really own the corridor and they're a great side and they use the ball well. And I think we just needed to sort of slow it down a bit and not get pulled apart.
Jake Saligo's with us on ABC Sport after the Crows' 3-point loss to the Bombers. Jake, it's Aaron Bryant's here. Emotions are high in a thrilling game like that. It's hotly contested, a controversial finish as well. We saw in the aftermath, Sam Draper's going around the ground, starfishing on the grass and making a bit of fun about it. And then we're seeing Isaac Rankin and Mason Redmond get into a scuffle as well and trading a war of words. Can you take us into the huddle and the aftermath of that siren?
I think it was just a lot of disappointed boys. We can't keep relying on these decisions to win us games. So I think we go back to our first half, and we look at that and we go, oh, sorry, I never swore there. We go, we just got to get it done. So yeah.
So nothing untoward then from Mason Redmond?
No. It's all part of the game, and once the siren goes, it's all over. So. You've got to show respect to the boys.
Jake Saligo with us on ABC Sport. Jake, it's Corbin Middlemass here. What did you think of it when you saw big Sammy Draper laying face down on the turf with all the air out of the Sharon underneath him?
I was pretty disappointed personally. I thought it was, a bit of a stiff call, but you can't, like I said before, you can't rely on these decisions from the umpires to win us games. So so it's just how it is.
Is there a way back from 1 and 5?
Yeah, 100%. I think some of the best teams have done it. So we just put our head down and keep going 1 week at a time and, just keep going.
You, young man, received a whole lot of publicity when you signed a 6-year deal through to 2029. I'm starting to think, Jake, you may have signed for unders. They might be getting a bargain, the Crows, the footy you've been playing the last couple of weeks. What has been, this turnaround in your game or the way that, you've been able to break out in the fashion that you have over the last 3 or 4 weeks?
I don't know. It just sort of comes down to the off-season, pre-season. Did a lot of work in the gym. And you got the likes of Dawson, Laddie and Ranks in there as well, and they're great to play with, and they sort of are able to feed the ball to you, and so you got to give credit to them. But I've done a lot of mindset stuff over the off-season as well, and just trying to improve on that. So hopefully keep going.
What does that look like? Can you give us an insight into your mindset stuff?
Yeah, we just got a new mindset coach, Rosie, at the club. So she's been great for me, just sort of chatting to her. And just sort of, when you have those down times in games and you just get in your own head, just sort of pulling yourself out and controlling what you can control. And that's what I've tried to implement in my game. And hopefully it keeps working, but yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing. Personally, Jake, you're flying at the moment. Hard luck on the result tonight, and we'll catch you next week against the Roos.
Too easy. Thanks, guys.
Jake Saligo, who's had a sensational couple of weeks, had 31 tonight, 13 of them contested, and 10 clearances. It's a big number.
Well, interesting listening to Jake and even Nick Nick Martin earlier, probably two things stood out. Nick Martin, as a train-on, was greeted by the senior players and the captain and the leaders. Tell you what, that didn't happen in my day.
Yeah.
The train-ons were told to change outside of the change rooms. And then to hear Jake talk about the mindset and a mindset coach, with the game's change, and for the better.
Absolutely. And the Bombers, we talked a lot about Sammy Durham, we talked a lot about Nick Martin, and there's a guy picked up in the pre-season and a bloke in the mid-season draft. So for a team with more top 10 picks than any other, it's those two guys that are showing the way. Scott Thompson has the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Talk us through it, Scott. Where did you go?
You want the 3 or the 1 first?
I reckon build the suspense.
Build the suspense?
1 to 3.
Okay, so a couple of stiff guys that played some really good games tonight, but we won't mention them because we're probably short of time now. But the 1 vote goes to the young lad we just spoke to then, Jake Saligo. So in his 42nd or 43rd game of senior footy now, has found his way into the middle of the ground. You touched on the fact he had 31 disposals, 10 clearances, 13 contested possessions. His last 3 weeks of footy have been outstanding. He was really solid again through the middle of the ground tonight, a real barometer for the Crows, especially in the first half. So he gets the 1 vote tonight. 2 votes goes to Dawson, the captain. We saw what he was able to do in patches throughout tonight. His ability to impact when he was needed and score 2 goals at crucial time in the game. Had a huge influence on the game. Wasn't obviously able to drag him over the line, but he gets the 2 votes tonight. And the 3 votes goes to Zach Merritt, captain of the Bombers. His first half tonight was huge. He had the 20 disposals, 6 clearances at half time. Got a bit more attention, especially late, by Ned McHenry in the last quarter. But his ability to set the game up for the Bombers when it was needed and when it counted was huge tonight, so he gets the 3.
I'm happy with those. 3 for Merritt, 2 for Dawson, 1 for Saligo. The votes from Scott Thompson in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The Bombers won by 3 points. Sam Draper sat on the footy in the last couple of seconds, and there was a big appeal for holding the ball. It didn't come. It was 30 metres out right in front of the Crows' goal, so you'll hear more about that, I'm sure, in the days and hours to come. SA Grandstand, 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock SA time.
Nailed it. And we're going to hopefully chat to an Adelaide Crow as well, so we'll get some more of the fallout tomorrow morning.
I had processed it in my mind. So 10 o'clock WA Sports Talk, 11 o'clock SA Grandstand, which then leads into AFL Saturday. And for those of you on the east coast of the country, so Victoria, Tas, etc., you will get AFL Saturday with myself, Mick Moldhouse, and Luke Ball tomorrow from 12 noon live at the MCG. So that's a big game too. Collingwood and Port Adelaide. For both South Australia and Victoria. We'll have coverage of that around the country tomorrow. Little taste off the SMS before we go. Anne-Marie and Dandenong, don't rely on free kicks to win the game. Go the Lions. Joan in Geelong. Hi, fellas. Always enjoy your call. Looking forward to tomorrow night's game. Go the Mighty Cats. Stan in Victoria. Hi, boys. Good call. Talking about a resounding Groundhog Day for the Crows and just missing out again due to another circumstance. Poor guys. Look out, Pies. Let's see how they go tomorrow from Stan.
Quick shout out to Ben Mackay. That's the most wins he's ever had in a season now.
That's insane. So he'd won 8 games in 8 seasons, and he's won 4 in his first 6 games. So an amazing start for Benny Mackay. Josh, good fun as always.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks to Josh Franco. Thanks to you, Scott Thompson.
Thank you, mate.
Scott Thompson, the 300 gamer, of course, for the Crows and the D's. Thanks, Az.
Good to have you as always, mate.
Always nice to be here. Thanks for having me. Thanks to Liz Walsh downstairs, to Paul for doing a great job at the controls, and for Akash Fodder back in the studio. That's us signing off on an absolutely pulsating night at the footy in front of 46,700. Essendon make it 7 in a row against the Crows. They eke out, or perhaps edge out, a 3-point win. Good night from Adelaide.
Want to immerse yourself in sport and stories of athletes from across the Pacific? Well, join me, Bobby McCumber, alongside some of the most talented journalists and sports commentators from across the region for Fresh Off the Field. Each week, we'll bring you interviews with Pacific athletes leaving their mark on the international stage and those aspiring to do the same. From cricket to netball, athletics to rugby, and everything